Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal.
And I pray, oh my God, do I pray? I pray every single day for revolution.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, whatever the fuck you want to call me. It's Midnight Metal. It's Midnight Metal 84. You know, we're bringing it back. By the way, I heard from she's traveling in Asia. Sent me some amazing pictures. People are like, what's going on with Midnight Musings? Look, Midnight Musings will come back. Nothing goes away on this channel. Even if it takes years to come back, it'll come back, but we're doing some Midnight Metal for you. And I have to say that my co-creator on this show, Mr. Dave Parker, came up with a very entertaining idea that I found irresistible. What are the greatest needle drops in cinema history? You've got him. You love him. He's here. He's got a movie on Tubi. Mr. Dave Parker. Dave,
yo,
welcome to
what's
Midnight
up,
Metal.
everyone? Welcome. Your genre daddies are here to talk to you tonight.
Genre daddies. Is that like being a leather daddy but different?
I whatever it is, it just means we're two old fucks who are trying to like grasp onto our youth, grasp it by the balls.
Well, when have we not, dude? We're you know, I'm an aging man child.
I'm just bringing the joy.
You always do.
Of grasping the balls. And speaking of
what?
If people were curious, we had a little new music open the show. And that's the song by our guest that we've had on a couple times, Josh Wag.
American Ninja Warrior.
Also known as Tone Deaf Jesus. And that's his very first song that he's ever done. It's a cover of Four Non Blondes, What's Up? And I thought it rocked. And he was nice enough to let us give you a snippet of it. But it is available on all music platforms now. You can buy it on Apple, iTunes, Spotify, all the places that you get your music if you want to hear the whole thing. And it's really great. So I highly recommend it. And just wanted to share that because it's awesome that we have people that we've had on or people who watch and stuff like that who do, awesome things and pursue their dreams and everything, which is so much about what the show is about. And just real happy that we could share that. And congratulations to him on doing that. So there we go.
Dave, that was well said. I mean, if there's one thing we like to do on this show, it is promote the creativity of others.
Absolutely.
And
ourselves.
And in this day and age, as we're facing our AI future, where people are just going to be able to decide they're creators by prompting a computer to create for them. It's very nice when people are doing actual creation, is it not?
Fuck yeah, absolutely. And speaking of AI and everything, we have a great guest on tonight to talk about the needle drop topic, who also is heavily involved in AI and can talk to us about that a little bit. He's a filmmaker. He is the genre cheerleader of so many of us. He does music. He does art. He's made a movie called Sleigh Bells. He's coming up soon, Spooky Dan Walker. And he's going to join us for our needle drop conversation. And God knows he's probably got some pretty amazing ones to bring up too. So that'll be good. He'll be on in about half hour or so.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I figured we'd go back and forth with our needle drops, and I have a list of
34.
Yeah, you said 34. I when you told me 34, I'd gone to 25, but I added 5 more, so I have a list of 30. And I gotta tell you, it was really hard. I mean, because there's so many. But here's the thing: I think we need to define what a needle drop. So a needle drop can't be written for the movie.
Well, I think we should wait until Dan's here, and then we'll put the criteria out there for everyone.
All right.
And we'll do it. But how you been, Rob? How's the week been going?
Oh, dude, I have to tell you, being involved, speaking of creativity, obviously I have two projects I'm in the midst of. One is White Devils, which we were selling at the Cannes Film Market. But
Yep.
the big thing is the audio drama, the Nathan Heller audio drama. I'm now waiting on the final script from Max Allan Collins. I have over 300 pages that he's written. Wow. And we record our first actor, who is a major actor that I'm really surprised who is in it.
Not announced yet. Major actor, not announced.
Major actor, not announced. And
Cool.
I'm recording him. He is actually on the other side of the planet. And he was gracious enough. He's actually in a play. And his only dark day is Mondays. And because he's on the other side of the planet, we're recording him tomorrow, which might tell you something about where he is in the world if you're smart. But I'll say his Sunday is not our Sunday. And that's what I'll tell you. Which is really interesting. And he plays a pretty pivotal role. He's in episode 4 of the audio drama. And Todd Stashwick would have been reading with him, but he's at a convention. So I have our old friend David Starzyk is going to be reading opposite. I don't want to record any of the actors by themselves.
Gotcha.
I want that frisson of what happens with actors. I need the performances. This is a really long scene. It's 13 pages long.
Wow.
And it's a great scene. And this is one of the things when we started this project, I really wanted to get this particular actor to play this particular role for a reason that I will explain later.
When you can. Yeah.
When I can. Awesome. But we are recording, there's like 60 speaking roles in this. And the script is 350 pages. And it is an enormous undertaking. And I think when we really announced, we decided what was interesting was we pushed our Kickstarter because Todd Stashwick is doing his Progcore D&D Kickstarter. By the time we start our Kickstarter, we will have recorded, we will be in quote unquote, even though all of this is post-production, we will be in post because all the actors will be recorded. And
amazing.
It's pretty amazing. And I have to say that, the star of this, even though we've got great actors, the star is really Max Allan Collins' work. And, again, somebody I met through a fan of these shows that we do. And I have to say the great byproduct of being on YouTube is not just meeting our audience members, but meeting other professionals who contact you out of the blue. And I've met some really amazing people as a result of YouTube, which has been relatively, inspiring. It was a byproduct I wasn't anticipating. But this project wouldn't exist had Max Allan Collins not be watching our show. And I'm so honored to be working with him. And very exciting.
That's awesome. What else has been going on this week? Nothing opened in theaters.
Really?
So, there's nothing to talk about movie-wise.
Mm-hmm. I gotta say,
maybe a little something, for people to check out.
Dude, the most metal fucking movie of the year opened.
Is it the most metal movie of the year?
I think it's pretty metal.
It's got a lot of heavy metal in it.
Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, you want to start? Let's talk about a book.
Okay.
I got to go full frame on this one.
Okay.
If this isn't a heavy metal cover, I don't know what is. But
tell us about it.
Keith Rawson. I just started this. Now, I picked this up because both Stephen King and his son Joe Hill were tweeting about this book. And it had been a long time. I found so many good books, like when Stephen King, I read The Hunger Games before it was a thing because Stephen King talked about it. And this book is metal. This is a bonkers horror novel. It's got demons. It's got body parts. It's got clandestine government agencies. It's got a rock and roll band.
Wow. I haven't heard about this, but now it's on my list.
It's brand new. And, and Stephen King's new book of short stories is out as well.
Speaking of,
which I get tomorrow. It hasn't arrived yet. But
I got it on Audible. I haven't listened to it yet, but I'm curious because there is a short story sequel to Cujo in there.
Yeah. So, but this, dude, I've been...
That cover alone would make me buy it. So.
Dude, this is the real fucking deal.
Nice.
All I can say is real deal right here. If I'm not getting a Jonathan Mayberry, Joe Ledger novel, this is the shit. And I figured I had to show it on Midnight Metal. Look at that cover. Come on.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
And this plays into the book. But and by the way, again, when whenever I recommend books, I always ask people, if I recommend it to you, don't go and read anything about it. I mean, I'm not saying I'm the oracle of Delphi of genre literature, but I kind of am. I've got very few people when I've recommended a book have come back to me and said, that book sucked. I got and there's a certain very small contingent of viewers on this channel that read books I recommend. They know. You're
very well read.
It's very metal. So yeah, and it's quite the book.
But so you saw Furiosa.
I did.
I saw Furiosa.
Mm-hmm.
We can talk about it. I know some people, in our chat right now haven't seen it yet, so we can talk about it. Try to be spoiler free as much as possible. But what did you think? What were your initial impressions?
You know what? It's, to me, it has more along the lines of, if Fury Road was Road Warrior, this is Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Okay, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
And I mean, I have to say, I really enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy it as much as I wanted to enjoy it, to be honest.
Okay.
But I really enjoyed it because, it's George Miller, and nobody makes movies like George Miller does.
That's true. And he's 79, so let him do what he wants.
Yeah. I mean, look, the fact that we're getting movies like Megalopolis, whether you like them, and we got Cronenberg's movie The Shrouds, which premiered at Cannes. We're living through a time where we're getting a lot of, an embarrassment of riches, I would say. And the fact that we have filmmakers still doing such vibrant work is pretty amazing.
Yeah, that they're excited about. It was weird. I don't know exactly how I feel about Furiosa yet.
I have to let it marinate.
I almost want to see it again because the first viewing of just letting it wash over you kind of hits you in a way, and you're just kind of like, well, but I do think, and I understand it, but I think that the studio is selling the movie wrong. They're not selling the movie for what it is. They're selling Fury Road 2.
Right.
And
exactly.
It's not.
Yes, you're right.
And it's not that. But it's incredibly interesting. It's so different from all the other Mad Max movies, though, because this one is so tied to Fury Road.
Yeah, well, it's it's truly a prequel, and
in the sense whereas all the other Mad Max films, the only constant was Max. This one is much more beholden in a way to Fury Road, or vice versa. So It's funny, part of me is like, did I really need to know all this stuff? Not to enjoy Fury Road, but it was quite a ride.
It certainly was that.
And there is some jaw-dropping, staggeringly beautiful stuff in it. Yeah. But I think my feeling is like, if you're going in expecting another, Fury Road, then you could be let down.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
speaking of that, he's not a letdown, but he's here.
He's not, but he's here. All right.
Spooky Dan Walker, welcome to Midnight Metal.
I am certainly a letdown to some people, I guess, right? Maybe my wife. I don't know
who. Investors?
Have you let down?
Yeah, investors. There you go.
Wait a minute. Wait. Aren't we all?
Hey,
no.
Sadly,
No.
Well, you're not.
Want to be is the weird part.
Luckily not.
I liked Furiosa, but I'm kind of with you guys where I just need to let it sink in for the moment and decide. I liked it, but I wanted to love it.
Yeah, but I felt that way about.
Sorry,
I felt that way about Beyond Thunderdome, but Beyond Thunderdome is a movie that I've grown to love over the years. He's just a raggedy man.
Beyond Thunderdome was, because of my age, I'm so much younger than you, Rob. It was my first Mad Max movie.
Give me a fucking break.
Mine was Fury Road because I'm so much younger.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
But Thunderdome. So Thunderdome.
Well, there
always
was
had
30 years between those movies. So I know.
Dan's really young. Not a gray hair on him. Come on, look.
Never, nowhere.
But so Beyond Thunderdome's always going to have a soft spot in my a special place in my heart for when I saw it. I mean, it's not the Road Warrior. So when I saw that, it's like, okay, different ball game here, and it's not Fury Road. But yeah, no, this is really interesting.
Do you want to know a secret? I've never seen Road Warrior. I've been meaning to watch it this week before seeing this, but it was just one of those ones that was always
You
on.
fucking
I'd seen
kids.
parts of it.
Dude, Road Warrior is a masterpiece.
It is.
I want to literally like sit down and commit to it because I know that it's going to be great, and I just want to like experience it in a fun, big way. So
my life fades, the vision dims, all that remain are memories. I remember the Road Warrior, the one we called Max.
So Rob,
to know who he was, you have to go back to the beginning. Sorry, what?
Why don't you let people tell us about Spooky Dan?
Well, Spooky, I've known Spooky. I've known you for, maybe the better part of 15 years, I think. And,
something like that.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is when I first met you, you're like the most happily married guy, unless you made a crack about your wife and there's something going on, I don't know. But happily married guy. You and your wife works in visual effects, and you. What I really loved about you was you were a huge supporter of Darren Bousman's movie Repo: The Genetic Opera. And
I am.
And you were traveling around the country, bringing that movie to people, bringing kind of like what we did on YouTube before YouTube was big. You were bringing a fan community together, and I always loved that about you. When I first met you, I thought that was really neat that you were supporting, again, another artist's work. And you really loved Repo: The Genetic Opera, and you brought almost single-handedly brought a whole fan community together. But you continued to you've done work with puppets. You've made your own feature. You made sleigh bells. You've always been very creative, and I've always admired you. As a kindred spirit, I have to say, a next generation imagination connoisseur. Not of Dave and my generation. How about that?
It's true.
That's a very nice intro. I think what's unique about all of us is, not always, but generally speaking, we are cheerleaders of the things we love, whether it's a movie or whether it's music or whether it's whatever we're into at the moment. So AI or a cool painter or whatever it is, we're all about letting other people know and inviting them into the party and just being cheerleaders for shit that we love. And I think that's something that's important for everybody to do nowadays. And right now, when everything is so corporatized and, generic, if you will, for lack of a better way to put it, like things need to get brought to the forefront when there's something that's exceptional. So it's our jobs in life. And, part of being a creator is keeping other creators lifted up, and that's an important thing. I think it's important for all of us to do. I know, Burnett, your whole station is very much that.
Well, yes, I appreciate that, and what the funny thing is, like a lot of people don't know, but there's a horror community in LA of horror film fans, genre fans, but we all kind of know each other, and there's two different versions. There's the people that live in the valley and the people that live on the other side of the hill. But this contingent, like we used to meet at a bar every week, Thursday nights. It doesn't exist anymore. Timmy Nolan's. I mean, for years we had a standing, and anybody could come if you were part of the group. Sometimes there might be 5 people there. Sometimes there was 20, and it was a really gratifying place. And now we have Zoom calls and because of the pandemic and all the bars that closed, but it was a community. It was a place that was very inviting, and it went for the better part of decades, really, and there's a lot of people of this community that have gone on to do really great things. I mean, I think of somebody I also really admired was Joe Bishara, who was a guy that was making incredible music and was working on some of the great horror franchises. But he was always somebody too he used to just randomly send me music. He's like, you got to listen to this. not his own music. His own music was incredible, but he would send me techno bands or industrial stuff just randomly out of the blue. And yet he was working on, working for James Wan and working on all these big movies, but he would still take the time and be like, you got to check this out, man. And I'm like,
he still does. He still does to me.
Yeah. So it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat that we have this community.
It is. Now,
It's
Dan,
really
how did
special.
just for everyone watching and everything, just get a little back history. What got you into movies and the music and everything else, and which came first, and did one lead into the other in a way for you?
I think as a kid, I knew this is gonna age me. I saw the
Not as much as us.
Maybe. I saw the thing on HBO and my mind was exploding, and I had to be like 10 years old, maybe 6 years old. I was really young, and it was so gross and it was so awesome. I'm like, this is the coolest thing ever. And I had already liked horror movies, but that was what cemented it in. And just before that, I think it was like Life Force on the cover of Fangoria, and I was like, what is this? This seems the grossest thing I've ever seen, which is comical now. But it was those two that I remember specifically as a when you're like a kid and everything is fed to you, but when you start making your own decisions. The Thing was the one that sort of set me on my path. Then I went to college for special effects. And the reason I went to college for special effects was so that I could get into the filmmaking world. I was like, I want to make movies, but at least this way I'll get to make monsters. And that's a perfect place to start. And then I wasn't very good at it, so I got into computer stuff. So it was, I make puppets and things for fun because I have all the college knowledge of making sculptures and bringing cool things to life. So it's just been something I've been fascinated with, and puppets has been there since I can remember. So that, I think I had a ventriloquist doll when I was like 3 or whatever. So puppets have always been around. But as far as the music stuff, for years I was like, musicals suck. I hate musicals. And then you realize like, oh, you love Rocky Horror, and you love Natural Born Killers, and you love Nightmare Before Christmas, and all these other ones that are basically musicals. And it was like, okay, I'm going to embrace this. And then, you just, you never look away. Oklahoma still sucks, and those kinds of things. But I'm not gonna.
Don't tell Hugh Jackman that.
I mean, it's got its place. It's just not for me.
Sure.
But
Again,
that's where it was.
Speaking of metal stuff and everything, you also had your own. Before there was YouTube, there was something called Public Access People. Dan had his own public access show. Who were some of the people you interviewed before they actually hit big?
The biggest one would be Marilyn Manson. I interviewed him so many times. I would just show up at a concert and just get in. Early on, I want to say there was like the Toadies and who else? KMFDM, Pigface. There was a bunch of industrial gothy stuff. And I really wanted 9 Inch Nails. I got to meet Trent, but I never got to interview him on camera. But I had a television show where I sat there and I talked like I was a know-it-all and played cool music videos, which nowadays doesn't even exist. But it was a lot of fun getting to be able to meet the bands that you idolize. And it was just fun to go to all the shows, and meeting the people and hearing. Again, it was the same thing. It was like being a cheerleader for these bands that were just kind of up and coming at the time. And you go like, oh, here's another one I just found out about. And what was great at the time was you would just get sent everything from record labels. So they would be like, oh, you got to play this. And it would be like Jewel or somebody that isn't your cup of tea. You're like, well, I guess this is all right, but I'm not going to play it. Like, no, or whatever. But it was kind of fun because you would just get so much free junk. And then later I went over and I worked at Bloody Disgusting as the video guy for years. And it was the same thing. The movie people would send you so much junk. You would go to a Monsterpalooza and you would have a full bag of things just by people going like, oh, that's the Bloody Disgusting guy. Let's get him a movie. Let's get him a copy of this. Let's give him a free shirt. Give him a comic book or box set or whatever. So I was like an influencer before there was influencers way back when, before I started making shit on my own. So that's the perk of being an influencer. You get a bunch of free crap. And Rob, do you get lots of free crap coming your way for Robservations?
You know what? Okay, here. This is interesting. The only people that send me free crap are Kino Lorber and Warner Archive. and Warner Brothers. And what's really
They know their audience.
Well, what's really interesting is I got to meet, of course, George Feltenstein, who's one of my personal heroes, he runs Warner Archive, and he put me on the list to get free stuff. But I've never sought out. I'm sure I could get on everyone's free lists. And then Kino Lorber, Matt, got to give a shout out to Matt. He contacted me, and I'll tell you something. Upper Deck, I showed this last night, but Upper Deck, out of the blue, contacted me, and they started sending me these awesome prints, beautiful prints that the prints is here. I got to show this. I showed this last night, but they have these limited edition prints. Here, let me go full frame on this.
Wow.
Yeah, look at this. It's a She-Hulk print, She-Hulk as Atlas. You know, and they told me, and they come in like trading card, because Upper Deck is a trading card company. So they send them in these awesome things, and they come with a certificate of authenticity on the back. Now, when I was contacted by Upper Deck, I was like, because if I don't like something, I'm not going to show it. You know, it has to be cool. And when I first got he called me up, or he actually sent me a DM on Twitter and said, hey, look, I know you love Moon Knight. We're going to send you this Moon Knight print. And when I got it, it was fucking amazing. I was like, this is great. And so it's awesome. And Kino Lorber, but I probably, because you can get I know a lot of influencers were like, well, please send me free shit. I've never sought it out. But if people, you know, I used to get called, Dave will probably remember this, people called me Kiss Ass Rob. But what they didn't understand was I only kissed the ass of people I really liked.
I've never known you to be a kiss ass. That's
yeah, because I will only kiss the people who. Come on, Dave. I only kiss the ass of people that I really love.
Clearing my throat.
Yeah. No, but it is. I mean, you can, if that's what you want to do there. You can get a lot of free stuff. The problem is, like, you know, I ran into a company wanted to send me this dog. Stop your dog barking. And I had a dog and it didn't work very well. And they wanted me to make a video of it. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm not going to do that. Your product does not work well. And I'm not going to slam your product. I'm just not going to do a video for it. So I have to like what you are making.
It's just a good thing that you like a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. By the way, can I just say that Sheriff Carl from the PNW, the Pacific Northwest, Sheriff Carl lives in Seattle. He sent me a tip. He sent a tip to this show, and he identified my #1 needle drop. So, okay. Sheriff Carl, I am not going to read your tip now, but that was you identified my you just flat out said what my #1 needle drop is on my list. So, and you know what? I'll tell you something. The people I like most in life are people that are from Seattle. Go figure. Sheriff Carl is one of those people.
Oh.
Not that it doesn't mean I don't love you guys.
Oh my God, kiss an ass.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, we're not from Seattle.
But I still like you guys.
How many people are from Seattle?
Not many.
Raise your hand up there, everyone.
But Sheriff Carl identified it. And by the way, I do have a list that I don't know, Dan, did you make a list of your favorite needle?
Okay. I got a 20 list. And I imagine, I already know a couple of them you guys must have.
How many are on your list?
20.
Okay, you got 20. I only have 30. Dave went 40, but it's 34. So here's the thing. What I wanted to do was define what a needle drop is. And I just want to give one rule. A needle drop cannot be a song that was written for the film that it's in. It has to be a song that is used by the filmmakers that previously existed. Because I wanted to include Moon River from Breakfast at Tiffany's. I did. And I realized I couldn't because it was written for the film.
I'm going over my list now and fading out the ones that are not 100% sure on.
Yeah, I had to look.
There's a few that I'm just not like for example, and I know we all would have used this if we could have, but like The Crow, they were all made for that movie.
That's right.
Right. Kinda.
Look, I would love to use The Cure's Burn.
Sure.
but it was
That's
written
on
for the
my
movie.
list.
But it's written
So
for
I got to knock that one down.
Well, no,
other-
because I think it's interesting that you included those. I think it's worth talking about because the Crow has 2 soundtrack albums. Both of them are fucking bangers. Graham Revel's score, so do they agree. Graham Revel's score is incredible, or Revel's score, and so is that album.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Oh man, that one's great.
Incredible.
That one and the other one that doesn't get as much love, but all of the songs are specifically for it is Judgment Night. Do you remember that?
Fucking
Where they,
great
paired,
record.
Right. But again,
rock
all that stuff was made for the movie.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's the thing, and to me, it's like if it was, a cover, for me personally, I even took out covers that were done by bands that were specifically for a movie.
Okay.
That the cover existed.
I'm going to argue with you on one of those, but okay.
I've got one that I'm going to argue with because here's the thing. If it's a cover, it already existed. So even if it was recorded from...
Sometimes I'm saying, like, for example, some bands, like In the Crow, recorded a cover of a song for that movie.
Right, and I will give you a preview of something on my list that I will defend.
Okay.
A piece of music that's in Donnie Darko.
Gotcha.
Okay, that's my number 3 top. Like
I
that
didn't
one.
even. I didn't even.
It might not be the same song.
Guys,
I bet it
Well,
is.
there is 2 from Donnie Darko. Yes.
I didn't even put mine in any order, so I don't know if I have a number one in that sense. The other thing that I was like,
It's funny because I went with my number 1 and then I went down.
I just went to the things that came to me immediately, and sometimes, for me, from my personal list, what I sort of tried to do is stuff that it wasn't just like, oh, here's a cool moment. There were a couple things that I didn't do. Here's this song is a cool song that plays in the movie, but it doesn't have any relation to it doesn't have any, it doesn't resonate within the movie and about kind of what the whole movie's about in a way. It doesn't enhance the movie. It just plays and it sounds cool. So I tried to avoid that in a way.
Yeah.
Where the songs actually had some sort of point that enhanced the movie.
I think that's for me, the song moments had to be iconic.
Right.
Or the music had to be iconic. By the way,
the other criteria I did for the most part is I avoided all Tarantino with the exception of one. And Tarantino, Edgar Wright, because they, so much of their stuff is needle drops in movies.
Yeah, and it's funny. I got a few, but I too tried to avoid the obvious because people are gonna be like, oh yeah, here's the thing. I think a lot of mine are obvious, but I think a lot of them. By the way, I'm gonna tell you right now, I got classical music drops.
Oh, I have one. For sure.
I have more than one. I have a few. And sometimes in one of my classical drops I mentioned from 3 different films. Same piece of music.
I probably know that piece of music too. Probably know what you have. I didn't, but again,
I don't know. I don't know if you know this one.
I was just sort of going off the top of my head with a lot of this stuff too. So there's a lot that I'm sure that I missed. That like once you say it, like go, oh.
And now, I'll tell you something else that one of them is a remix of a song.
I do have a remix.
There's a remix, and I think the remix might have been done for the movie.
Yeah,
but I included it anyway because it already existed. It's probably the same thing.
And it's so iconic.
It's so iconic that I had to. And by the way, it's my number 4 pick.
Okay,
number 4 of all time. Why don't we start?
Why don't we start, Rob? Why don't you lead us off? And you don't have to start with. You can start wherever you want. Obviously, you don't have to start.
No, I'm just going to go. You know what? I will tell you this. I mean, I think my top 5 are in order because I went in order and then I just started picking things I liked, but. Mine
are as well.
Oh, and
my top 5 are.
One quick thing: Martino gifted 10 Burnettwork memberships.
Martino Simoni. Now you know what? If Martino, I have to tell you, you know how we get people tip things.
Yeah.
I never have ever received a tip in real life until Martino Simone. First of all, he came here. He came to my house on my birthday. But before that, he left me this tip.
Oh, nice.
He left me Swiss francs. And it became a thing. So thank you, Martino. But by the way, he also brought me a cake, and my whole family met him. They loved him. They're still talking about him. I was like, fuck, dude. Do you have to be that cool? He's that cool.
Well, there you go.
So Martino from the Italian-Swiss border. I mean, he lived up to all expectations. So thank you, Martino. I appreciate it. But I will start out. My first is from 1969's Midnight Cowboy. Everybody's Talking by Harry Nilsson. Everybody's talking about it. I thought that song was written for the film. I found out it was not after reading a John Voight interview. So Harry Nilsson, Midnight Cowboy, Everybody's Talking. That is my first essential needle drop. It's iconic. And if it was written for the movie, it would have won. Like Moon River. I went to Moon River from Breakfast at Tiffany's. I know, not exactly the most metal shit in the world. But because I picked this, it's fucking metal. Fuck yeah, it is.
Right.
Fuck them all. Ah!
Dan, why don't you go?
I'm gonna knock off a couple from the list because if Burn doesn't count from Nine Inch Nails,
Right.
The Cure.
Then
The Cure.
I think Shit List from L7 from Natural Born Killers, and more importantly, Ted Just Admit It, which is my all-time favorite song, or one of them. But Ted Just Admit It in Natural Born Killers was remixed, and to me, one of the criteria, Dave, was when you were coming up with this was, what are the songs that when I hear it now, I instantly think of that movie?
That's
right,
great.
100%.
Well, that's fine.
So if I hear Ted Just Admit It by Jane's Addiction, I don't think of that movie, but if I hear that version where it's literally Juliette Lewis talking, obviously it's that movie.
But I think that's...
Natural Born Killers was a little bit on the edge. That's why I'll start with
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
Cool.
Well, yeah, so Natural Born Killers, again, that goes kind of with The Crow and some others there. It's just like the entire soundtrack.
Something like Shit List does not.
By the way, to be self-aggrandizing, so Oliver Stone's music supervisor is a man named Bud Carr. When I was working at Midtown Edit, I'm going to tell this story. I hope she doesn't hear this story. But when I was working at Midtown Edit, I met his daughter, Elizabeth Carr, and we kind of dated. And I'm going to tell this story only because it's relevant. So, like, we were dating, and the first time she hung out at my apartment and spent the night or whatever. The next morning, she said, I can't come over here anymore. And I said, why not? She goes, like, she couldn't deal with the action figures. She's like, I can't, you have all these dolls and they're all looking at me. That's a true story. By the way, Elizabeth, you were so cute and you were beautiful and so much fun. I'm sorry I disappointed you. But there's my connection to Bud Carr, the music supervisor for Oliver Stone. I hope she's had a great life. You know, Midtown Edit was a fun place to work in the 90s, let me just say.
There you go.
All right, Dave, your turn.
All right. Well, I'm not going in any order. I'm just picking here we go. Born to Be Wild, Easy Rider.
Okay. Dave, that was my number 9.
All right.
Number 9 in my top 10, Born to Be Wild, Steppenwolf.
Think about the opening of that movie and everything, but the spirit of that song and everything kind of tells you everything about what the movie you're going to see is. It just sort of really sets the tone of the whole movie in a way, and it's so iconic with that movie. So that's my first pick.
That is
no order.
Amazing, and that was my number 9. Born to Be Wild,
and the
Steppenwolf.
First mention of heavy metal in a song ever.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
All right, Rob, go for it.
Okay, this is gonna seem a little strange. Now, this is on the edge, and this is the most obscure thing that I've put on my list.
Okay.
And what's really unfortunate about it, the reason why I picked it, in 1979, PBS had a mandate that they were going to make some science fiction movies based on literary works. And the first one that they chose was one of my favorite science fiction movies ever, Ursula K. Le Guin's The Lathe of Heaven, that stars Bruce Davidson and Kevin Conway, who later played Kahless on Star Trek.
More importantly, because you're not allowed to mention those two words on this show.
Sorry.
Kevin Conway played the Barkers in the Funhouse.
Yes, he did. Yes, he
played
did.
Three brothers.
And Bruce Davidson was in what, Ben or Willard? He was in Willard.
Yeah, and that with some of those X-Men things.
Yeah, and yeah. So
and Lords of Salem.
Yes. So I love Bruce Davidson. I got to work with him on a movie called Oceanus that my friend Jeff Morris directed, a short film. So with a little help from my friends from the Beatles. Okay. Now, what's unfortunate is the movie's they lost the negative, and it was only ever released once on DVD. And because they didn't get the music rights, they did a sound-alike version on the home video version. So the only way, and what was amazing was the director of photography of Lathe of Heaven, I was a PA on Free Willy, and it was shot by Robbie Greenberg, the director of photography of The Lathe of Heaven. When he came in, I was like, dude, oh my God, you shot The Lathe of Heaven. And he had a 3/4-inch videotape of Lathe of Heaven that had the original version. And I wish I could get that 3/4-inch videotape and remaster the movie, but God only knows. But so there you go.
That's a great story.
The with a little help from my friends.
By the Beatles.
Needle Drop, Lathe of Heaven,
Okay.
PBS, their first science fiction literary adaptation. So there you go.
So theoretically, you could have made up this whole story. We don't have any way to figure out.
Someone in the chat knows.
Yeah. So I will not make up stories. This is a true story.
All right, Dan. What's your second pick?
Okay, now this one I'm not sure if it counts, and you sort of it falls in the Mad World angle, but People Are Strange, Lost Boys. So I don't know if that was recorded for the Lost Boys or not.
I think it was.
But it's so iconic to that moment in the movie, the opening of the film.
Do you know, I think we have to give it up for covers. Because you know, they were previously existing, and I will say, since you've brought this up and since you brought up Donnie Darko, I mean, Mad World for me is on my list. I think I could actually say I have a argument why Tears for Fears' first album, The Hurting, is a great goth record. I've had this argument before. I've been having it for years.
At every goth club I've been to for years. So yes,
yeah, I think The Hurting is one of the great goth records. It's the stealth goth record of all time, and that version of Mad World that's in Donnie Darko is incredible, and I think it needs to be on a list. It's certainly on my list, and that was by Gary Jules.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right. So
but Dave, you didn't have that on yours?
People Are Strange?
Lost Boys?
No.
Yeah.
No.
I didn't have it on mine either.
My criteria was if it was recorded for the movie, which I thought that was, I didn't count
it. It was, but you know what? It already existed.
Just my criteria.
And here's the thing. I would say it counts because I bet the actual Doors version cost too much money. So they had to re-record it, and the thing is, it's a great version, so it should exist.
It is.
It started out as a needle drop that was too expensive, so they had to re-record it.
But it also it was effective in that when I was a kid and saw it and heard that song, it opened the door to the Doors for me as that's old hippie music. I don't know that shit. That made me appreciate one of the bands that are, pre-80s that I'm just like, oh, they're fucking awesome. Every single thing they did was great. But that was what led me to them, was the Lost Boys. Okay, Dave, you're on.
Okay. let's see. I have so many good ones. So many. It's incredible. Which way do I go? Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Relax from Body Double.
That was on my list.
Of course.
Wait, from what movie?
Body Double.
Brian De Palma's Body
1984 Body Double. I am a Frankie Goes to Hollywood acolyte. I bought every 12-inch and every 7-inch remix they made when they put out Welcome to the Pleasure Dome as a vinyl, a re-release on vinyl like 10 years ago. I spent like $250 to buy it. I have like 10 CDs of Frankie remixes still. I fucking love that. And they actually had the band. I mean, it's Holly Johnson, it's Paul Rutherford. They're there, man. They're there.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
And when you see it in the movie, it's truly one of the greatest needle drops of all time.
It's great. And for the sequence that it's in and everything else about, it's this weird, music video within a porn film, within shooting a movie while you're watching the movie. It's this multi-layered, very only De Palma would come up with this many layers on it, and it's pretty awesome. And it's a fuck song, so it's perfectly situated in the subject matter that it's dealing with as well.
I would dare say that the two greatest 12-inch remixes ever released in the history of remixes are New Order's Blue Monday and Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Relax.
There you go. Right.
I mean, they turned me into a 12-inch fiend. In the 80s, I was rifle. Come on, Dave.
Guys, we got to separate that out. We have to just take that little bit and go. It turned me into a 12-inch fiend.
Vinyl, a 12-inch vinyl, 12-inch remix fiend. Look, I was not graced with 12 inches of anything other than vinyl. So I was
fiending for it.
That's why I was fiending for it. Yeah. That's why femdom's a big thing in my life. Just kidding. Or whatever. Wait, what?
Rob, what's your next one?
My next one is Goodbye Horses. Q Lazarus, Silence of the Lambs.
I got that one too.
Definitely.
Don't fuck me.
Has to be on the list.
You have to do. The Tuck song. Q Lazarus, Silence of the Lambs. Oh yes, Goodbye Horses. And again, that is a song that even right now, just that doo-doo, everyone knows exactly what that is. You know exactly what that is. You're right there. You're inserted into the film. Again, that is, to me, the quintessential needle drop.
Yeah, because
iconic.
You think of that movie when you hear that song.
Mm-hmm.
So we all three had that one.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's too good. It's too perfect. Too perfect.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
and it's actually a really good song.
It's a really good
funny
song.
It's like a good dance song, but you think of that.
Yeah,
I know.
Then it feels kind of icky, in a way.
Which makes it even cooler.
Yeah, Dan, go ahead. We got to keep this moving.
Well, I don't know, Dave. You have like 20 more than the two of us, so maybe you should do a couple.
No, we're just going.
Okay, I'll take one that I'm gonna assume Dave has this on his list. You probably both have it, but I'm gonna steal this one right out from under Dave.
Cool.
And that is Party Time.
Okay.
45 Grave.
I don't count it. I don't count it.
Wow.
Wasn't that out before? Didn't they release it before?
Are
you sure?
The thing. Party Time, the original version of it, yes, was released before, but they changed the entire lyrics and re-recorded the song to reflect the movie.
Okay, but I'm going to go with Dan on this because it existed already.
It's an amazing needle drop. I'm just saying I didn't count it because of that fact.
By the way, you got to say what movie it's from, Dan.
Return of the Living Dead.
Of course.
And, which is one of the greatest movies in the history of movies. So, and I was like, I'm gonna try and get this in pull this one out from under Dave, because you were basically in that band for a while. Like not really, but you were a lifer with that band when that was happening. So I'm like, I'm gonna
Not
sneak
that
this
old.
one in here.
No, that's great. And the thing is, that entire album has great needle drops of other stuff that wasn't really written for the movie. They got Rocky Erickson, they've got the Cramps, they've got,
Yeah.
Lords of Acid, so many good songs that were needle drops in that.
But that's the song. Okay, can I tell you a dumb story? This is so stupid, but when I was in high school, I was in video production class, and so we would get camera and mixers and gear and stuff, and you would have to do these little short films. So my first short film that I ever did in school, outside of like when I was a real little kid doing stuff at home, was I took Party Time and I filmed everybody getting off the bus at school, all the like normal kids getting off the bus. And then I filmed me and all my goth friends stomping on flowers to Party Time, just like Return of the Living Dead. I thought I was so clever. It was just like, that song is so good. And, of all these songs, I look at my list. There's so many great ones on here that are just becoming the soundtracks of our lives.
Yeah, no kidding. It's awesome. But no, I mean, Party Time. Look, it's one of my. I love that song. It's one of my favorite. And the thing is, I actually like the Return of the Living Dead version of it, the zombie version, where the lyrics reflect more of the movie, better than I do the original version, which is about a little girl who's being abused, horribly abused. Yes. If you listen to the lyrics, it's horrible. It's just terrible.
I had no idea.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. I've got one. And it's one that two movies use wonderfully. So I'll bring up the movie that I'm picking it from because first, and then the second one that it's also great in, because the first one is more evocative of the movie that it's in.
Okay.
And that's the Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin in Thor Ragnarok.
Oh, that's on my list. That's on my list.
But it is also brilliantly used in School of Rock.
Of course it is. But I went with Thor Ragnarok.
Because that is a metal album come to life.
Okay, that was my number. Just so you know, my number 17.
Okay.
Which, by the way, as I take them away as we go, I just pulled that out of my list. I have a new number 17. That was my number 17 on my list.
I mean,
the Immigrant Song. And by the way, here's something else. The Karen O. Trent Reznor version from Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Now,
that was on my list, but it didn't fit the criteria, so I pulled it out.
but I know because it was done for that. But I would say it's awesome, and there's a David Fincher thing coming that I think Dave and I have on our list that was also a remix. Spoiler alert, by Coyle and Danny Hyde. It's a remix of a Nine Inch Nails song, Closer. So it was actually done. Now, and by the way, I did some research. I don't know if this is true. It might have been done for the film. But because it existed already, the original version, I went with it. And it's my number. It's my number 4.
I think that might have been the first time it was released, but I believe it was done before the movie.
Yeah, the song "Closer" was done. You know what? I'm just going to say.
I know, but I mean the remix because he had put out a few remix albums prior to that.
Yeah, he did. Like Further Down the Spiral.
Anyway, so why don't you just say it?
I'll just say it. My number 4, "Closer," 9 Inch Nails, the Coyle and Danny Hyde remix from the opening credits of David Fincher's seminal 1995, 7. I think one of the most, if not the most, I mean, if someone asks me the greatest opening credit sequences for movies, maybe a Saul Bass one would go. But in the modern age, Superman the movie and 7 have the greatest opening credit sequences.
Kyle Cooper.
Kyle Cooper over at Imaginary Forces. That was my number 4.
Beautiful.
There you go. I'm getting rid of that, so my number 4 is now changed. But
so I'm gonna jump in, and I'm assuming this was probably on both of your lists, but it was another opening title, great title sequence. When I think of great title sequences, 7 is probably the topmost. But Watchmen and Times They Are Changing is
Bob Dylan.
pretty great. I didn't put it on my list because I don't really love the song as much as I love that moment in the movie.
You know what's funny about that? You're right, though. That it's one of the greatest needle drop. And by the way, Zack Snyder, you know, I hate to say this, I was looking at Sucker Punch. He knows his needle drops, but my problem is he co-ops other movies' needle drops.
Right.
And
Yes.
and I have to say, fuck you, Zack Snyder. You co-opt other movies. I think one of the worst, and it's on my list. You know what? I'm going to say it now. I don't mean to go out of turn.
That's fine.
But Wagner. Dun 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 dun.
Well, Ride of the Valkyries.
Ride of the Valkyries from Apocalypse Now. Also, they use it in Watchmen in the Vietnam sequence,
Yeah,
which is like, it's like, okay, first of all, what you're doing is you're creatively breaking the fourth wall. And look, it's like someone else already did that for their Vietnam Phantasmagoria, which, by the way, spoiler alert.
That was his point, though.
Yeah, but you know, because he shattered the reality he was creating was shattered. He stole someone else's needle drop.
Right.
It was bad, but my God, what a great needle drop! And by the way, you know what? Can I just jump to the end of my list, my number one, since our list the number doesn't matter.
Tired of this?
What's that?
Are you just getting tired of this?
No, I love it, but we're no okay. I just want that was anyway. You guys go. That was a thing. Apocalypse Now, and it pissed me off so much because Zack Snyder, Sound of Silence, which is very high on my list. He stole that. He also and he stole them because of their pop culture significance, but he broke the fourth wall with those music choices.
For those
But in
who
the
know
case of
those movies, but those are old movies, and the young audience might not know where they came from.
I know, but I watch them. I'm like, why did you use Sound of Silence? Because it's so iconic from another movie, which we'll talk about later. And then when you have Dr. Manhattan,
Sound of Silence wasn't written for the movie.
nope.
Okay.
I will say this. Zack Snyder, especially in Watchmen, it's almost, he always borders on meta. And that's, I think, by design that he's pulling things that pull you into another moment in time. By design. Like Sucker Punch kind of does it. Watchmen kind of does it. The zombie movies don't as much.
I know.
But he does do that on purpose. And I would imagine that was very much a really important choice for him to do that knowing he was pulling them from other movies, not just from pop culture, not just other movies.
But here's the thing. In his sequence takes place in that movie in an alternate future, but it takes place in Vietnam. And to me, it's like what Coppola did in Apocalypse Now was so iconic. And by co-opting that, what he did was he said, let me remind you of another movie. Which you might be right. It really bothered me. I'm like, you transgressed, Zack Snyder. You know, it's like when someone else, and I'll tell you something. One of my, I'll say it again, another one of my great needle drops is Lakme by Dilliams from The Hunger.
Dude.
And then he used it again. He used it again.
Rob, save some on your list.
Sorry.
Save a few. Save a couple. Save a couple.
All right. On that note, Dave Parker, you should go like 2 in a row.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll do 2. In no order, because I don't have an order. Sister Christian.
Oh, fuck, that's a good one.
I forgot that. That's from Boogie Nights.
Oh, good job.
It does everything to like absolutely like build the tension of the scene. It's just an amazing use of the song and building of what that entire scene is and everything else. It's just an amazing use of the song within the movie. And most people, I think, now think of that movie when they hear that song.
Yes.
By the way, we can't forget we're getting a lot of people firing in super chats and things. So
yeah,
don't.
we will.
Yeah, we'll get. Just so you know, I'm watching that closely.
Yes.
But this is getting fun. I'm having a lot of fun.
Another one that I think is iconic. Again, in no order. I have so many that by the end of it, I'll just go through a list of ones that we missed. Freebird, The Devil's Rejects.
That's on my list as well.
An amazing use of that song. It's the entire climax of that movie is to Freebird. The entire song.
All right, you know what? I will. I'll give that to you. It's fine. I think you're right about it.
Well,
I just
Zombie is another master of the needle drop. I mean,
he is. No, he is.
So many, but to me, that's his best use of one.
Okay.
It's funny because in the movie when it happens, it almost seems cheesy, and within about 20 seconds, it's the movie. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, yeah. Freebird, okay, and then it's like, oh, okay, now I'm in.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got an amazing group of needle drops in almost every movie he's done. But anyway, all right, Dan, go for it.
Okay, how about Don't Fear the Reaper from the Frighteners?
Not bad.
Is that the best use of that needle drop? It's actually, yeah, it is.
I love it. After going on the whole journey, that's the last punch in the face.
Well,
so
okay.
Maybe or the use of it in the stand. The beginning of the stand. But the thing is, that's a TV show, and that doesn't fit our criteria. Well, you just did Lay the Heaven, which was a TV show.
It
was a movie put on TV.
Well, The Stand was a miniseries. But anyway, it's fine. And anyway, it's a good choice.
But I don't know it from The Stand at all. I guess I don't know that movie.
It's right from the opening.
It's Mick Garris's. It's the
I know the movie. I just never. I saw it when it came out in 1985. So I barely remember it. It was probably 88,
93,
92. Same difference.
No, but Don't Fear the Reaper is great though.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
That song could go in pretty much any horror movie.
And it's great work. In The Frighteners. Yeah.
It was great in The Frighteners.
Rob.
Yeah.
Next.
Okay. Jackson Browne, Somebody's Baby from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
That's pretty great.
Right?
Yep.
I'm just saying.
That's pretty great.
Spooky Town's like, I've never seen that movie. It came out in 1982. But if you know that, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Jackson Browne, Somebody's Baby.
That's what's playing when Phoebe Cates...
no,
more to the movie than Phoebe Cates?
No, it's,
I thought that was
Jennifer
the whole
Jason
movie.
Leigh.
No, as a matter of fact, here's the thing. I'm going to be honest. I was going to go with The Cars, Moving in Stereo. But the only reason I didn't was because Moving in Stereo is when Judge Reinhold is masturbating, thinking about Phoebe Cates coming out of the water.
That's more, yeah.
But I'm like, did I want to be considered the creepy old white dude who's thinking about Phoebe Cates' boobs? Well, okay, I'll be honest. Yes, I was. And I was going to go with The Cars, Moving in Stereo, because that was the thing. But I figured, I'm going to downshift because it's Fast Times at Ridgemont High and I wanted something. But all right, I'll be honest. It's The Cars, Moving in Stereo, seeing Phoebe Cates' unbelievable knockers as she unfurls them, which, by the way, is one of the great moments in cinema, and paired with that song. Because that Cars song is a fucking banger.
I have to say,
it is fucking awesome.
In our modern era, just scrolling through Twitter, that pops up regularly. Just someone reposted her taking her top off.
Yeah, but you know what?
It's in our lives like songs are now.
The thing is, that song, the grind, that entire song just screams fucking. That song is great. Life's the same, I'm moving in stereo. I mean, it's so good. It's the perfect needle drop. Maybe one of the most perfect needle drops.
It is great.
Yeah.
So forget it.
Extra
Somebody's
bonus point
baby.
for,
Okay, Jackson Brown, you lose. I change it.
So the
You
Cars,
saw
which
through
were much
me.
cooler anyway.
Okay,
The Cars were a much cooler band.
they were.
All right, Dan, go.
Oh, I just want you to go.
Oh, okay. I'll go. I gotta look.
How about Dave? I'm going to challenge you to pick a very specifically metal one for the Metal Mayhem.
Okay. A very metal one. Twisted Sisters, We're Not Gonna Take It. Ready Player One.
Ooh, that's a
Nice.
good one.
Nice.
You know, the music that accompanies the climactic battle. It's awesome.
Wow.
It's an awesome use of it.
Good one.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's a
Love
good
that.
one,
I
Dave.
love the use of that. I was so surprised that like Steven Spielberg's using We're Not Going to Take It. All right, here we go. I do have a few more. The funny thing is I didn't find that too many metal ones because a lot of the metal ones and stuff like that are like covers of songs. And I didn't
Yeah. I
So, like,
that
the
was I
Shocker,
found that
like,
too.
The Shocker soundtrack, I didn't do, or sometimes it just wasn't like. Or there was a movie that like used one that I think had better needle drops in it, so I didn't pick those. So anyway, so yeah, We're Not Going to Take It. Ready Player One.
It's good. I like that. I'm
Right.
down with that. Yeah.
As soon as you said Twisted Sister, I thought, are you going Pee-wee's Big Adventure? But that doesn't really feel like a needle drop.
No, but there is a great needle drop in Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Tequila.
Well,
yes, there is. Yeah.
So there's another
Yeah.
one of mine. Tequila from Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Wow, that is a pretty, like, that is hand in hand with that scene in the movie. Like that,
Absolutely.
you can't hear it otherwise.
Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
all right, Dan, you're up.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna go. So it's weird. I have like a few songs on here, 3 songs on here that I don't particularly like, but when they're so good in the movie, it makes you like the song. It makes you really endeared to that movie. One of them's in my top 5, but Hurdy Gurdy Man for Zodiac.
Oh,
that's great.
that was in my list.
It was on your list?
Oh yeah. Oh my God, so good.
Because I know the other version of Hurdy Gurdy Man as a song, but that weird old 70s version is just such a bizarre song.
You mean the
and I never
original
thought of it
version?
as creepy. Well, no, I know the Butthole Surfers version, which is like
Yeah.
what, the 90s.
Yeah, but
like
dude,
the original, who does Hurdy Gurdy Man?
But-
I don't even.
but that
Who does Hurdy Gurdy Man? It's Donovan. Donovan.
yeah. It
It's
is,
just, I
and,
never thought of it as creepy. I always thought of it as weird. And in Zodiac, you're like, oh, it's
oh
almost
no,
like,
no,
I don't
that
like it.
that was on my list.
Yeah, that's great.
It's
That's a great one.
that is iconic. Again, you know what? He doesn't get enough credit, but David Fincher is the master of needle drops. Like with Tarantino, like Oliver Stone. By the way, John Hughes was a master of needle drops.
Yes. he
Yeah.
was.
And look, I don't you forget about me. Written for the film, maybe. I mean, I didn't pick it, but you know, obviously, you know.
Was it written for the film? I didn't put it, but I'm not sure if it was. Was it?
I don't know if it was. I think it was actually.
For what?
Simple Minds for Breakfast Club. Don't you
I don't think so.
forget about
No,
me.
it wasn't. It was not written for the Breakfast Club.
Well, if it wasn't, then it's an incredible
could be
needle
on-
drop. I thought it was, so I didn't. I took it off my list, but it's an incredible needle drop if it was not. So
All right, Rob.
okay,
Go for it.
you guys are This is going to be a little. I know it's going to land with a resounding thud.
He's gonna rock our world, man.
No. I'm going Wong Kar-wai. Another, by the way, master of the fucking needle drops. Wong Kar-wai is one of my favorite directors, and I'm going to his film Fallen Angels. I'm going Laurie Anderson. I know.
That's very cool.
Speak my language. Just look up Laurie Anderson, Fallen Angels, Speak My Language, and watch what happens. And you tell me if that isn't, I mean, I think about it, and it is what I would like to say. It's bonerific. That's all I'm going to say.
So the movie is Fallen Angels?
Fallen Angels, it was going to be, Chungking Express was 2 stories. It was going to be 3 stories. Wong Kar-wai spun off the 3rd story into Fallen Angels. And Laurie Anderson, Speak My Language, the way it's used in Fallen Angels, absolutely iconic. Oh my God, you can find it on YouTube. You'll know. You'll know why I picked it.
He's gotten very, very classy here. Very classy. Very classy.
Well, the rest
Rob's always classy.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
I'm gonna throw one at you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's unexpected. Time in a Bottle. Jim Croce. X-Men Days of Future Past.
Oh, dude, I didn't think about that. That is fucking that is an amazing needle drop.
It is.
Brian's gonna be pissed I didn't pick it. You're right. That's an amazing. That's when Quicksilver, they're springing Magneto from his plastic prison. That is a great fucking needle drop.
Good one, dude. Yeah,
that's a good one. Really good. You know, it's funny you say that. I watched that today. I watched that scene today. It popped up on YouTube. I watched it.
and you didn't go. Oh,
I didn't pick it. I didn't pick it.
It's so funny. It's a great needle drop.
Great needle drop.
All right, Dan. You're next.
I didn't have this one on my list, but I'm going to throw it in just because you made me think of it because of X-Men, but it's not X-Men, but it's sort of related. Beastie Boys Sabotage and Star Trek is obviously...
You can't because Star Trek, that were those...
Okay, first of all, I'm going to tell you this, Dan.
And it's a terrible use of the song.
I have one awful... I have the worst... I'm just going to say, I have this whole list of 30 things. I have one, the worst use of a needle drop, the worst needle drop in the history of cinema ever.
Is it worse than Sabotage? It is Sabotage. Okay.
No, it is Sabotage.
I think we all agree
it's
on
the
that.
fucking worst. It's J.J. Abrams thinking he's clever. Fuck you, J.J. Abrams. That's the worst thing ever. And you know what's funny about Sabotage? The Beastie Boys already made it cool because they reference Mario Bava and Danger Diabolic. You know, and it's like not in their filmography or in their... They're so... The Beastie Boys, who I love, I will say one of the greatest hip-hop records of all time, and I will die on this hill.
Paul's Boutique?
Paul's Boutique. Their second album is one of the greatest. I understand they're white dudes. I get it. But Paul's Boutique, this goes out to all the stewardesses flying around the world. It's one of the greatest. The entire time I worked on Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, the only record I listened to during the entire time I worked on that film was the Beastie Boys' Paul's Boutique. All summer long. All 1989, the summer of 89, from June to September, that's all I listened to was that one CD.
Was it breaking in 1989? Were they a thing or was that a little later?
No, they were already a thing because of their first album. They toured with Madonna.
Right.
Yeah, License
They
to
had the pneumatic penis on stage, and when I went and saw Madonna's first tour, and she, the Beastie Boys, opened for her.
Wow!
And that was in '85. You've got to fight for your right to party. License to Ill.
Yeah, License to Ill, huge hit, huge album.
I remember it being big. I just didn't remember if it was already big by then. But yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah, no, it was. And their second album. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's still to this day an unbelievable record. Unbelievable.
All right, I forget who's up.
You're up, Dave. Sure, you're
I'm
up.
up. I'm up. Okay. Let me see here. Let's see. I don't want to do my number one yet because I do have a number one.
Me too.
Dude, I've got 20 left.
Yeah, we've got a lot left.
I've got like 8 left.
I'm just seeing which one would be good now. You know, so I don't seem like everything's a modern film. And I know this is on Rob's list as well. We'll Meet Again, Dr. Strangelove.
It isn't on my list. And that, first of all, Kubrick is another master of the needle drop, but oh my God, I feel remiss. That is a great, great, great pick, Dave. Kudos to you, sir.
I'm really surprised you didn't have that on the list. So yeah, I mean, again, it's just, you know.
We'll meet again.
Perfect way to end that movie.
Don't know where, don't know when. Oh, when the world is ending. Yeah. That is a, by the way, that is a quintessential beautiful needle drop. Well done, sir. I defer to your excellence.
All right, Rob. Well, give us some excellence of your own.
Okay, here's a wacky one.
Wacky.
You know, and it's topical because it's in the news this week. Day-o.
There you go.
Day-o.
Oh, definitely on my list.
Well, the Banana Boat song, Harry Belafonte.
Should have been on my list. I totally
from
didn't think
Beetlejuice. Come on.
And that new trailer looks great.
It does look great. I can't wait to see it. But, you know.
The funny thing is I don't think they show enough of the new stuff. I think they played too heavily on the nostalgia stuff and not enough in the new stuff. And I hear from other sources that there is a lot of new stuff in it. So they're playing kind of heavily onto this old stuff, which it's give me a little new.
But I had to go with Dale because, I mean, it was such... No one knew the Banana Boat song until, you know, Beetlejuice and a huge resurgence.
And then you also have Jump in the Line, also in Beetlejuice, which is also used great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the trailer of Beetlejuice made a big mistake by doing a cover of Deo and not just using the Harry Belafonte one.
I know. I agree.
I think it's like it doesn't need to be like some kids choir or something doing it. Just stick with the tried and true. If you're going to go that way, just do it. But anyway, okay, Dan, you're up.
All right, so I'll go with Kubrick on this one, and I'm not sure if it's going to ruin other people's, but you can kind of do anything in Clockwork Orange, but I'll say Beethoven's Fifth because it's so specific to the speedy thing, and the all of it is like it's kind of the whole thing. But all right, so I see you're both got something to say about it. So go ahead, Rob.
Here's the thing: Clockwork Orange is one of my favorite movies of all time. Now, what Kubrick did though was Walter Carlos, who later became Wendy Carlos, or Wendy Carlos became Walter Carlos. All of that was re-recorded specifically for the film, so that's why I think you're right because I went because that the album Switched on Bach led to the soundtrack of Clockwork Orange. And it's one of my favorite movies. And the version of Beethoven's work and the Ode to Joy and everything is in there. Incredible. And Kubrick, again, was the master of the needle drop. And I have to say, on my list, Stanley Kubrick looms large. He's number 2. My needle drop is number 2 on my list.
2.
But it's not from Clockwork Orange. 2.
Okay. Not 99 Luft balloons.
No, it's number 2. But I'm going to give you that because it's a great. I think
it's a cover.
It is a cover and it exists. I mean it's a recording. Yeah, so I'm going to give it to you.
It's years old, so it's always going to be a cover for that. But I feel like I didn't realize, and you're absolutely right now that I think about it. I didn't realize it was made for that movie, and you are right. So
but still, I mean,
yeah,
it was Walter Carlos became Wendy Carlos, or was it Wendy Carlos became Walter Carlos?
Became Wendy Carlos.
Yeah, Walter became Wendy. So it changed over, but I mean, the work that they did together is, and I would say it's all, I'll give it to you, because Kubrick is the master of the needle drop. I mean, we did A Bad Thing, which I did not put on my list from Eyes Wide Shut. I didn't do that.
It's okay. You're forgiven.
But I thought about it. See, these are things I got caught up in all of it.
Just in the.
I'm going to give you that.
The
Spooky, it's great because the Clockwork Orange electronic soundtrack is one of my favorite soundtracks of all time.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's
you know
fantastic.
what's interesting is I love the movie. I read the book, even though it was the hardest book to read in the history of books.
Yeah, because you had to keep going back to the glossary. What are they saying?
But yeah, the whole time the book was so hard. But so I loved it, and as a teenager, I made like Clockwork Orange T-shirts. I loved it so much, and then I hadn't visited it in a really long time. And my wife Tammy visited, and she's like, "That movie is really awful to watch by a modern lens. It's a completely different movie now." And it totally is. It's weird. Like, it was always rapey, but now it's like so much heavier than it used to be. It's a weird phenomenon how things change with our tastes and what we'll handle and what I mean, it's still a great movie, obviously, but it is amazing to see movies at different ages from when you first saw it, right? And then also with the different moment in time that we're in. It's just very uniquely different. Am I angering you, Rob? It looks like I am.
No. You're absolutely right. Yeah, no, I think your assessment's incredibly astute. I mean,
the movie was problematic then.
Oh,
right,
yeah,
right.
It was. But the thing is, it still works, and it by definition, what it shows is horrible. You know, but it's still an incredible film that poses very difficult questions. It was made for a much more mature time where people thought a lot about what they saw.
True.
That's funny because I look at it like loving shock rock stuff. Like as a 13-year-old, that was as shocking as you could get.
Oh, it was absolutely. So I mean, that's when I saw it when I was 13. It was the first movie I got on home video. I brought it home and it blew. I'd seen it in stuff like the Science Fiction Encyclopedia and Alan Frank's Sci-Fi Now, and I'd seen pictures of it, but I hadn't seen it because it's not like they played it on TV. And then when it came out on home video, I was 13, and it was the first movie I ever watched back to back twice. I was so blown away by it. I watched back a second time.
Wow.
So,
yeah, that was one of the. I mean, I always would get obsessive, just like you guys, with stuff. So it would be like, I like this. I'm going to buy the poster and the book and the toys and all that. Obviously,
I did that too. I have an Alex. I have an Alex figure up there. I feel guilty about having an action figure of a rapist murderer.
You know, that was the conversation that Tammy got into with it. Was the Living Dead dolls made an Alex figure, and we have hundreds of Living Dead dolls. And she was like, I don't want that one. I'm like, are you nuts? We need this one. It's so important. And she was like, I don't like that movie anymore. I watched it recently, and I genuinely hadn't thought about it that way.
Yeah, but do you have a Freddy Krueger?
Of course we do.
Well,
Two
that's
of them.
a child molester.
Yeah, he molests children.
Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it. But again,
get off your fucking throne, your high horse.
No. I do think it is fascinating to see movies differently as an adult. Well, obviously, a lot of them that like Blade Runner as a kid was just boring, and now it's this masterpiece that's slow as opposed to boring, right? So it is amazing how things can change with you and with the times, and how art can evolve. It's fascinating.
Absolutely.
But
I agree.
Good choice. All right, you ready? I'm going to throw down another gauntlet on you, Rob.
Uh-oh.
One that I'm sure you have. And if you don't...
I didn't have Dr. Strangelove, dude. That was a huge pull. That was awesome.
Well, this one, I think you might have. It's from one of your favorite movies. And that's Tiny Dancer from Almost Famous.
Bro. You know me well. Absolutely.
I have it too. I almost didn't want to put it on because it was the metal show.
Well, my numbers have changed, but yes, Tiny Dancer, now it's number 11, but I've been pulling things off my list. But yes, one of the greatest needle drops, Almost Famous, is in my top 10 favorite films of all time. That film means so much to me on so many different levels. But that use of that song, oh my God, can you get more iconic than that? You know, after a group is fractured, the power of music to bring people back together.
Yeah, and it's interesting because someone in the room asked Major Chai asked.
She's amazing, by the way. She's amazing.
Does music in biopics count? And I didn't count them because it's a biopic. That's different.
Yeah. If they made the music, it doesn't count.
Right. So no.
But if you said Bohemian Rhapsody in Wayne's World,
which I had on my list,
I do too, that counts.
I thought it was so obvious I didn't even put it on there because it was like, of course, yes, that's obvious. But I didn't write it down. I should have.
Yeah, but that was definitely one on the list. Good going, Rob.
Nicely done, Dave.
It's Dan's turn.
No, I haven't said one.
No, you did. You just said Bohemian Rhapsody, Wayne's World.
Oh, well.
Hey.
Okay, yeah, I did. That's on my list. Indeed.
All right, I'm getting down to my my top 5. So
I'm only down to I've got 19 left.
You really, honestly?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, then all 5 of mine are probably on your list because I know one we've already discussed 3 different ways. But I will go with. I'll save my surprise one. Where is my mind? Fight Club.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, that's on my list.
The Pixies, that definitely is.
I figured that was an obvious one that everybody just appreciates the use of really good movie music or music in a movie that just goes hand in hand that you didn't know it was so perfect for it until you saw it.
No, and when you get to the end of that movie, I mean, every time we all love Fight Club, you know, every time I watch that film, when you get to that music cue, it's almost like you forget it starts, but when it starts, it's perfect. I mean, and the buildings come down. It's brilliant. Brilliant.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. All right. We could go a little classy here. A little weird and a little classy. Next. Roy Orbison.
I got it.
In Dreams.
Blue Velvet.
Blue Velvet.
Yes, that's on my list. The candy-coated clown we call the Sandman.
Yeah,
yes.
Little Dean Stockwell lip syncing to "In Dreams."
Oh,
pretty amazing moment there.
Amazing. I mean, again, an unbelievable needle drop. You have to go with that. I mean, my God.
And I think David Lynch is another one that does great things.
Great needle drops.
Amazing stuff with music.
By the way, that was in my top 10. Now I'm going to erase it. But yes, an amazing one. An amazing needle drop.
You're up, Rob.
Ooh, since we're not going in, okay, I'm going to downshift. You want to know what I'm going to go for?
Yeah.
Mozart. Cool. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. His famous piece, The Marriage of Figaro. From what movie? The Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, very nice.
Which is a literal needle drop on the record. I don't know what she was saying. You know, Morgan Freeman. The Marriage of Figaro.
Very nice.
There you go. Shawshank Redemption. It's such a great moment. I mean, I think The Shawshank Redemption is one of the best directed films of all time. It was Frank Darabont's first theatrical feature, shot by Roger Deakins. It was a film that was born out of love by its creator. And every single scene of that movie, and by the way, that also has other great needle drops, but that one, and when I was thinking, it was the first thing, it was an actual needle put the needle on the record, put the needle on the record, put the needle on the record when the drum beats go like this. Yes.
Yes. That's a great one.
I'm going to pose a question to you guys. This is a little side tangent for a moment.
Nice.
Free Enterprise, Hills Run Red. Was there songs? Obviously, on these big budget movies, you don't get the pick of the litter with music. Was there ever a piece of music you guys as directors were dying to get but couldn't? Like a specific thing you're like, oh, I just want this one.
For me, I got 4 that were written into the script. Oh, I not only, I'll tell you a funny story. So a song, first of all, for anybody making films, never write specific songs into your script because they will fuck you. They know you want it, so then they'll hold you up for more money.
Yeah.
But in my script, I didn't know that because I was naive. But one of the songs I wanted so much was the Cults version off their album Love, which was I think 86. I wanted She Sells Sanctuary because I tied it to Logan's Run. And I didn't just want, I wanted the album version that had the long intro,
right,
where Ian Astbury was going, hey, 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 and Billy Duffy's like,
oh, right.
So what was interesting, my music supervisor, Spring Aspers, who's one of the biggest music executives in the business now, she said, okay, you can get this song, but Ian Astbury wants to meet you and hear why you want it.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that's awesome.
So I went to an office on Ventura Boulevard and I sat down with fucking Ian Astbury, the lead singer of the fucking Cult.
And what year was Free Enterprise? Like
99. Well, it celebrates its 25th anniversary on June 4th. It was 1999.
Okay.
And this was 98 when we were making it.
But so this is the Cult, and they've peaked, and they're a thing. They're not. They're in the zeitgeist for a while now. Yeah.
No.
Sonic Temple. They're big out. They're big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they had 3. Rick Rubin. So there was Love, which is my favorite record of theirs. They were Southern Death Cult.
The mainstream one.
Well, Sonic Temple was the third. So they did Love, and then they did Electric. That was
which is the best
produced
one,
by
really.
Rick Rubin, because they had Little Devil on that album.
Yeah.
And then Sonic Temple was their bid to be the new AC/DC. But
and it worked for a couple songs.
It did. I mean, I like Sonic Temple.
I love it.
But so I had to sit down with Ian Astbury and talk to him, and I said, "Listen, man,
now he's famously not cool. Was he cool?
He was so cool.
Wow, that's great.
He was so cool to me." But it was really interesting because when I sat down with him, I said, "Listen, I've seen you live twice or 3 times." And he goes, "Oh, really? Well, where?" And I had to tell him each show that I'd seen him at, so he knew I was legit. And then he wanted to know why She Sells Sanctuary. And he hadn't seen Logan's Run, and I had to explain about what Sanctuary was and what it meant to the main characters and finding a girl like Jessica Agater and all, the whole thing. And then he goes, "So why do you want the long version?" And I said, "Because I love your intro. I love the guitar. I love Billy Duffy's guitar, but I love you going, hey, 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 you know, and you hear, and I was so, and here's the thing. He had to believe, but my whole thing was, I'm like, dude, here's why I have to have it, because I need that guitar intro, and I need what you're saying, and it has to be that thing, and he knew that I wasn't bullshitting him, and he appreciated the fact, again, what we talked earlier about. He knew that I was genuine. He knew, because you can't fake it. There's no bullshit. I had explained to him exactly why. I told him why I wrote it in the script. And he might not have understood the whole Logan's Run Sanctuary connection, but he knew that I knew what it was. And so I'm like, this is why I need it. And when I was like, listen, dude, I got to have this song. It still cost $10,000.
Which by today's standards is nothing.
Not much. But
that song, that's nothing.
There were 4 songs I wanted for the Free Enterprise soundtrack that I had to have. One was Shriekback's Underwater Boys, because I love Shriekback. And by the way, now that I'm realizing all the Michael Mann, like, Band of the Hand has a great Shriekback needle drop I forgot. But Shriekback, Duran Duran's Planet Earth, I needed the long version. Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Welcome to the Pleasure Dome, and The Cult. All 4 of those songs cost $10,000 each, and my entire music budget was $100,000. So I blew, because the record company, when I made Free Enterprise, it was all needle drops. The needle drops, when we went back, was $1.2 million, and the movie didn't cost that much.
Wow.
So my needle drops that I'd put into the festival version was more than the entire movie cost, and they're like, you get $100,000. That's what you got for 65 tracks. And I'm like, well, I'm fucked.
Yeah, but good times though.
You figured it out. You work it out. That's what you do.
The things look, I got like the first movie. I got Dinah Cancer and her band at the time, Penis Flytrap, to do the song for Dead Hate the Living. I got Haunted Garage. I got, those couple things, but they were kind of easy gets because I knew those people. They didn't cost anything, so that was good. For Hills Run Red, there was a song by this band called Calexico that I wanted that I couldn't get. There were and literally right around that time, Public Enemies, the Johnny Depp movie, used it Michael Mann used it, the same song in the trailer. So I was like,
really?
Well, fuck that. That ain't happening. Yeah. So I don't dream that big. I just don't, it's like, I can't, because I never have a budget. I can't even imagine having $100,000 to license music for, songs. That would be amazing.
No,
what about in your latest movie? Was there a song?
There was definitely a song by but again, it was weird. It was a weird song because I always put weird, like at the end of Hills Run Red, I have this big operatic, singer type thing for the end of the movie, and that was inspired by Diamanda Gallis and a cue of hers that I heard.
By the way, that's a great. Freddie knocked that shit out of the park.
And then in the new movie in You Shouldn't Have Let Me In, which is on Tubi now, there's a part where they're in this nightclub, and it's the introduction to the vampire. And when I was there in the club, for the extras and everyone, I was playing this cue from this Nordic band called Heilung, and I was playing that cue. So I wanted this weird, but other than that, I didn't, and they've gotten very big, and there's a very big video game that uses that cue in their video game now and stuff like that. I forget what it's called. Is it called Killblade? Maybe, I forget. So I'm not sure.
I recall I worked on these movies, Devil's Carnival, which are musicals, and Jimmy Urine from Mindless Self-Indulgence is in it, in the second one. And I remember talking to him and saying people would call him up and say, oh, I want this one Mindless Self-Indulgence song. And it would cost a fortune. Like the label would be like, you can have it for $50,000 or $100,000 or whatever. So he himself would go make sound-alikes for filmmakers.
Right.
And it would be close-ish, but it would be an original Jimmy Urine thing just so you could have that sound. But I think whatever their big song was on like one of the skateboarding video games, and it not only cost more, but then because it was on that game, it made it cost 10 times more.
It was probably a Tony Hawk game at the time.
Was it Tony Hawk? It was
Probably.
Tony Hawk or GTA. It might have been Grand Theft Auto, but whatever it was, I just thought it was fascinating that you could go to the actual musician and get it, because it's actually not that surprising. Musicians are creatives. They understand what you're after, and what you're going for, and they're going to be a lot more likely to, like, meeting Ian Astbury and saying like, oh, I get why you want this. Like, they want you to succeed as a creative.
No, they did. And I'll tell you, to further that, so there used to be, and I don't know if it's still there, but on Sunset Boulevard, there's a bookstore called Book Soup.
What's
still there?
What's a bookstore?
Or I think it's still there.
So behind Book Soup was another bookstore, a small bookstore that specialized in selling first editions. And I would go in there all the time. And one of the 4 songs that cost me $10,000 on Free Enterprise was Duran Duran's Planet Earth. And so I was in this I forget the name of it, this first edition bookstore behind Book Soup. And I was the only one in there, and I was talking with the owner and about all these books and because I love books. And fucking John Taylor, the bass player of Duran Duran, walks in with his wife. And so it's just me, John Taylor, and his wife, and the guy with the pants. And the proprietor of the bookstore. And he introduces me. He's like, John Taylor, this is, Rob Burnett, and he's here. And I looked at him and I said, Mr. Taylor, I have to tell you, I'm a Duranie. I'm a huge Duran Duran fan. I used to get my hair cut as Simon Le Bon, but more importantly, I paid I do. Wow, dude. Wow, 9.5 weeks reference. Wow. Go Dave Parker. 9.5 weeks.
Right,
I do what I do to That's actually a really good song. I did not pick that as a needle drop because I think it probably was written for them.
Made for the movie.
Yeah, made for the movie. But wow. Nice 9.5 weeks reference. People get so much gold on the channel, they don't even know.
I love that song.
So that's a great song. That soundtrack. So anyway, the funny thing was, I said to him, listen, man, I made a movie and I licensed Planet Earth. And he goes, well, how much money did I make? I go, you made $10,000 from my independent film budget. And he shook my hand and he said, thank you very much. And I was like, you go, awesome. John Taylor.
I hear he's awesome.
He was his bass playing videos like during COVID
were awesome.
Awesome.
And his autobiography is really entertaining.
I'm an unashamed Duran Duran's a sci-fi band.
I love Duran Duran.
I'm a huge Duran Duran, and by the way, their albums have been great. Paper Gods, Elizabeth and I saw it.
Spooky always says if it's pre-Duran Duran, it sucks and it's bad and it's terrible.
No, it just doesn't matter if it's Duran Duran is my barometer of when things matter because it's a nebulous 78 to 81. But if it's before Duran Duran, it doesn't matter.
Hey man, I saw them on their touring their first album. They came to Seattle in like 81.
9.5 weeks. I'm gonna bring it back a little bit.
You're going to say Joe Cocker, aren't you?
Joe Cocker's You Can Leave Your Hat.
Joe Cocker, that's on my list. On my list.
So good. And it's such a great version of it.
From what movie?
Song. Joe Cocker. Remember when John Belushi on Saturday Night Live used to
look, Spooky Dan does not know what 9.5 weeks is. He does not know
who. Wait, that's Kim Basinger and Mickey Rourke?
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember. I don't think I've ever seen it, but I
Zalman King and his wife Patricia Louise Knopp, directed by
Adrian Lyne.
I
know it was like Skinamax for the big screen.
Come on, man! Don't you dare malign 9.5 weeks.
9.5 weeks.
I don't know the movie. I'm not disparaging. Isn't that real though?
Created Skinamax.
No, there was boobies on TV long before.
Boobies, but
whatever.
The erotic. It was the rebirth of the legit erotic film during the 80s.
Okay, all right.
And led to Adrian Lyne doing Fatal Attraction.
Yeah.
Let's get back.
And I did. All right, so there was.
But Joe Cocker's "You Can Leave Your Hat On" is such an iconic because it's when he's feeding her food and putting honey all over her and.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Okay.
The dance with the blinds. It was very MTV. It was very MTV, influenced at the time.
Yeah, and 9.5 weeks led to House of Dreams with Zara White. And Wait, what?
House of Dreams. Aiming some Andrew Blake shit there.
We need some Andrew Blake action.
If you don't
Zara White. If you guys don't know House of Dreams and Zara White, all I can say to you is this. If you know, you know.
You'll never look at a conch shell. I said conch shell the same way.
Conch.
You
can blow it.
What the hell
look, if you guys just look up Andrew Blake and House of Dreams.
We're talking about a porno. talking about a porno directed by Andrew Blake.
Not a
Classic is-
porno, the porno of the time.
the
It's the
classic
ultimate.
porno.
If Duran made, if the
Russell
Girls on
Mulcahy
Film
had
video was
direct-
X-rated, it would have been House of Dreams.
Okay, he had directed a porn film. It would have been House of Dreams.
Okay.
But maybe not, knowing Russell Mulcahy a little bit. But
The only problem with House of Dreams is it's so beautiful. There's no anal, which bums me out. But whatever. Wait, what?
back to our covers.
So the topic now is best use of music in a porno.
No,
No, we're
I'm
not going
sadly-
there. We're not going there.
No,
Who knows where
let's
this day
do-
takes us?
we're on a journey. It's a journey.
We are.
Okay, I've got a good one.
Good.
And
go
I've
for
got a good one. Now, here's one that was actually written for a movie. And there is two different versions of it. There's the movie version and the album version of the song.
But it was written for the movie, so
it was written for-
it's not
but-
really a needle drop.
Okay, but hang on, Dave.
Okay.
So this song was written for a movie in 1982. It also appeared on a 1982 album in a different version, but was later used 20 years later as a needle drop in a different movie. Is that not intriguing for you?
I'm intrigued.
Are you ready?
Almost nipply.
Are you ready? David Bowie's Cat People from Inglorious Bastards. Come on!
It is, but again,
Give it up!
I didn't pick anything. I picked one thing from Tarantino. I only.
I
picked
know,
one
but
because there's so many.
There's so many, but
It's a great one. But to me, one, my problem is I've only seen Inglorious Bastards one time, and I didn't care for it. I thought the first 20 minutes or so were amazing. I didn't care for it that much.
Okay, to be fair, I was just trying to be clever with that one. Even though I love it. I love it.
It's very cool. It's very cool. But
And it's the movie version, not the version that appears on Let's Dance.
Well, also, let me tell you something, mister. Before Tarantino used it as a needle drop, the movie Firestorm used it as a needle drop.
Really? I didn't know that.
Firestorm, which was about firefighters with Steve Howie, not Steve Howie.
You talking about the Joseph Kosinski movie?
I'm talking the one about firefighters.
Yeah, that was the guy who directed Oblivion and then Trump.
That's only The Brave.
Oh, okay.
No, this was much earlier, and it was a football player
Oh,
in the lead. And it was like an action movie. William Forsythe is the bad guy.
okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, but they used to a better point in a way than Inglourious Basterds did.
Okay. Well, all right. All right.
Because
Fine.
they're firefighters, you know.
Putting out fire.
So let me just ask
gasoline.
another question. Why is Tarantino off the list when he's so good at this?
Because we would spend the entire night just talking about.
Yeah, it's true.
I have one pick.
So do I.
Yeah,
I bet
you can't
I bet ours are the same.
Because it's the most iconic one, I think.
Yeah.
But that's the problem. I think I picked the most iconic. Thank you, Howie Long.
I thought, yeah.
I picked what I thought was the most iconic Tarantino one out of everything. But that's the thing. There's so many.
There's so many, but there is one that's the first.
Yes, to me. Dan, do you have? Give us another one.
I don't have a Tarantino.
Just give us another pick.
Okay. All right. So here is now. I just want to qualify this. I fucking hate this song, and then it was used so well that now I don't hate it anymore. But when I hear it, it's the movie. Like there's nothing about this song that isn't the movie anymore. But
can you read my mind? No.
Without You, Rules of Attraction. I think it's Harry Nilsson, but like the suicide scene in Rules of Attraction is so amazing. It's so great, and it's so beautiful, and it's so wonderful.
I'm sorry, what's the song again?
Without You by Harry Nilsson.
Yeah.
How'd it go? Sing me a few bars.
No. But no, it's like a weird like 70s, late 70s, early 80s like yacht rock type shit. And
Yeah.
I'm like,
Okay.
but now
Well, and
it's like
I had the
that
Harry
movie-
Nilsson, everybody's talking about it from Midnight Cowboy. I have to say that's a great choice. First of all, Roger Avery directed. I'm a huge Bret Easton Ellis fan. And Rules of Attraction he directed that.
Yeah.
He
love
had
that
his little
movie.
altercation. If you ask me, what are some of the great unmade movies that you want to see that people were making? Roger Avery was going to direct the Glamorama.
What is that? That
And
sounds great.
Bret Easton Ellis.
Glamorama is a Bret Easton Ellis a Bret Easton Ellis novel that came after Rules of Attraction. There was Less Than Zero, Rules of Attraction. As I look on my bookshelf, I think Glamorama is one of my favorite books I've ever read.
Is it related to Rules of Attraction? Because I know there's sort of a multiverse. in
Yes,
that. Okay.
there's
wow.
it's part of the Bret Easton Ellis verse. And
Excuse me while I add this
Glamorama
to my
directly,
Audible right now.
it is fucking great. It also has the single hottest sex scene I've ever read. I love literary sex scenes.
No, Rob, come on.
I do,
You love it, but you
hate it. No, I love that scene. It's a threesome between two guys and a girl. It is one of the hottest sex scenes I've ever read in my life, ever, in a shower. You go, Bret Easton Ellis. You got to
reading in
get
the shower?
Glamorama. What's that?
You were reading in the shower?
No,
That's not good
it
for
takes
the book.
place in the Nobody get it? I got it right there. It's in mint condition. Mint
minute.
condition. I have a Bret Easton Ellis shelf.
So I just ordered it on Amazon as we're talking, or excuse me, on Audible as we're talking about. It's read by Jonathan Davis. That's fucking awesome.
That is fun.
I
That is
assume it's
fucking.
the right Jonathan Davis, not some random dude that sounds like the lead singer of Korn. But
It probably is the lead singer of Korn.
that's
Yeah.
so cool. Well, thank you for the recommendation.
You got to read it. It's fan fucking tastic. So Roger Avery, you make that. I tweeted to him and he liked my tweet last week. I said,
yeah?
where's fucking dude? I need Glamorama in my life. Make that movie. I mean, Bret Easton Ellis. So we had Less Than Zero. We have Rules of Attraction. We have American Psycho. We have The Canyons that he wrote for Paul Schrader. And then we have the what's the other one with, oh God, The Informers. Not a great movie. It was based on a book of short stories. We need Glamorama. We need it. We need it. The world
I don't
needs
I don't want to
Glamorama.
get too distracted, but I do want to ask: does Less Than Zero hold up? Because I saw it as a kid when it
No.
first came out. Is it good? I remember
Moments do.
The book
I remember
does.
liking the debauchery,
The book does,
but I don't remember
not
the
the
movie.
The book is way different than
You couldn't. The
movie.
problem is that a studio film was never going to, especially at that time,
No.
ever really adapt Less Than Zero.
No.
The way it was. They couldn't. It'd be X-rated.
Although I would say that Less Than Zero, the novel, has the truest opening line of any novel ever written, which is, people are afraid to merge on the freeways of Los Angeles.
It's true.
Yeah, I told you. It's the truest statement ever written. It is.
But I'm going to go now because
You're leaving the show?
no, I'm
Oh.
going to take my turn.
Okay.
Smart guy.
with a Bret Easton Ellis segue.
Yes, with the Brady. Well, yes, of course, because you mentioned American Psycho.
Yeah,
And
there's
If
a big
to
one
Be
in that one.
Square by Huey Lewis in the News is now iconic, more so because of that scene in American Psycho.
Okay. It's a great thing, but I have to tell you this.
Yeah.
I'm going to object. I'm going to object to this choice
Why?
because it was in the book.
Doesn't matter. It's a needle drop. It's still great.
I understand, but it wasn't a filmmaker deciding it was an iconic part of the book that they recreated for the film.
But that's
So I would say that the needle drop was written by Bret Easton Ellis, and it wasn't a choice. I think it's great. I think it's an iconic part of the movie, but it wasn't something that a filmmaker came up with. They recreated something from the book.
Well, fine. I'll cross that one.
But it's
off.
also great because it's awesome.
I'll cross that off.
Overruled.
Overruled. So can I go again?
Yes.
Old time rock and roll, risky business.
That is my number. Now it's my number 4. But yes, old time rock and roll, one of the great top 5 of all time. Top 5 of all time.
It's an amazing. What people think of when they think of risky business is they think of that scene.
Yep. It's one of the most iconic motion picture music scenes ever.
Yeah. All right, Rob, I think you're up. We're
all right.
I got a lot crossed off now.
All right, I got one for you.
I still have some.
I got one for you. Everybody knows Leonard Cohen, Pump Up the Volume.
So covered by Concrete
Blonde. But it starts with Leonard Cohen. Both versions are in the movie.
Okay.
At lunch today, my wife and I were talking about Pump Up the Volume for about 20 minutes, going like, well, what song works? What song is it? This or that? But you're right, that one works.
Everybody knows.
Because I kept thinking, why do I fall in love? Or why can't I fall? There's like 4 or 5 great. The whole soundtrack's great. But that one specifically, I think you're right. That encompasses that movie instantly when you hear it.
Instantly. And he uses that to open his show, Happy Hard Harry.
Yes.
Leonard Cohen, Pump Up the Volume, everybody knows.
Great job.
Excellent. Dan, your turn.
All right, I'm down to my final 3. So I will. I'm going to turn this final 3 into a double whammy on one of them.
Okay. Well, we
because
know
it's on everybody's.
I know what one of them is, and it's.
Well, you know what one? But this one is on. This one we've already talked about, so we'll just discuss it now. It's on all 3 of our lists. But Mad World from Donnie Darko.
Mad World wasn't on my list.
Killing Moon in Donnie Darko and the opening sequence is equally good in that movie.
Yeah, but they use the original version though.
Yeah.
Whereas the Mad World was a cover, but both of those. I mean, Richard Kelly knew it was up too. If his career continued, he was another master of needle drops, and I agree.
Southland Tales has got a ton of has some really good needle drops. The Killers one is really great in that movie.
Really great.
But I didn't put it on the list. So okay, so
let's bring him back. Let's make him make some movies again.
I would love to bring him back.
I like the box.
I do too. I have it on Blu-ray.
It's flawed as hell, but there's some really great stuff in that movie.
Frank Langella is great.
It didn't deserve to be a director's jail movie where he's been put in director's jail for so long.
Yeah.
All right. Rob, I think you're up.
Are you ready?
We're keeping this party going.
You ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Freddie.
Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield.
Motherfucker, I should have had that on my list.
I didn't even think of that one either.
That is about as iconic as you get of a song.
From The Exorcist. Yes, indeed.
Truly, because you wouldn't think of it.
Well, that's the thing. We're getting into these needle drops that aren't like necessarily songs, but Tubular Bells.
Oh, I still have way more songs. Never mind.
Well,
I do too. But
let's talk about Tubular Bells for a second. Have you guys ever heard the long version?
Yeah, I have the whole album. I have the whole album.
It's so crazy that we only know like this tiny phrase of a 30-minute song.
Yep.
That's insanely great. Not as great as that one moment, obviously, but like the whole thing is just like a journey, like this long, amazing journey from that one little phrase that we know.
I mean, most of that movie is the score is needle drop.
Yeah,
isn't it? Yeah. The Exorcist, most of that movie is needle drops. It's cues from other movies because he didn't like what Lalo Schifrin was doing.
Right, exactly.
Did the Lalo Schifrin stuff ever come out?
Yes.
Yep.
It was released and stuff, and then he.
Okay, yeah. Can I throw? I have to throw something else because I have to throw something else after this because it is also I'm sort of transitioning into instrumental pieces that are well. I know, but with Tubular Bells comes a Vangelis track, Memories of Green from Blade Runner, is a needle drop. It's from his album See You Later. So I know people are like, what? But if you know Blade Runner, Memories of Green from See You Later. Vangelis, I know it's another needle drop. It's it's on my list. I'm just adding
Chariots
to that.
of Fire is not.
But what's that?
Chariots of Fire is not on your list.
That was made. I think that wasn't that composed. Was that composed?
Yeah, it was
for the
composed.
movie?
Yeah, but
By
Memories of Green was repurposed for Blade Runner, even though Vangelis was doing original music. But that was a needle drop from his previous record. See You Later.
Interesting.
That's funny because if I would hear it now, it would be Blade Runner. I wouldn't even know that it came
Right,
from
I know,
anywhere.
and that's the thing. That's the thing. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either. All right, I'm gonna pick one. This is I believe I could be wrong, and people in the chat might tell me that I'm wrong, and other things might be covers, but this is a cover. Confusion, New Order, Blade.
Ooh, that's a great though. You know what? That's a remix.
It's not
a cover. It's a remix.
So it's a
And
remix.
by the way, Dave, hats off.
Yeah, nice.
Because
Nice job.
that is like the 7 remix that Coil did. I mean,
So iconic.
that is such a great needle drop.
It's just
Such
so
a great needle drop. Wow, nicely done, sir. Nicely done. Wow.
All right, Dan, you got 2 more, right?
I have 2 more. You want me to go?
I know
Yeah.
what I know. What okay? Now I know. But I think what your number 1 is going to be. We've already discussed it. I know it's on Rob's as well.
I'll say it's my number 1, but my number 2 could be the number 1 because it's even better. But we'll go with it. So the number 1, the most obvious to me at least, the second you asked me to do this was like, oh, okay, I know Bela Lugosi's dead in The Hunger.
Yes.
Is that
Okay.
Because not only is it its own thing as a song, the whole intro to that movie becomes the song.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you
But
challenging
it's,
this one?
it's all encompassing.
Okay, hang on a second.
Yeah.
I'm time out.
Okay.
Not a needle
Number
drop.
1. That's the number 1. You're timing it out. Wow.
It's not a needle drop because they're performing it in the movie.
But it's used by the director in that
But
song.
it's the
you're right,
band
you're right.
singing it in the movie.
But-
Now, here's the thing.
Do we see the band playing? I forget.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, we do.
Oh, you're right.
But you
you're
know
right.
what? But you know what? They're just lip syncing to the track.
Yeah, it is. It is the regular track. It's got those break things in the middle of it.
Yeah,
otherwise
but
it's a
still,
regular song.
look, it's one of my favorite needle drops in any movie ever. I didn't go with it because you see the band play it.
That's a very good point.
And I put it as my number 1.
And it should be. Your
I,
number one.
I had it on there too.
But and
You're
but the thing is, because the band is playing it and you see the band, it's not a needle drop
That's right. You're right.
because the band is actually in the movie, and yet I do think it's one of the greatest uses of a pop song in all of cinema history.
So here's where I'll argue.
The Blues Brothers Rawhide.
Okay.
But
again, Blues
Dan,
Brothers, you could grab 20 different songs.
I don't mean to harsh your mellow, but
No.
that to me, because
Here's where I'll
I
challenge you.
I
I'll
had
challenge
to-
you on this because it's specific to the movie that they are at that kind of a bar at that moment in time for them to do their hunting.
but
So,
but
Part
based
of the movie, it's not just the band is playing live. Like I thought about Ministry and AI, but that's for the movie with them playing in the movie, and so I'm like, okay, I can't use that. But with The Hunger, I think it's different because it's part of the story.
it is, but they're actually playing it, so that wouldn't necessarily, by definition, it's. I would leave that to the audience. Our audience should decide that one because I debated this because it was my number 2. Number 2 needle drop of all time. Bela Lugosi's dead. But I opted, I had to think about it and go, what is a needle drop is literally a record. Somebody loves a song and gets it for the movie. Whereas
you're right.
Tony Scott got the fucking band to play.
Yeah.
He actually got Peter Murphy, Daniel Ash, David J. I mean, he got the band to fucking play.
Yeah.
And it's the greatest thing ever.
I agree. It's the greatest thing ever.
All right. Here we go. I'm going. I'm going to. All right. Again, because I still have a good amount. Still.
By the way, if you have a good amount, I have a good amount. Can we stop and do some super chats?
Yes. We'll do it after this one.
Okay, we'll do it after this one.
This is from a comedy. I Got You, Babe. Groundhog Day. What do you mean? It's
pretty
I
great.
don't even remember that. in the
It's
movie.
pretty great, though.
You don't remember? It's literally the song that he wakes up to every single day that he wakes up.
Okay.
I gotta say, that's pretty great. That's pretty great. I gotta give that to you. It's pretty great.
Let's do some super chats.
Okay, so we got some super chats. Let's go back, and there's a lot of people that have fired in stuff. So we've had
making money.
well at the end of the month. So I'm looking for where we're at. Hang on, I gotta find it. So here we are for this show. Our first super chat is, in fact, God, there's a lot. Wow, there's a lot of things. Louis Terrasas says, R&B, wow, may you live for 1,000 years, sir. Well, Louis, I'd love to. If you have a secret, I'll drink blood. I'll become one of the undead. If I can live longer, I'd love to be 1,000 years old.
I would do it. Raise your hand.
I know.
If you could be a vampire.
Why wouldn't you?
If vampires existed, would you do it?
There's a lot of people that need killing, and I would have no remorse. I would eat my way through a bunch of assholes. It'd be great. I'd live forever.
Oh, you're going to go from the back end, huh?
No, I said the people. I wouldn't.
You got two doozies tonight, man.
It's true. That's true. Yeah. Shane Roxas says, you know what's fucking metal? Batfleck being stabbed by a thug, knocking out another thug, then taking the knife out of himself and stabbing the guy back with it. Snyder's DC just crushed it for me, and I miss his movies. That's stay metal. Snyder's DC universe crushed it for me. Hey, you know what? This show was founded on the idea of Zack Snyder's Justice League.
How so?
Because it's metal. It's fucking metal, dude. We're going to do a show because Zack Snyder's Justice League is the epitome of metal. That is a metal movie. It is a 70s van painted with DC characters come to life. So, Shane, right there with
All right.
you. Now, our friend Sheriff Carl, I'm not going to say what it was, but he says this song by this band in this movie is the be-all, end-all of needle drops. First time I ever got stoned at 10 years old, wow, was the first time hearing that song.
Now,
a few months later, I saw this movie and the confrontation with this character, and the song itself is drugs. Should we talk about what that is? Should we talk about my number one greatest needle drop of all time?
Oh, this is your number one.
That's what Sheriff Carl's referring to.
Confrontation. So it was going to probably be my number one as well.
Let's do it. I want to know what the fuck this is.
Can I guess it?
Yeah.
This is the end. By the Doors, Apocalypse Now.
That's it. The number one needle drop of all time. That's my number one needle drop. That's what Sheriff Carl said.
Yep.
The End by the Doors off their first album. Greatest needle drop ever. For any movie. The most epic.
It is so. It is Apocalypse Now. I mean, it's
It-
so many
yep.
things, but it's so not just identified with that movie because it's identified just as The Doors, but it's used so well as a song to counterpoint the action that's happening. It's amazing.
Oh, and everything, the song itself symbolizes. I mean, I have to say, by the way, I didn't want to use 2 songs from the same movie, even though I do have a tie that I actually use 3 songs in the same movie, but I haven't talked about them yet.
I've
But
got
to
another
me,
one too.
to me, it was Wagner. You know, Ride of the Valkyries. Dun 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 dun.
I have a
dun,
better
dun,
Wagner
dun.
choice.
Well, so do I, from a different movie.
Yes,
But it's
okay,
coming
so
later. That's coming later. And that's when I said I'm not going to use that for this. I could have, but if you go for the
other
end,
Apocalypse.
what's that?
Oh, we'll get there.
Yeah,
What's
we're
the
going to
other
get there.
Apocalypse Now?
Apocalypse
no,
Now, I
Ride
went
of
with the
Valkyries.
end.
Yeah,
Ride of the Valkyries was, but there's
Oh, I thought
another
you said
movie.
you had a third for that one too. Okay.
No, I have a third for a different movie I haven't even mentioned yet.
Yes.
Gotcha.
I have 3 songs
That's
from a
classical
movie.
piece. That's a classical piece that's been used many times.
Yes.
More super chats. Great choice by your
Yes.
friend.
Sheriff
By your
Carl, he said it.
friend. Every
No,
time
there's
you say
more-
Sheriff Carl, I just think The Walking Dead, and I just think Coral.
I know. Joe Panora says Korn's tracks on Queen of the Damned.
All done for the movie.
Yeah,
All
Great
done for the
album.
movie.
Love the album. Great album. Great bunch of new metal artists doing amazing songs.
Amazing. Great album. Great album.
And I think really underappreciated movie.
Agreed.
Um,
I like
Sure.
it better than Interview with the Vampire.
come on.
I do.
Dude, one of the great
it's a better Lestat.
Yeah.
one of the great mysteries in life is why they didn't make the Vampire Lestat, which is one of my favorite horror novels of all time.
I know.
How could you not make that fucking book?
I know.
People are fucking dumb. The entertainment industry can be stupid. The fact that you
combine Vampire Lestat and Queen of the Damned together and just sort of jam them in together.
terrible. I mean, I Queen of the Damned's fine, but oh my God, Vampire
But that
Lestat.
soundtrack makes it fucking awesome.
That's fine. Okay.
Yes.
It's good. Okay. Sheriff Carl comes back and says, also, anytime Roy Orbison songs come on, looking at you, David Lynch. Always
So
thought
funny.
Yoo-Hoo by Impartial Teen and Jawbreaker was pretty on point. Tarantino has too many to count. The Crow has a whole ass album of bangers. Carpenter's Superstar in Tommy Boy. That's a good one. You know.
Oh, the Carpenters.
Yeah, the Carpenters.
I was like
I
Carpenters.
was confused too, but okay.
Yeah, but the Carpenter. Oh, there's been so many uses of the Carpenters and stuff that I can't even remember that is probably really good.
So, and then Joe Panora says Steppenwolf has a Star Trek connection. Was that Magic
Yes,
Carpet Ride from
it's,
First
from-
Contact?
Yeah, you know when First Contact is, Rob.
Yes, it's coming up.
What's the date? You missed it. Yeah, First Contact. It's already
20 was it
gone.
2063?
No, not the year. Not the year. The day.
We just had it. We just had, what is it?
That's right.
April. It's 4th,
Nope.
6th, whatever. What is it?
5th.
5th. There you go.
My birthday. My
Okay.
birthday.
Oh,
My birthday.
see, but you know what? Is First Contact? I know it's yes. It's
Is it
right,
good?
5th.
It's got a great score.
It does have a great score. Great score. Really great score. But Steppenwolf, Magic Carpet Ride. That's true.
But the thing is, I don't think it's a great needle drop. I don't think it's like. I think
No.
My problem is when I was picking needle drops, guys, and stuff like that. I was picking stuff that was like kind of trying to like really iconic within the movie and stuff like that, instead of just like, oh, here's a cool song in a movie that's played really well.
Yeah.
Marvel has a bunch of those where they needle drop stuff that's very cool, but it doesn't really.
It's just cool.
Doesn't really inform or enliven the movie, though there are some.
Yeah, true. By the way, this is a tip. Miss 50 in Still Metal says spooky. Will Sleigh Bells ever get an official sexy vinyl release? It's such a great score to listen to each December. Stay metal, everybody. Sweet, eclectic needle drops.
Interesting.
Nice.
I don't think so. Not a vinyl. It's available on CD, but I don't think that would get a vinyl one.
Is it on iTunes as well? Can you get the score on iTunes?
I honestly don't know.
But maybe it's playing on Spotify or something, somewhere where people obviously
I know the composer put it out on his own label, so it's possible.
So it's
that
probably
way.
on Spotify at least, or those type of things. But
Yeah.
cool.
But yeah,
digress, Spooky. Tell the audience a little bit. We'll go full screen, Rob, for this a little bit. Rob, just for the sake of the people who don't know, tell them about Sleigh Bells. Tell them what it is.
Oh, so a few years back, I made a Christmas horror movie, a Christmas horror comedy with Barry Bostwick from Rocky Horror, and Christina Klebe, and Susan Slaughter, and Hannah Minks, who's a YouTube star. Susan Slaughter is a ghost hunter. But I made a Christmas horror movie, and it was my first movie, so it's not perfect, but I'm really proud of it, and a lot of people dig it, and it's fun to watch. And at Christmas time, you'll remember, like, oh yeah, I think there's this weird Krampus movie that's kind of fun. So hopefully, I hope this year maybe we get Joe Bob to play it on his show, because I think people will like it if they see it. But it's one of these movies, just like a lot of others, that in this moment in time kind of just got lost in the shuffle of other films, so people just aren't aware of it yet. But hopefully they will be someday. But it's a movie I'm really proud of, and it's I hope that we can do more things like this, because I love horror comedies. Being, like I mentioned earlier, Return of the Living Dead is one of my favorite movies of all time, because I think horror comedies are the best. So there you go. There's my plug for Sleigh Bells.
And where can they find it?
It is on every streamer. Some you pay for, some you don't. I think it's on all of them.
Tubi. It's on Tubi.
Yeah, it's on Tubi.
And the audio drama that I'm producing has a connection to Sleigh Bells.
How so?
I'm not going to say.
It hasn't been announced yet.
Can't say it yet.
Oh, I bet I can maybe put two and two together. All right, that's cool. That's very
there's
cool.
a connection. There's a connection to
like
Sleigh
a love
Bells.
connection. I'll see you in 2 and 2.
That's right. So there you go. Now, this is interesting. Okay, so 1001 Johnny says, my number one, that is the first thing that I came up with, Beethoven's Ode to Joy from Die Hard. Now, here's the thing. It's not a needle drop.
It's not.
Because it's music that's quoted in the original score of the movie. They didn't use a previous track recorded.
Yeah, Michael Kamen did a new one.
So that wouldn't count. But 1001 Johnny comes up with a number 2 pick. A number 2 pick, Something in the Way from the Batman. That's a great needle drop.
Oh yeah, that is
great needle drop.
The Nirvana one is pretty good. I didn't put it on there.
I didn't either. I forgot about it, but that's good.
That one's pretty good. Are there more super chats?
Yeah. Super chat. Join the club. My life with the Thrill Kill cult performing during the nightclub shootout scene in The Crow. But again, you're all going to die. But again, they're performing, so that's not a needle drop. A needle drop has to be a recorded song that a filmmaker. But that's a great scene.
And one of their best songs.
Yeah. And
oh my God. And guys, if you haven't gotten The Crow in 4K, just do yourself a favor.
Dude, mine's in transit.
It's so beautiful.
I got the steelbook. I don't have it.
I got the steelbook from Walmart. I found the only copy that was there, just by luck. And I mean, look, it probably is my favorite movie of all time.
So I wanted to talk to you about this, Dave.
It's been a long time.
We do talk about this a lot, but how excited are you for the new one?
Not at all. But that's okay. And I'm not. It's not. I've got my Crow, and to me, I've never seen any of the sequels. I've only listened.
Really?
The only thing I've done is listen to the soundtrack to The Crow 2, the song and the score. That's
It's a good
it.
soundtrack.
I haven't been interested. My Crow is Brandon Lee, and it's just something one's enough. It's like that one's one that I didn't think needed to be touched at all. I get it. I understand on a business standpoint and everything else. They've from what I can tell, even the Crow 2 looks visually very interesting from the things I've seen, trailers and stuff that I remember. And you can't look.
By the way, The Crow 2 City of Angels is one of the most unbearably awful movies I've ever seen.
I don't want to deny anyone the opportunity to direct something, but it would be weird. Like if someone said, Dave, we want you to do a Crow movie. And I would have to go, no, because I couldn't get Scow involved. He wouldn't do it.
Right.
I've been lucky enough to see things from The Crow that very few people have ever seen, like behind the scenes footage, photos, all these things. I remember being very early in moving here and bumping into Dave on the street. I had already met him. I already knew him. And I bumped into him and was talking about what he was doing. And he said, well, I just finished doing this adaptation of this comic book called The Crow. I said, oh, I know The Crow. He's like, you do? He's like, yeah. And he goes, yeah, so I've been doing that and stuff like that. He goes, yeah, we're meeting with Brandon Lee tomorrow to see if he's interested in being in it. And I was just like, he's perfect.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, he's perfect. I remember him distinctly. I remember exactly where I was. And he said that. And I said to him, I said, dude, you have to make me a deal. Because I was a huge Bruce Lee fan. I was a Brandon Lee fan from even just, Showdown in Little Tokyo and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, Dave, you gotta promise me something. Yeah, what's that? I go, you have to introduce me to him after you make the movie. He was like, deal. And then it just became this thing, And I think when the tragedy like that hits, the power of that movie is so tied to, sadly, what happened, that it became something more than a movie, at least to me. It hit on a very deep level. I mean, the thing is, I'm obsessed with the style. I'm obsessed with the writing and the performances, the music. Every bit of it to me is just like, it's spot on, and it doesn't age to me like other movies do.
No, I have to say that it's celebrating its 30th anniversary, and the tone of that movie is unique. It has a classical fairy tale quality to it, but it also has a hard-hitting, gritty, urban.
It's a Western,
and there's so many things in it.
Feel to it too,
It's an entirely unique film. None of the sequels have ever come close. What Alex Proyas did in that film, I mean, even the Graham Revel score and all the music, you can't duplicate it. And I understand you can remake it, but you're never going to capture. It's like Blade Runner. In a way, you can't capture what it is. The gestalt of it is so unique that there will never be another movie like it. And for the people that the people that it speaks to, there is no substitute. You can't recreate what that movie is. It is a singular accomplishment, a cinematic accomplishment. The tone of it, because it's both profound and hardcore, and it's innocent and yet tainted all at the same time. There's nothing like it.
Yeah.
And what I find interesting too is that modern audiences, I would have thought, because at the time there's a lot of people that have that, from our demographic. I would have thought that movie would be a favorite of teenagers today.
I think it is. I mean, I still think it's pretty. I think it's still pretty relevant. And stuff
I do too, but I don't see it. It doesn't have like the footprint that I thought it would with the modern audiences, and I've always wondered why that is. Because to me, it seems like when I saw Clockwork Orange, when I was 13 years old in 1980, it was 9 years after it had come out. And it was just as relevant to me as it was when it first came out. And I carried that movie with me now I don't, not so much as I've gotten older, but for 20 years, it was my favorite movie. And I would have thought that The Crow would have been something like that. But it's kind of a movie of its time.
Yeah. So
very much.
And it blows me away. It's 30 years old, because when I saw that film, and you watch it now and the stylization of it, like the idea that, there's miniature sets and things. That's all part of it. It works the same way that I love the whole, because it adds to that fairy tale quality.
Yeah.
And the William Makepeace Thackeray quote, "Mother is the name of God on the lips and hearts of all children."
Not to get off of The Crow too much, but I feel very similar about Pink Floyd The Wall. It was from an era before me. There's been nothing like it ever since.
Nope.
And you can come up with lots of movies that are based on an album or, concept album become a thing, but not quite to that scale. There's a few, but not many. But amazing. That one is uniquely fairy tale like and beautiful.
And where is that 4K?
Well, I mean,
exactly.
Roger Waters, he's buried it. He's buried the movie because he doesn't like it.
And it's too bad. I mean, I've got bootlegs of it, but it's.
I have a DVD of it. I don't have
DVDs. I have DVDs and Blu-rays of it. But the films,
it's HD versions on YouTube, guys.
It's incredible.
It is.
That movie's incredible.
It's
and
great.
Again, sort of like the whole topic of this podcast tonight is about like awesome uses of like The Crow, Blues Brothers is another great example of like these movies that just go beyond a needle drop and become like its own unique thing.
Yeah, I mean, boy, to me, it would be a dream project to be able to take a concept album and be able to create a movie like The Wall. That would be amazing. Now, I don't know what our audience thinks about that. I know I'm calling him out because unless I'm misinterpreting it, and Rob, maybe you know this person, Uncle Baby Billy, I'm getting on his nerves.
I don't know Uncle Baby Billy.
And I reached out and asked, but maybe he checked out.
Dave's been getting on my nerves for 30 years.
And Rob is Rob's been getting on my nerves before I even knew him.
I don't know what Uncle Baby. By the way,
Uncle
John
Bubby Bumper.
John Cross has a good one, even though Mama said knock you out from Rise of the Beasts. The thing is, I think that's not a bad choice, but it's too new. To be a great needle drop, you have to endure. You have to history.
I don't even know, but my thing is like again, from my kind of criteria, it's got to be more than just like, oh, this is a cool song and we get some. Cool
yeah, totally.
But I would disagree. It's not too new.
It's got to evoke some of the essence of the movie, and not just Bumblebee like playing it.
But I would also say that's a little obvious kind of a thing from Rise of the Beasts. I mean, it also has to have like artistic merit. That has, but yeah, I mean,
saying Rise of the Beast doesn't have artistic merit.
No, but I mean the song.
Actually, I kind of enjoyed it. I was surprised.
I liked Rise of the Beast
as much as I did. I was like, wow, this is not bad at all. We'll have to do a whole show on just great music movie. People who keep bringing up like Help, Yellow Submarine, these type of things like that. It's like we'll have to bring out one that's great music movies or musicals in the broad spectrum of it at some point.
Yeah.
But I would disagree on the one comment of it's too new, because if we go down our list that all three of us have in front of us, whether it's Freebird or Tiny Dancer, when it happened, the first time we saw it, it was that powerful for a good chunk of this list. So it was instantly, this is that movie from now. And I get your point of why it needs to endure to really sink in. But at the same time, I think, boy, when it's done well and it's done right, it grabs you and kicks you in the ass.
Oh, that's true. I know. I agree. I'm being snobbish, and I admit that. But I think great needle drops, when you're talking about great needle drops, they have to have historical. They have to have endured through some kind of time to be memorable. And I think Rise of the Beasts, we'll see in 2 or 3 or 4 years. Has that become iconic for, like, when we mention these needle drops and people know them, there are people like, oh yes, they know because they've endured.
There are, and a lot of these movies that we're talking about are classic movies.
Yes.
Let's finish up the super chats so we can get back to.
I think we're done. Let me just make.
Norwegian Kryptonian just brought up one.
Let's see what Norwegian Kryptonian says, no, Pink Floyd The Wall, both the live show and the movie is pretty much buried due to David Gilmour and Roger Waters' relationship or lack thereof. Yeah, and that's, it's really unfortunate that that's the case, because Pink Floyd The Wall, for me, the album was a seminal moment in my life, and so was that movie.
Yes. It scared. I was too young to see it in the theater as a child and stuff like that, and it scared me until I saw it much older. And the first time I did see it in the theater.
Oh, really?
Amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I skipped Homecoming to go see that movie.
But I will say this: Norwegian Kryptonian has seen Roger Waters' The Wall 20 times, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. But the other thing I mentioned to him in the chat that I didn't is several years ago, and you can find this on YouTube, Roger Waters did The Wall.
Yeah.
And when he did Comfortably Numb, David Gilmour did show up and do Comfortably Numb with him at the O2 Arena.
Yeah, and David Gilmour,
amazing.
I've got that Blu-ray of David Gilmour performing. He does Comfortably Numb with it. Yeah,
because it's Roger Waters' The Wall, and it's that weird movie that he does where he like goes to like pubs and he's traveling, and then The Wall. It's amazing. And you know what's another amazing version of The Wall that people forget about is when the Berlin Wall fell, and he did that huge concert with all the celebrities.
Yeah,
he had Miriam Faithfull, he had Albert Finney, he had Thomas Dolby, Cyndi Lauper, the Scorpions. He had all these people perform The Wall with him, and that is absolutely, if you haven't seen it, that's really incredible as a concert on its own.
Yeah, totally.
Is that on YouTube?
It might be, or at least clips of it are on YouTube. I don't know. I'm sure the whole thing is, but it might be in sections. It's really incredible, though. Yeah, absolutely.
Major Chai says Bill Haley in the comics rock around the clock from the Blackboard Jungle. I don't remember that, but that's a good callback. I love that.
Blackboard Jungle. That's not a Corman film, I don't think.
No, but that could be a good one. It's just I don't know it. I'd have to go back and look at it. I mean, I've seen the Blackboard Jungle probably twice in my life.
Wow, I have not.
Joe Panora says, how about Born Slippy from Trainspotting? Trainspotting has so many iconic songs. I did pick one that we haven't done that's on my list.
Danny Boyle does some. Danny Boyle.
He's the Quentin Tarantino of Britain in terms of needle drops. He does
great needle drops. He also does great. Like Yesterday is an incredibly underappreciated, great music movie.
Love it. My pick from Trainspotting was Perfect Day. Lou Reed's Perfect Day. Mine
not from Trainspotting, but from another movie, from Slumdog Millionaire.
Oh yeah,
great needle drop in that.
Which was what?
What's it called? Is it? See, I didn't put it down because I couldn't remember the name.
Yeah. But
is it paper something?
Oh, yeah. That's from What's Her Face.
Yeah.
But was that done for the movie or paper airplanes or paper?
It was not done for
MIA.
Yes, MIA. That's a great needle drop too.
Yeah, but it was not done for the movie. And I don't. But the thing is, I think it's cool, but I don't think it. I also didn't think it was a great needle drop as far as like the bullshit criteria I was putting together. It was like it's cool in the movie, but it's not like, oh my god, this is amazing.
Yeah.
You
Totally.
know, this was also not on my list. I'm sorry, I'm jumping, and I don't remember the title of the song, but Monkey Man. Speaking of Slumdog Millionaire, Monkey Man, Dev Patel's movie has a great needle drop of the metal band Bloody Wood that I've talked about on the show before.
Well, it's funny, I was thinking about things like The Matrix, and there's a lot of
Rage Against the Machines,
and like Death by Clubbing
wake up at the end. Come on.
But that was all for the Matrix, which is why I didn't do any of the Matrix stuff.
Yeah, that was something too, because some of it, like I don't think Death by Clubbing was done for the Matrix, but it's in the Matrix. We're caught up on super chats.
Okay.
Although there's one more. Sheriff Carl says, I used to like doing video presentations for school projects. I always would cut in the scene from the wall where Geldof shaves his nipples off somewhere in the video. Still gives me the willies, but it sure was fun to fuck with my classmates and
Speaking
teachers.
of nipples off, I just saw that this week, and that was a little painful. And someone enjoyed it in the movie, and that was like, ooh.
So we go back to our that's a good point. Are we going back? Okay, I got one.
Okay. Wait. Pause. The fuck are you talking about with nipples off? Are you talking about Furiosa?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
But I didn't want to be spoilers. Some people haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
It's not a spoiler, but okay.
Well, I didn't tell you who the nipples were off yet. And
No.
Just so you know, Rob, I'm just seeing one now. John Cross, super chat for $5. Did anyone bring up Tony's entrance in Iron Man 2 Shoot to Thrill, AC/DC? I didn't. There's a lot, but the thing to me is like with the Iron Man stuff, the only one to me, the needle drop that works is Iron Man by Black Sabbath. The AC/DC stuff is awesome. It's awesome stuff.
It is awesome.
But it doesn't, to me, it could be any cool song.
But you know what? It's in the movie. It's not a needle drop. It actually is in the film. Like when he shows up,
he's playing it.
Yeah, he's playing it. So I mean,
but I wasn't like, I look. But in Almost Famous, they're playing Tiny Dancer as they're singing to it.
That's true.
Well,
but they're still listening to it on. It's still a needle drop because they're listening to a cassette. But I guess you're right.
He's needle
You're right.
Himself.
You're right.
Tony
That's
Stark's
good.
Providing
it's
his own soundtrack. So.
It's true, and that is good.
And I love the song. Don't get me wrong. I love all the AC/DC songs in there.
Yeah.
But for me, the best needle drop for Iron Man is "I Am Iron Man."
Yeah.
All right. So I want to know. I have one left. Dave, you have a whole bunch left. But Rob, you have a 3-pack of something that I'm dying to know.
Classical 3-pack, and let's do that, Rob, because I know what it is. I know what it is, baby.
I do not.
Do you?
Yeah, I do, because it's a classical piece.
No.
Oh, it's not.
No, there's three songs.
Surprised.
There's 3 songs.
It's not one song that's used 3 different times in the movie.
No, I got that too.
Well,
I got that too. Would you like me to start? I'll start with that. You want me to start with that?
And it's a classical piece.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking you were thinking.
Okay, you want me to give you that?
Yeah, give us that one.
Beethoven's 7th Symphony, Allegretto. And here it is, my 3 movies that it's used in. You're going to love this. Beethoven's 7th Symphony. As somebody once said on some social media platform, there's no better piece of music to play when shit is about to go down. And my 3 picks for Beethoven's 7th Symphony are Zardoz, Gaspar Noé's Irreversible, and The King's Speech.
Oh, that's great.
There you go.
That's not the cue. That's not the composer or the cue that I was expecting to hear.
Okay, well, there you go. Beethoven's Seventh Symphony, Allegretto, Zardoz, The King's Speech, and Gaspar Noé's Irreversible, a movie I've never been able to watch all the way through.
And did you buy the reversible cut?
Of course.
I did not.
I own that movie. I've got a beautiful version of it that I can't.
I've never gotten through Irreversible.
I cannot. It's of all the horror. I can watch a Serbian film, no problem.
Yeah, you got problems.
I cannot watch the rape scene in Irreversible. I cannot. I can't.
You know, as a kid, I loved dare movies. Like, oh, I bet you can't get through this one. Now I don't. I know better. Like, oh, no thanks.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I can't get through them. Fine. I'm fine.
So Beethoven's Seventh Symphony, the second movement.
So,
Dave? What was your thought? What did you think it was going to be?
Well, Rob, you're going to have to help me with the title of this. It's Wagner. It's Excalibur.
Okay, that's my number 2.
Okay, thank you. Because that's been used in multiple movies, but never better than Excalibur.
Carl Orff, Excalibur, Carmina Burana.
Thank you.
Carmina Burana. Okay.
Thank you.
Do, 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 do.
Yeah.
Do, do, do.
The movie The Doors uses it as well.
Oh, dude, it's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
I like the rave dance remix of it better, but yeah, it's good.
I don't know that.
But Excalibur, Oh Fortuna, Carmina Burana, Carl Orff, great stuff. That was actually my number 3 because The End, Apocalypse Now is number 1. Number 2 is now moved to number 1, and Excalibur, Carmina Burana was number 3 for great needle drops. It's really funny because I have only one classical music piece after Beethoven's Seventh,
and I know what it is.
I bet you know what it is.
I have it on my
it's
list.
You know what? my classical music piece. It was The End or this piece, and I couldn't decide what was number 1 of my all-time needle drops. I put The End above it. But now that I'm looking at it as my number 1 position because I've been erasing the songs.
And you're like, it fits, it works, I get it.
And when you hear it, no one can deny that if you don't like The End as a choice, no one can deny this is the greatest needle drop in the history of cinema. There's nothing better. There's not one thing better. I mean, The End, The Doors, but this other thing is the greatest needle drop in cinema history.
Yeah, it's Scotty Doesn't Know.
What's that?
It's Scotty Doesn't Know from Eurotrip. No, I'm kidding.
No, it's not that.
We'll do a whole thing on greatest songs made specifically for a movie another time.
So what is this other one? Or are we holding on?
We got to hold on to that. Let's hold on.
Hold on to it.
I got one though. I got one that's totally different.
I still have several that we missed, which
I still have my new number 1.
I'm very pleased with that.
Missed. Me too. I got one I think you've got on your list.
Cool. Dan, go ahead.
Okay, here's my new number 1. Also by Bauhaus. Stigmata Martyr and Night of the Demons. That would be my other number 1.
Jesus Christ, I didn't even know.
Which I fucking love. I've watched that a bazillion times. I love that moment so much. That whole dance number is great. I love that movie. I love that song.
Kevin Tenney, this one's for you, man.
Yes, Kevin Tenney did a great job.
I love that in our top needle drops of all time, Night of the Demons makes it in there.
Fuck yeah!
And the remake of Night of the Demons has a use of Concrete Blonde's bloodletting that's really good.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it is good.
And by the way, that song is incredible.
It's incredible.
And you know what? It's funny. It's funny that you mention this because I didn't pick this only because the movie, even though I think for me personally, it's one of the most iconic needle drops ever because it's how I discovered Concrete Blonde, and I love Concrete Blonde. Let's give it up for Jack Shoulder. Let's give it up for Still in Hollywood from New Lines, The Hidden.
Oh,
not on my list. Not on my list, but one of my favorite movie drops of all time.
I love that.
Or needle drops.
And The Hidden, God, find The Hidden Guys if you haven't seen it.
Warner
Find it.
Archive put it out on Blu-ray. I just
own it.
re-alphabetized it.
I own it. It's great.
I'll borrow it from you, Dave. I haven't seen it in years.
It's so good.
I want this car.
It's
I need
such
the
a good
keys.
movie. Forget I Come in Peace. Go for The Hidden Guys.
Yeah, go for the hidden.
All right. I'm going to throw one out there.
Yep.
And I literally, when I stepped away for a second, I thought of this and I'm like, oh my God, how did I forget this one? Great needle drop. Excuse me. Fever by the Cramps, Near Dark. In the bar scene.
I
the
would
bar.
say they go into a bar for a drink. That is doom, 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 doom. Okay, first of all, Catherine Bigelow, that scene is one of the greatest scenes in any horror film ever.
It really is iconic. I love. I mean, Catherine Bigelow, again, has got some great, Point Break has got some great needle drops.
Yeah, but that, you know what? There's that one low angle shot, of the fan and the light.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Bill Paxton, everybody.
Everyone
That whole...
Firing on all cylinders. That movie, again, so underappreciated.
Oh,
so great. But yeah, so there's one of mine.
that's a great needle drop. Oh, that's a good one. I didn't think about that one. I didn't think it didn't come up, but it's so, now that you mention it. Okay, I got one.
Cool.
Fight the Power. Public Enemy, Do the Right Thing.
Amazing.
Opening credit sequence.
Yep.
I mean, if ever a needle drop set the tone. Set the tone. That whole Rosie Perez dancing to Fight the Power.
Absolutely. 100%.
I mean,
100%.
wow.
Absolutely. Fantastic choice. Another one that I'll throw out there. This is not on the list, but just saying that it really sets the tone of what you're going to get is X going to give it to you for Deadpool.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. It's a good one. Dan, got any more?
Nope.
All right.
I'm all out. I got Face to Face, Susie, Batman. That sort of doesn't count. And then
Nope, because that was done for the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then pretty much just a shout out, so it's acknowledged, even though it doesn't count at all. But all of Stranger Things, specifically Running Up That Hill. But it's TV, not a movie. But boy, they just did a great job with all the music.
Master of Puppets.
Which one?
Master of Puppets.
Yeah. But I mean, across the whole series, they've been great at that.
They have.
Just doing really wonderful,
TV's
just bring a smile to your face.
Then I would have to put In the Air Tonight with Miami Vice.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's one of the greatest.
Although I would say that's a fourth needle drop from a movie that's on my list. I haven't mentioned fourth song. Phil Collins in the. Okay, I'll just say it. I'm gonna give you. I put 3 on my list. 1983's Risky Business. Number 1 is Old Time Rock and Roll.
Rock and Roll.
Tom Cruise dancing in his skivvies.
We did that one.
But I would say In the Air Tonight, right there on the train, yes. But I also put Muddy Waters' Manish Boy and Prince's DMSR, which plays when the hookers come into Joel's house.
Okay.
So to me, that's one of my favorite movies. It's my favorite teen film of all time. I mean, I can't wait to get the Criterion 4K. But yeah, because I'd never heard Muddy Waters before I saw that movie.
Oh,
everything.
So I mean, and Muddy Waters, he's probably been used in so many
movies. But back then,
I can't recall right now. So,
yeah.
But yeah. That's great stuff. I have a couple that we haven't done. I mean, there are some that are really obvious that I haven't done that we'll probably do rapid fire. But this one to me starts the movie, and sets the tone for the entire movie to me. And like the minute the movie started, because literally the movie starts right on the beat of the song, right at the beginning of the song. And I'm like, I love this movie. Aerosmith's Sweet Emotion, Dazed and Confused.
That's a great needle drop. I mean, Dazed and Confused is full of great needle drops, but
that to me was the one.
No, dude, that's a genius. That's a great pick. That's a great pick. So
That
good.
was definitely high up there.
I want to sidetrack a question.
Yeah.
Because I know we all love Purple Rain, especially Rob. But is there other great uses of Prince in movies that are like Bat Dance doesn't count?
Well,
Batman?
DMSR in Risky Business was off of 1999.
Besides that one, is there others?
He didn't give his music out.
No. Yeah, that was the thing. He didn't give it out willy-nilly. But yeah, he really didn't. But DMSR in Risky Business, and that song, it's funny because there's only two tracks on the so 1999 is a double album. And if you bought the original double album, there's only 2 tracks on side 2. And one is Let's Pretend We're Married, and the other is DMSR, and both of those songs are like 8 minutes long, and they're incredible.
I mean, there's definitely been like more is it Tom Jones' version of Kiss has been used in movies and stuff like that.
Yeah. And Sinead O'Connor's Nothing Compares to You, which was a Prince song that she re-recorded.
That was a cover, but was that used in a movie? Sinead O'Connor's?
Probably. But I didn't pick it.
Well, someone just brought up again, this is not on my list, but it's absolutely iconic, is Roy Orbison's Pretty Woman in Pretty Woman.
Oh, yeah. But that song, that was named after the song.
I mean, you're probably right, but it's an amazing. It's amazing use. It's a perfect use of the song.
Totally. John Cross says it wasn't in the movie, so it doesn't count. But Johnny Cash's cover of "Hurt" in the Logan trailer is fantastic. You're right, but I would say when the man comes around
from Dawn of the Dead,
that is a great but it's Zack Snyder knows his needle drops.
Yes,
that opening credit sequence is amazing.
Yes,
amazing.
Yeah, Nine Inch Nails 300 for the trailer alone.
Then there was the version of a remix of the Black Sabbath song for 300 for the second 300.
Oh, for the second one, okay.
Yes.
That was a great cover remix of. Another one that wasn't on my list, but pretty great needle drop was David Bowie's Heroes in Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Oh, that was good. Really good.
Yeah, that was really good. And how many more do you have, Rob?
6.
Oh, okay. Well, then you go ahead.
In Your Eyes, Peter Gabriel, Say Anything. Holding up the boombox.
Yep.
That defined a generation.
And it defined the movie.
Yeah, it totally defined the movie. Again, Cameron Crowe. There's so many, like the singles soundtrack. A lot of music was written for the film, but huge fan of Cameron Crowe. And then I've got one I'm kind of embarrassed about. I've got one that,
I have another John Cusack one.
Okay.
Movie, which is Everybody Wants Some by Van Halen.
From what movie?
Oh God, what's? Oh no, I'm forgetting the movie name because it wasn't on my list. What is that movie?
Was it Better Off Dead?
Better Off Dead. Better Off Dead. Thank you.
Oh okay.
God.
Yeah.
I was like, I just had a total brain fart. I'm like, yeah, but like stop motion and everything else, it was pretty great.
John Cross comes back and says, "I'll tumble for you," from Billy Madison.
I don't remember that one.
See, that's the thing. The movies. Billy Madison's funny, but the thing is, you have to. Like, I would say what I'm about to say might be on the Billy Madison level, but but
This is your embarrassing one?
Yeah,
you, Swan.
yeah, I like this movie a lot, and I'm kind of embarrassed to admit how much I like the movie. But this particular song is very iconic if you know the film.
Tommy Boy.
No, no, The Verve, "Bittersweet Symphony" from Cruel Intentions.
Intentions, yes, yeah.
See, you know,
Yeah.
Dangerous Liaisons or whatever.
Oh yeah.
We're just letting people know. Look, someone just said, "No mention of Pulp Fiction." Come on,
But
we've said that Tarantino might be the master of the needle drop, and we have. I mean, we could spend an entire show, just doing Tarantino needle drops that are amazing.
I mean, that's like
Jackie
same with
Brown,
like James
all
Guardians of the Galaxy. You could sit there and talk about.
Well, I would say, I put that on my list. I put, Come and Get Your Love, the opening of Guardians of the Galaxy 1, because it really does, unlike any other Marvel movie, really get you in the mode of this movie is totally different from all the other ones.
And I think that if you were going to talk about Tarantino or James Gunn, the mixtapes, that's not fun because those are obvious.
They're obvious, and they do them really, really well.
Really well. It's not to take away from them, but
they think, and look, with both of those guys especially, and I would say Cameron Crowe, and I would say Linklater, those guys really do think about their needle drops.
And look, John Hughes. John Hughes. I mean, one of the things I didn't say is Twist and Shout from Ferris Bueller.
That was on my list.
It's on my list.
It's on my list.
Now I only have 3. I mean, I'm crossing that off my list.
But that Twist and Shout definitely, and that does encompass everything about what Ferris Bueller is about in scene. It's so great.
And I only have 3 left, but one of them is a Tarantino song.
Mine is too.
And it's from his first movie.
Mine is too.
And it
is the iconic.
It was, and because after you saw Reservoir Dogs, he set the tone, so you expected the needle drop. Because K. Billy's Super Sounds of the 70s, that whole film is all, I mean, and when they're not playing needle drops, they're talking about, let me tell you what Like a Virgin's about.
Yeah.
It's about a girl who wants a guy with a big dick. She's digging tunnels like Charles Bronson.
Dick.
How many dicks is that? That's a lot.
That's a lot of dicks.
So the number 3 in my Stuck in the Middle with You, Steelers Wheels. I mean, that's, if you're talking about Tarantino, because everything after that is expected.
Right. But that was it. And you can say Little Green Bag and stuff.
Of course.
It's not the movie, but Stuck in the Middle.
That's it. That's it.
It's so funny. There's a tiki bar out here it's in North Hollywood, that every time you go in, it plays Stuck in the Middle with You, and you're instantly in the movie. You're not at the tiki bar anymore. You're in the movie.
Is that Tiki No on Lancashire? Or is
it's not Tonga Hut?
Tonga Hut. Thank you.
Tonga Hut on Victory Boulevard.
Victory, yeah.
I only have
Grayskull. Now you got it. Figure it out. Tonga Hut on Victory Boulevard on Victory.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the whole thing. It's funny because, John Cross, Kickstart My Heart from Hot Tub Time Machine.
Yeah, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the movie. Does it? I don't know, but there's so much Motley Crue in that, and then the guy goes back in time and becomes Motley Lou.
Yeah,
in the movie, I love Hot Tub Time Machine. That movie, 1 is great, and it really holds up.
I only have 2 left on my list, which
only
two. With one of them is it was battling for number 1 of all time, but I think it is, as much as I said, for me, Apocalypse Now. The end is the greatest needle drop, but the piece of music that's now number 1 is truly the greatest. But I gotta go with I can't say that yet.
Oh, you can't. You're gonna milk this.
We gotta wait. Yeah, we gotta wait. We gotta
You're
milk
gonna
it.
milk
Are your two both obvious once we hear?
Rob is edging. Right
I am an edgelord after all, but they're two different things. Being an edgelord and edging are two different things. Yes, I'm edging. I am edging right now.
All right. Well, if you only have one left, I have several.
I have two.
Oh, you have two. So give us your.
No, you go ahead. I bet one of yours is mine. One of them.
Well, one.
Don't say that if you know what my one is.
I'm not going to say I'm not going to say that one. I'll say that one. Total Eclipse of the Heart. The Strangers Pray at Night is a great needle drop.
Wow. Yeah, but is that iconic enough?
Yes, it is. That's the most iconic scene in that movie.
Okay.
And it's great, and it's a great use of it.
It is good.
You watch it. What else do I have? I have Wise Up from Magnolia, Amy Mann.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
That's a good
really
one.
I wasn't sure if that was a needle drop, but it is.
It is.
She did do the song beforehand, so I was like, okay. Let's see. Ooh, I got a lot of things crossed off here. Do I have to go to page 2 now?
You did it on paper?
I did. I wrote them down on paper.
Wow.
I'm old school. I put this down. Some people. I have 2 from this movie, so I'll throw them out there. White Lines for Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah.
I mean, they have the zombie sing it, and I have Don't Stop Me Now from Queen from Shaun of the Dead. I thought those were both great.
Those are good.
Again,
Edgar Wright's another master of needle drops. I mean, Baby Driver has a lot. It's
Baby Driver starts with a really obscure, the John Spencer Blues Explosion.
Yeah.
And it's a great opening. It's really
a great opening.
I have Rock and Roll 2 by Gary Glitter for the Joker, the stairs scene, but it's only for a little bit of the stairs scene. It's a great drop.
Right.
But it's only for a little bit of it. It's not for the whole thing, because then it goes into like sort of classical music. I have If You Want Blood from Empire Records.
That's a good one.
Which I thought really encapsulated the moment of
Again, that's Alan Moyle, who did Pump Up the Volume, another great great needle drops. Jared Snyder says Samuel Barber's Adagio for Strings from Platoon. That's a really good one.
That is really good.
That's a really good one.
Didn't hit my mind. Did not hit my mind.
Franklin Gonzalez says, Where's My Mind? We did that already from Fight Club. We said that. And then, Joshua Gonzalez says the greatest needle drop is Easy Riders, The Weight. And All Twisted Up as something. I don't know if we said this already because it was on my list. I thought we did. But Sister Christian from Boogie Nights.
We did say that.
That's what I thought. We already said that. Yeah.
That was one of my picks. Another one that Rob.
Slick Insider says, "Oh my God, not Pump Up the Volume." Yes, Pump Up the Volume.
Pump Up the Volume.
Adagio is also an Elephant Man. Adagio is in a million movies, so that's another one that's a great.
Scorsese is another guy who I didn't put a lot of things down, but amazing needle drop guy. Throughout, of course.
Oh, I mean, yeah, me too.
Oh my God. And I didn't even think if someone just brought up The Big Chill, which is filled with great needle drops.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You can't always get what you want from Big Chill. To me, is always like the one with the at the end of the funeral.
I mean, you could also say, but the thing is, like, the thing about The Big Chill, like that, those are such iconic. I mean, it is no doubt iconic soundtracks, but it's almost like that movie was designed to be that way. I think to add to what makes a great needle drop is you don't necessarily expect it to show up.
It's true.
Like in Boogie Nights, when that whole scene with Sister Christian,
You didn't expect that song.
Yeah, no, and whereas the Big Chill, the soundtrack album was so integral to that movie, and all those songs and
those characters and everything. What I like about "You Can't Always Get What You Want," the Rolling Stones song, is it literally starts with Joe Beth Williams playing it on the organ, and then it goes into the song. And I'm like, okay, that to me is kind of great.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, we're kind of splitting hairs, but it's
for sure we are splitting hairs, for sure. And there's so many movies that I didn't remember. A lot of this was just sort of stream of consciousness. Like,
yeah, yeah, totally.
Here we go.
And Franklin, we did Almost Famous was a Tiny Dancer was part of it. Yeah, so
yeah,
we covered.
You know what? One I want to bring up. I mean, I've only got two.
Franklin Gonzalez. Everybody Wants to Rule the World from Real Genius is a good one.
Yeah, that is.
And
I'm sure there's Elvis needle drops that we've totally forgotten.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. Look, there's a million, and everyone's gonna have theirs.
Big Lebowski, the My Condition, What My Condition Is. The Rogers song is amazing in that. But the Coen brothers have amazing.
I mean, I would say one thing I didn't say, it wasn't on my list, but I was thinking about the whole time, was I Melt With You, Modern English from Valley Girl.
Oh my God, that's amazing! Valley Girl's filled with those.
Yeah, right. I mean, and there's also Angst in My Pants from Sparks. You know,
Is there an iconic song with Scarface? I feel like there.
Oh yeah, Rush, Blondie.
Okay. Like, I know there's a handful in there, but there's got to be the one.
Oh yeah,
and Blondie's "Call Me" has been used
from American Gigolo. But I think it was written for that. Was it written for that? I think it was written for that.
It was, but then it was used in Bride of Chucky really well.
Yeah.
There's I mean, that's the thing. There's so many guys. The one, Rob, that I know you'll appreciate, that I know you forgot, and I probably would have forgotten it if yesterday hadn't been our friend Neil Marshall's birthday. Two Tribes from Doomsday.
Of course, yeah. That's a good one.
It's a really good one. That's a really, really good one. And I know you and I have one that's a total cheat on this, but then before my total cheat one, the last one I have is a twofer. Two movies that use this song really, really well. And that's George Thorogood's Bad to the Bone.
Oh, Christine
and Terminator 2.
Yeah. Christine, yes. I'll tell you something, though. I do not like it. I don't like it when a movie that, like, for instance, Lockmay in The Hunger. Diliab's Lockmay was beautifully used in The Hunger. I told you, it's a love song between two women. But because the movie doesn't have such iconic status, I mean, Tony Scott ripped himself off and used it in True Romance.
Because he liked it that much.
But you know what?
No.
I'm telling you.
Typically is the thing in True Romance, the main theme. Is that a riff on Badlands?
It is a riff on Badlands, but it's a riff.
It's a riff, so that's different.
Yeah, but the thing is, it fucking pissed me off because The Hunger, you can't fucking... When Catherine Deneuve seduces Susan Sarandon in The Hunger and she's playing it on the piano, and it goes in, that's fucking iconic. The problem is, not a lot of people saw The Hunger. So in my own mind, probably in Spooky Dan's mind, that movie looms large in my imagination. So you don't fuck with it. And when Tony Scott himself went back and used that piece of music in True Romance, I was pissed off. I'm like, you don't get to do that.
Right. It's so funny. A lot of people in the chat are bringing up Danger Zone from Top Gun, and I'm like, Danger Zone was made for
written for Top Gun.
It was written for Top Gun, guys. So
Yeah, that's not a needle drop. That was written for
one
Top Gun.
doesn't count.
There's a big one that no one's mentioned yet. That is, it's sort of a weird. I don't want to spoil it if it's one of you guys, so I won't say it. But
is it a rock song though?
Is it a classical piece? Oh,
It's
yeah,
not
classic
it's not
rock.
A classical piece. You're not.
Not
ruining
classical, classic rock.
it. So go for it.
That's just, it's obvious. And like, I don't even know if it belongs on the list because it's part of the movie, but
Oh, I have one more.
okay, go to your one more because it might be it.
No, it's not. It's
Bohemian
Oingo
Rhapsody
It's
is-
Oingo Boingo's "No One Lives Forever" from Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. The bridge scene. It's so iconic. It's so iconic in that movie.
yeah. For all of us that remember that,
I remember it, and that's all that matters. It's
But
important.
I don't
to me, man.
put them together when I think Oingo Boingo with the bridge scene.
But that was probably my, with the exception of Back to School, where Boingo was in the movie.
yeah.
Right.
That was my first real introduction to Boingo. So it does mean something to me, Dan. It means something.
What's
Oh,
love
wait,
got to
wait,
do with it?
Dan, what were you thinking?
Doesn't
Bohemian
count
Rhapsody,
because
like-
that was a song that was written and the movie was named after it. Like Stand By Me doesn't count because Stand By Me already existed.
No. I'm sorry. Wayne's World, Queen.
We said Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah.
You did? I don't remember that.
Yeah, we did that. We did that one.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I'm glad because I was like, that's so super obvious. That
Yeah,
it
I
almost
mean, that was a
seems like
great-
It doesn't count.
Now, I'll say one that we didn't say yet.
Okay.
Simon and Garfunkel's The Sound of Silence from The Graduate.
See, I always thought that was made for that movie.
It was not.
Okay. Then that's of course.
Who's it by?
Simon and Garfunkel.
Garfunkel.
I never heard of him.
Oh yeah, it's The Sound of Silence from The
Way
Graduate.
pre Duran Duran.
And it's
Way
and it's
pre-Duran Duran.
like, you know, I mean, the thing is, I don't know if all the Cat Stevens songs in Harold and Maude were made.
Oh, that's a
just
good.
for the
Yeah,
movie
that's a
or
good.
not.
It's yeah. I have to
But
look into that.
There's so many in that soundtrack as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're ready for yours, Rob, and then we're ready for my cheat.
Okay.
My
I'll
cheat.
give you. Okay, the greatest needle drop in cinema history. And
Oh my God! Wait. Oh wait, no, that was definitely made for the movie. Never mind. Go ahead, Rob. Because I know what it is.
I did say that the end, the Doors, the end. Because to me, a needle drop. Here's another thing. I'm just gonna say, I've added a lot of classical because classical music are needle drops. You know, and you can even pinpoint the actual recordings of the various because they use the same a lot of Deutsche Grammophon recordings, and there are the best. There are what are considered the best, most definitive recordings. Like for instance, Leonard Bernstein's recording of that we saw in in Maestro, but Leonard Bernstein's recordings of Beethoven are some of the most definitive. So
Right.
when they used Beethoven's Seventh, you're listening to literally the same needle drop. Unless you see like the version in Zardoz, which is the vocal version. But this one piece of classical music,
this
which
one.
is the single greatest classical music drop in any movie in history, is Thus Spoke Zarathustra by Richard Strauss from 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Wait, it's not Blue Danube.
No. It could be. You could say the Blue Danube. That's when they're going to the space station.
Yeah, no,
But-
I know. You're saying the main theme. Okay, gotcha.
That's it. But the Blue Danube, no. The Blue Danube is great. But Richard Strauss's Thus Spoke Zarathustra. But the Blue Danube's great. But the thing is, it's that is the most iconic piece of classical music ever used in a movie ever. And by the way, remember that Kubrick replaced Alex North recorded a whole original score for 2001, and Kubrick replaced it.
Based it with yes.
With
All right, sure.
what did he do? Classical needle drops, including the Blue Danube, which would be the next. I mean, that would be those two. They're interchangeable.
Number 2 might be Major Chai Chai's suggestion of Maniac for Flashdance, which was not made for the movie.
It was not.
It wasn't?
It was made for the movie Maniac.
Maniac and I Love Rock and Roll. I'd go with those. Maniac is a very iconic
needle drop.
And plus it's her dancing, so it
yes. Little do
Visuals
people
go with
know. Little do people know that song was actually made for the movie, the Joe Spinell classic Maniac.
Yeah, right.
No, I know. Well, originally, there's a whole extra on the Maniac disc about the song originally being for Maniac. Inspired by.
All right. There you go.
People are so annoyed with me, Rob.
By the way, Jared Snyder does say we'll meet again. We covered that. Dave covered that from Doctor Strangelove.
There's so many we didn't cover.
Yeah.
There's one that I read when I was doing the research on this that came up a bunch that you guys haven't said. So have we said everything so far?
I'm out.
I think I've covered.
But there's a million things I didn't say.
Except my cheat.
Oh, what's your cheat?
My cheat is this. This is the needle drop that everyone used to do, which is Dark Side of the Moon with the Wizard of Oz.
Wow, okay.
It's a cheat. It's a total cheat. But people used to queue up
yeah, of course.
the Wizard of Oz with Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah.
That's a personal needle drop that everyone can do.
Yes, it is.
That's interesting.
Well, you didn't know about that?
No, I knew about it, but I don't.
But it's not. I mean, that's a different thing, though.
No, that's why I'm saying it's a cheat.
The only one I read about, but I didn't hear tonight was Layla, from Goodfellas.
Goodfellas, yeah.
We kind of skipped Scorsese. We put I personally put Scorsese, Tarantino, most of P.T. Anderson, Linklater, and the Coens, and like we could do just a whole show just on that.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all. But no, Scorsese's. And you know what? Blue Moon.
American Werewolf. Yeah. Again,
the many uses of Blue Moon.
Yeah, that was or Moondance.
Right.
Moondance is a great. That's. I mean, it's interesting because when you go and look at all this stuff, I mean, there's so many movies that do it, but it's the ones. What's really interesting is we come from. I'll say I don't like as much as I love what James Gunn does, it's almost like I feel like when James Gunn does something, it's not organic. He goes and looks. It's organic to him. And he finds music but it's like people expect, like he's like, okay, Guardians of the Galaxy is designed to have needle drops.
Well, it is just like Tarantino stuff. I mean, there's Twisted Nerve,
right?
There's all the stuff that he does. Marilyn Manson. How many times has Marilyn Manson's version of Sweet Dreams been used in movies?
Right,
so many times now.
Well, I don't. That's the thing. I really don't like it. When someone else,
Marilyn Manson?
No, I really don't like it. Once a song has been used once, if I was a filmmaker, that's why in Watchmen, I hated that he used Ride of the Valkyries and Sound of Silence. Now I understand why he did it, but it bothered me.
But I will say James Gunn has taken songs that we knew from Tarantino movies and used them just as well, and almost more people probably think of Guardians with some of those songs than
of course 100%
movies now, so you can't say that it wasn't successful.
But I just think if a filmmaker has staked a claim on a song, Whenever I hear a song used that, if somebody uses the song and it's not as iconic, I'm like, you failed. So if you're gonna double up, if you're gonna use a song that's like When the Man Comes to Town, a lot of people have used, but to me, the Dawn of the Dead, that opening credit sequence, that's the best use of that song.
It's almost like the one that used it first used it the best.
Yeah, use it the best. And once you've done that, if a filmmaker uses a song again and it's not as good, in my mind, they've diminished their movie. You have to be fucking awesome. And unless you're the same filmmaker, like when you're Tony Scott, I'm like, okay, in True Romance, I get you're using the piece of music 10 years later you used in, I get it. But it's a weird thing in my own mind. Maybe it's just me.
A great cover of the Neil Diamond song. I mean, Pulp Fiction. Again, now we're going into those things. Girl, You'll Be a Woman Soon. Or even the Dick Dale surf music. Great, amazing needle drops.
Well, but that's the thing. But by him repurposing, what he's doing is the same thing. Like like Reservoir Dogs, he's riffing on Ringo Lam's "City on Fire." Sure. and so he's like, he's using
the Kill Bill music, the
Battles Without Honor and Humanity.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
And what's the song when they're finally Ishiren and they're facing off? Yeah,
in the House of Blue Leaves sequence.
Yeah.
Amazing, but that's the thing. He's taking like original score from other movies and repurposing them, but it's music that was originally written for something. So he's riffing on it, and that's different than reusing a needle drop. Like when he takes Twisted Nerve, his use of the movie Twisted Nerve is fine.
It's not a needle drop. His use of Twisted Nerve is score.
It's right. But he's stealing it from another movie, which is awesome.
Right, but he's doing it, and that's a whole different thing. Someone brought up, and I'm so glad we have this audience here, which is amazing. They brought up Somewhere Over the Rainbow with Face Off.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right, that's pretty great. It's like, yep, that's great. That's a great.
It is great. Yeah. And it's an interesting. I mean, we're being persnickety about it, because we're not
a little bit, but yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, guys. I mean, there's so many movies. It's like we'd be here till dawn.
I mean, another movie that I because I listen to the soundtrack incessantly was Repo Man. Suicidal tendencies and institutionalized, or who sang the song Pablo Picasso? People try and pick up girls. We call them assholes. This did not happen to Pablo Picasso. Why, he could walk down the street. Girls could not resist his stare. Pablo Picasso was never called an asshole.
I mean, there's a great it's not a great cover, but there's a great use of Girls Just Want to Have Fun in Night of the Comet.
Oh yeah, yep.
It's like there's a lot of good needle drops in that. It's just from bands that I unfortunately don't know, because I don't think they ever put out a soundtrack for Night of the Comet, which I would own if I could. I could, like No More Mr. Nice Guy from Shocker, the Megadeth version of it is like, well, it's a great cover, but
right,
a lot of people mentioned Red Right Hand by Nick Cave,
a great one,
which was done. It really has sort of become the Scream.
Yes,
song.
and because people have used it afterwards, I'm like, it was used in Scream. They planted their flag.
Yeah,
Scream plant. I mean, to me, Red Right Hand that's from Scream 1, and I'll tell you something. Okay, let me ask you guys this. I have a question.
Yeah.
So nowadays, there's so much to watch, but when we were growing up, we watched the same movies many, many times. favorite genre movies: horror, sci-fi, fantasy, the home video age, the cable age. So certain needle drops became. I don't think. I mean, when you're a little kid, you watch animated films 100 times. I didn't do that because we didn't have home video. But when I was growing up, you know, teenage years, college years, I watched the same shit over and over and over and over again. And it was like playing a record. You memorize when you're playing vinyl. You know how long the silence is between tracks. You can count it in your mind, and the silence was part of the experience of hearing that record, the vinyl. So I think that great needle drops, we incorporate them into our minds or memories as part of the overall experience of the film itself. And I don't think people like today, people don't watch movies over and over again because there's so much to watch. So they don't internalize needle drops the way we internalize needle drops, unless now it's from big filmmakers like, of course, James Gunn, because then they'll release part of the appeal of Guardians of the Galaxy. It goes hand in hand with the mixtape. What's the mixtape going to be? So in a way, that's an adjunct marketing tool as opposed to being organically part of the film, because the mixtape is in the movie itself. Yeah. You know, it's the mixtape is what his mom, before she died, made him. So in a way, the music in Guardians of the Galaxy isn't this clever decision. It's part of the story.
It is, but it's her picks, not his. Right.
But it's still it's almost in universe.
Yeah.
Which is a weird. I mean, we're splitting hairs here, but
yeah, because look, the what's the I forget, guys, and maybe
Franklin Gonzalez brought up moving in stereo. Yeah, we had that discussion.
But maybe you guys can remind me. I don't remember what the song at the opening of Endgame was.
Oh, Mr. Fantasy. That is a great fucking needle drop. The end game that after Hawkeye's family gets dusted in the snapping.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, that is the single best needle drop, despite Guardians music. Mr. Fantasy in Endgame, when I saw that, I was like, that choice of music is genius. Genius. That might be my favorite modern needle drop, is Mr. Fantasy from the beginning of
brought
Endgame.
Up a really interesting thing, and they're right. Dueling Banjos is a needle drop, technically.
But they're also playing it in the movie.
They are playing, but I don't count them. Not if they're playing, I don't count that as like it's because they aren't the originators of it. So it's like it's still a pretty good needle drop.
Yeah, and so Traffic's Dear Mr. Fantasy, to me, that was what was awesome about that. Was that's a true needle drop. It's not like somebody decided that whether it was the Russo brothers.
No, it was, but you're right. It's of the Tarantino level of like great needle drops.
Yes.
It's like goes and what's amazing, what's great about that drop is that it instantly lets you know that Endgame is going to be very different from Infinity War.
Yes.
We're on a very different track here, at least for a while.
100%. I was blown away when I watched Endgame, because the thing about what's and this is so funny to talk about Marvel in this way. The way they open Endgame with Hawkeye's family is, in terms of managing a franchise and understanding your IP, you go from the end of Infinity War, especially if you now can watch them back to back, which you can. You go from the end of Infinity War, where all of our major heroes get dusted, to opening up with this bucolic afternoon with Hawkeye's family.
No score.
No score, and he's teaching his daughter to shoot arrows, and they're making hot dogs, and it lulls you into you like looking at it now. Of course, what was going to happen was going to happen.
But the audience knows. The audience knows more than those characters do.
But you still are thinking there, and when they do that, they pull that is such. I mean, it people forget. People forget just how big those movies when they came out. Even the anticipation. And I love when people go, because Endgame has a lot of convoluted. I think both of those two movies together are two of the greatest examples of fantasy filmmaking of all time, in terms of, and the lead up to all of them. But that opening going into Dear Mr. Fantasy, Traffic's Dear Mr. Fantasy, is one of the great needle drops ever. Yeah. I forgot to mention that because we didn't mention that, but because I don't think
really of it. It really is. It really is.
Over the Marvel logo. I mean, and the funny thing about it is, like, I've never met Kevin Feige. You know, I've interviewed a lot of people in doing DVD special editions and stuff.
I swear I met him. I don't know if it was.
I might have met him on the set of X2, but
it was cursory. Maybe it was Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, well, that was because we probably did. I'm sure I came across him when I was on the set of X2 shooting and stuff. But
we probably did, and we just didn't think anything of it. We were dumb.
Well, yeah, but we didn't. But still, that would be
like we should have recognized our own kind and like glommed onto him like a Minoc or something.
Well, but I really wish the one thing about Marvel, I really wish that they had decided from the beginning of Iron Man, and their early DVDs and special features are good, and then they kind of shied away from that. But I really wish that we'd been able to do like a Superman Returns or Lord of the Rings, what we worked on, Chronicles of Narnia, where we could have told the evolutionary story of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Because
I can't imagine.
If we could have done what we did,
I can't imagine if we had been, if us or Charlie or all of us had been the consistent. Chroniclers.
Yeah,
I'm saying them. I'm saying him.
No, if they had
chronicling the birth of this whole thing.
Yeah.
And if the studios had like recognized that this was important to chronicle in a very significant way, and the thing is, I think they did. I think they have hundreds of hours of footage that we've never seen and we'll never see.
Yeah, but you know what? It was even Iron Man opening and coming out in 2008. That auteur, what we all brought, whether it's people like Laurent or Jeffrey Lerner or any of all the auteur documentary makers, they were past that by 2008. They had to have had the foresight because they didn't know the Marvel Cinematic Universe would become what it became. But I would love to have seen Lord of the Rings. I mean, working on Lord of the Rings was so much fun, and going that in depth into every aspect of the Marvel movies, and to tell that story and make it one long, the same way the movies are all interconnected, to do the Infinity Saga as one long documentary where you had like what Charlie did with Prometheus, but do it with all the Marvel.
Just do a 23-part series.
Yeah. Well, no, but that's what
book about it.
Exactly.
Book is fantastic.
But I will say this, guys, if you don't know right now, I just watched this the other night, and the funny thing is, I haven't even watched the series all the way through or anything like that. There's a new Assembled on Disney Plus about X-Men 97, the animated series. That's really good.
Oh wow, cool.
It's really interesting. I mean, it deals more with the voice cast and everything else. A lot of the people coming back. But it's really good. You're just like, oh wow, okay, that's kind of cool. So I do recommend that. I have a question for you guys though, because we're talking about Infinity War and Endgame, and I have to admit, in a weird way, it was kind of the last time that I was really excited about going to a movie. Like, I had to be there opening day. I mean, I went to Furiosa opening day, but it was the last time that I was like, I'm so excited, and it was the last time that I had. The funny thing is, I'm not saying anything about the movie. When I went and saw Furiosa, and I saw it opening day, IMAX, Universal. I didn't get the last time I really felt that audience experience. That it was like everyone was in sync. You know that feeling.
You mean like Batman Returns and
That feeling where it's
Dark
like
Knight.
that everyone's in sync, and they're amped and they're pumped for the movie and they react and everything. I have to say the last one that I remember was Endgame.
Oh, no, both Infinity War and Endgame.
Right.
I mean, it was amazing because it was earned. You know, we had gone. That was.
I'm just wondering when the last time for you guys was. Was it that? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, no. Infinity War and Endgame were because I went in pretty much. I made myself go in spoiler free for Endgame. You know, and I saw it on the Disney lot with all the press, the genre press.
See, I wouldn't. I'm so glad that I went opening day to the ArcLight. I didn't go with anyone I knew because I couldn't. There was no way. It was like I was lucky to get a ticket.
Yeah.
So I was sitting there at the Dome only with me and just a sold out crowd. But it was so exciting. Everyone was so pumped, and they reacted on so many things throughout the movie. It was so exciting that, but by the end of it, it was like going to a concert or something. You were like, you walked out of it and you were like, I'm in a daze because holy shit, what did I just see? And again, it was a culmination, but I remember that same experience, like seeing T2 for the first time, seeing, just that.
Seeing T2 at the Dome.
Yeah.
The Cinerama Dome.
It was the first movie I ever saw at the Dome.
But I think in modern, you have Top Gun did it. Maverick.
Top Gun was a great.
That one did it where the audience was in with you before the movie even started. Everyone was excited. And Dune 2. Although Dune 2 is a different movie-going experience, the audience was ready and excited.
I did more so than have that experience with Dune 2.
I mean, really? I
didn't. Maybe with a scene or two, but not this whole like, oh my god, everyone is so pumped to see this kind of thing.
Okay, let me ask you a philosophical question. The thing about the MCU through the end of the Infinity Saga. So Spider-Man Far From Home was the coda to the Infinity Saga.
And that was also a great theater experience.
Yeah, that was film 23. 22 was Endgame. 21 was Captain Marvel.
Or I should say Far From Home.
20 was Ant-Man and the Wasp, and 19 was Infinity War.
So the last time I had that real exciting theater experience after Endgame was Spider-Man Far From Home.
Or do you mean No Way Home with all three Spider-Man?
No Way Home.
Yeah, that was outside. That was beyond. That was Phase 4.
That was the last time I had that whole thing.
Well, this is what I was going to ask you philosophically.
I'm not going to derail it, but I will say one of the most fun movie-going experiences I had recently was Madam Web. Now, and I'll qualify it, is because
everyone was in there to join it in the badness.
Well, I think we all went going, it can't be as bad as what the reviews are. And then about 20 minutes in, it was enjoying the badness. And you go, like, if you turn it on Netflix right now, you're not going to get the same experience of literally people just howling at the screen because it's just so ridiculous. And that it was just as joyous as watching one of these other movies that you're talking about where the audience is all in on it. And it's all for all the wrong reasons, of course, but it made a shitty movie fun. Like fun to be there, and you don't always want that, but you knew what you were getting when you went in. So
yeah, okay. but I think I haven't felt the anticipation. I mean, what was really interesting, like I felt like, for instance, Force Awakens. The anticipation for Force Awakens was enormous, But for me, I fucking hated that movie. And, you know, I saw Empire Strikes Back 26 times in the theater. Star Wars meant so much to me. And I knew.
What's Star Wars? That's before Duran Duran.
But I knew it was interesting because the anticipation for Force Awakens was off the chain. But I'd already been J.J. Abrams was already disappointed in him, and I'm like, I knew he wasn't going to deliver. And a lot of people liked that movie, but I thought it was ridiculous gobbledygook, and it didn't. The movie again made no sense to me. Whereas I look at something like Infinity War. That movie, when you watch Infinity War, it begins with Thanos on the Asgardian ship and the whole Hulk, Loki, Thor sequence. All of that is wildly satisfying, you know. And then Hulk goes down the Rainbow Bridge and Loki gets killed, and in the first 5 minutes of that movie, and the Black Order, the Obsidian Order, and all that, it's so. And then you get down, and then then only Marvel movies can do this. You get down to New York, you meet Pepper and you meet Tony, and they're talking about getting married and all, and then Doctor Strange shows up. And they go to the Sanctum Sanctorum with Wong and everything, and then Hulk falls. 15 minutes into that movie, it is so satisfying if you're a Marvel fan. Everything that's happening in that movie, it's a culmination of everything you've seen before. It's the 19th movie in the MCU.
And again, what it is, it's these movies, while being amazing movies, this culmination, but it is a culmination. It rewards the people who have seen everything since. And the thing is, it's like we probably will never get that kind of run again. On anything, but that's why it's so satisfying, is because we know all the minutia of all these characters already, because the people who go there opening day have watched all of them. They know everything.
Now here's
building and building. It's just, I mean, but that's why it's so impressive.
Now here's the thing.
So fun.
Yeah, here's the thing that I'm going to ask you. We have something next month, well, in July, that should, by all accounts, be just as satisfying theoretically, which is Deadpool and Wolverine.
So, according to the reports, it is that satisfying.
But can it be? See, here's what I would.
I think the dangerous thing with Deadpool and Wolverine is it's got people so hyped. And look, I don't even have my tickets yet because I couldn't get good seats.
Me neither.
So I don't even have them. So I don't know when I'm going to see this movie. All I know is for the first week, I'm going to have to not watch anything with you on it, including the Campia show. I can't, because you guys are just going to like jerk off all over the fucking screen and go.
No, but here I gotta tell you. I gotta tell you.
The thing is, I think in a way, it's like I am excited for it, but the thing is, I'm tempering it now. It's like, well, it's not the Wolverine that we know. It's not, and does that even matter?
Well, here's my word.
And I hope it's just. I hope the Cameo Fest either just blow, like oh, isn't that cute? Blow away, and it's not integral to the story, or I hope all these cameos are integral to the story.
Well, here's the thing. Here's my fear of and it's as a thought experiment. To me, Infinity War and Endgame were earned. Whereas Deadpool and Wolverine seems like something that was constructed as a goof. I mean, and the thing is, the story. This is such a weird. I've been trying to convey this on the John Campia show, but I don't have the I don't know how to put it to convey the point that I'm trying to make.
Is it this? That Deadpool is inherently like poking fun and goofy, and there's no gravitas.
That's part of it. That this story is just a made up confection construct that is by definition it's all a joke.
Right.
Whereas
matters.
None of it matters. It's all a bunch of BS. It's all postmodern, funny, fourth wall breaking, and that can be fine if it's a funny, goofy thing. But Endgame and Infinity War and Endgame are legitimately great movies because the characters, they're playing off these relationships, whereas the very conception of Deadpool and Wolverine in itself is just a goof. And I don't know if they can ever overcome that. And I'm curious to wonder, like when I go into that theater,
they're on a
oh, I know.
What's it called? It's not
A tightrope.
They're on a tightrope. It's
a
like,
razor's edge.
Because the thing is this. Because you have Wolverine, you have Logan, and there's and the thing is this, it's tough, I think, because the expectation is so high, and they want to see, and there's so many reasons, like they want to see Wolverine fight the Hulk.
Right.
It's like so is it little moments of just like jerk off fan fulfillment mixed in with Deadpool's story, or I think maybe I'm wrong, but is the overall question is, does this mean anything?
That's it. You just nailed it, because you've seen the trailer, the turn your fucking phone off, where you're having the Hugh Jackman going, I heard that it's coming from out there, and I realized that already in the marketing, which I think is all brilliant and all that, the Deadpool Wolverine relationship, when I was watching that commercial for the Don't Talk in the theater.
Oh yeah. It's like, okay.
I'm watching it and I'm already over their relationship.
The shtick.
The shtick is
we get it. You know why? Because you've been feeding us this feud for 4 or 5 years or more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, I'm looking at this, and it's for the next 2 months we're going to watch, it's like the Heineken ad. The Heineken ad, the Deadpool, and I'm looking at this, I'm like, it's the same joke over and over and over and over, and what they haven't established is an actual in-universe credibility. Because I was watching Days of Future Past the other day, which is a banger of a film. It's a great comic book. I think it's my favorite X-Men movie.
Great.
And I the thing that Deadpool and Wolverine doesn't have is any kind of credibility as a story unto itself. Where I think the first Deadpool is it does a perfect job of telling a real story with gravitas, pathos, romance. It's also fucking hilarious, and it's a great action film. And it works on many levels.
And it establishes itself uniquely from the rest of the Marvel movies. Like, all you have to do is like, okay, Colossus, this is a different Colossus than we've known.
Right.
And then you're sure like, I hope they figure it out. And that they're smarter than we are, because the thing is like they are seemingly juggling so many things to try to. I hope they're brilliant, because if they manage to pull it off and close this whole thing up and manage to, but again, I don't know what they're trying to do. If they're just trying to have fun and like close the close the book on the 20th Century Fox stuff, or if they're really taking this. The thing is, what I don't want Deadpool and Wolverine, is just be
A goof.
a 2.5 hour joke that just pokes fun at the 20th Century Fox stuff, but
And Disney and everything else.
But can daftly shift everything over, set us up. And that's a lot to ask out of a movie.
It is.
The thing is like, are we as an audience expecting way too much from this movie?
Well,
Here's our
because of what they're feeding us.
But you know what I haven't seen in this movie? I get it. It's Deadpool and Wolverine. And they have this funny rivalry and all that. But why, other than what we've already seen, what is that movie going to give me that I don't get from that 90-second turn off your fucking phone ad that you see in front of a movie?
Right. And
I haven't seen any shred of evidence, and maybe we'll get a new trailer, that there's more to this movie that makes me like, and I want to see it. And people are going to think that we're being haters or something, but it really has struck me that even in the marketing, it's all this cool stuff. But why are you? Why do I need? I do not know why I need to see this movie. When I saw Endgame, I couldn't wait. I was like, what the fuck is going to happen, man? The fucking Spider-Man's gone. Black Panther's gone. You know, all these, what's going to happen? I couldn't wait to see what's going to happen. And I feel in Deadpool and Wolverine, I already know.
But here's the thing that I will say, and this is which is shocking for me, overly optimistic. I'll just say it. I don't think Hugh Jackman is just going to piss on his legacy,
Of course
just
not.
to make a joke.
Right.
And I think I'm hoping that all the powers that be literally are because this is the only Marvel movie coming out this year, that they have really thought about this a little bit. I'm hoping that they've really thought about this, and what this movie, not the ramifications of what it is going to do, but what it can do to. Marvel's not stupid. They know what's happened recently in just the Marvel movies. Forget the Sony movies, Madam Web and stuff like that. They know that the Marvels didn't perform. They know that phase four, right? 4?
Yeah. Phase 4 and 5
didn't really, with the exception of Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, didn't really perform that well and stuff like that, and it's been a little underwhelming. That this can sort of help. I don't think it's not gonna solve all the problems. I think it can solve a lot of the problems. It can. I'm hoping. I'm hopeful.
So let me ask you guys this then. Knowing there's so much, let's just say, pressure on this movie to save Hollywood, because really that's
baggage
and Marvel,
but it comes with all this baggage. So let's say, in comparison, Beetlejuice, which has been a million years since the last one, they can kind of do no wrong as long as it doesn't suck. We'll all be happy. Ghostbusters was kind of a similar thing. We're hoping it doesn't suck and we can get more. But Alien, which is something that is near and dear to all of our hearts, are we as genuinely stoked to see that movie as we are a new Deadpool? Like I'm more hopeful for
maybe
Alien.
more so because of Fede Alvarez and his approach on things. It's like, I'm not expecting aliens, and it's not selling aliens. It's selling, we're going back to the roots.
It looks like Alien more than it looks like Alien.
and the thing is this, but the thing is, the stakes have never been as high with the Aliens universe.
I don't know about that.
as it is with the Marvel stuff.
Oh, true.
Well, also,
I thought you
you
meant
know
Alien.
what's really weird? What's really weird is I remember when Aliens was coming out. You know, when Aliens came out 7 years after the original Alien, and everybody loved the Terminator. And, you know, it was 2 years after Terminator came out, and no one who was going to see Alien at the time, there was never any thought that it would not be anything other than awesome. You know, people are like, this movie is going to be fucking great.
The thing is, I remember with Aliens, is like, no one knew. It was like, oh, okay, Sigourney Weaver's back. For me, my thing is like, it's another Aliens. It's another Alien movie. Oh, that's cool. But the thing is, back at that time, you have to remember, I don't think there certainly wasn't the pressure that say that Deadpool and Wolverine is facing.
No. But the point that I was going to make though is that Aliens was made by a guy who came up. James Cameron had an idea. It wasn't like 20th Century Fox said, "Oh, we've got to go make a sequel to Alien." You know, we're in the IP business. It was James Cameron who pitched an idea to Fox because he had an idea to make an Aliens movie. You know, and if you believe the actual, he was in a meeting, he wrote the word alien on a whiteboard, and then he wrote an S and draw two lines through it to make it $sign. So it was aliens with a $sign at the end. Now, it's because he wanted to make it. And he sold the idea of Fox on making it. An auteur who was coming off of Terminator, you know, who had been at Corman. He worked on Escape from New York and Battle Beyond the Stars and Galaxy of Terror and all those things. And he wanted to make this movie.
But more importantly, he sold it to Walter Hill and David Giler.
Right.
The story guys. And they go, this is it.
Yeah. But the point is, now you have corporate entities that are deciding, we have to, you know, utilize our IP. So they don't, by definition, have filmmakers that, I mean, in the case of Deadpool and Wolverine, you have Ryan Reynolds, who is this creative force who willed this character into existence.
Right.
And now you've got Sean Levy. They did the Atom Project together. They've
done a bunch of stuff together.
They've done a bunch of stuff together. And
remember, Sean Levy started out being a B-movie actor in Zombie Nightmare.
Of course. I mean,
if you all forget, Sean Levy was a B-movie actor who starred in the movie Zombie Nightmare, starring John Michael Thor of the metal band Thor and Adam West and Frank Dietz, a friend of ours.
Yeah.
And check it out. There's a great Mystery Science Theater.
I just wonder. I mean, and the thing is, I think the real problem, I mean, we've seen Fall Guy, which was a delightful movie. I loved it. Didn't perform. Furiosa, they're saying it's the worst Memorial Day opening for a #1 movie in 40 years. And
both of those make sense that it didn't, even though they're both good movies.
Right. Yes, absolutely. So, and there's all of this excitement for Deadpool and Wolverine, but the excitement isn't based on reality. It's based on a hope. Whereas
here's what's great. I've been watching you on this, and I saw you on the Film Threat thing the other day, and you have been the one voice of all of these sort of Hollywood watchers that has been honest. And that is exactly what you've been saying, is Hollywood really needs to look in the mirror at what's actually happening and not sugarcoat it and not be nice and hope for the best. Like, we can talk all night long about will or won't Deadpool do it. But we all know, unless the movie is fucking awesome, way better than we all anticipate, we'll be sitting here having the same conversation as we will about Furiosa, going, well, that was pretty good. I wish I loved it, but it was pretty good. And that doesn't do what it needs to do. And you're the only one that I've heard on all of these voices that has been saying, let's be honest. Let's actually be honest and see what's happening. Does anyone really give a shit about a new Avatar movie? No. We all love Cameron. It'll probably be great. But do we care? Do we care about these characters? No.
Well,
fucking.
I would.
The problem. I'm sorry. That's the problem with the Avatar movies. It's like I'm just not invested. I don't care. It's like after
Exactly.
I went and saw 2, but it's like after that, it's like I don't care.
Well,
I'm not going. I'm not going to.
See, but the thing is, I think Fede Alvarez had an idea for an Alien movie.
I'm way more excited about that than.
And I think Fede Alvarez was, Steve Asbell, who's the president of 20th Century Studios. He is, I call him the quiet king of franchises because he did Prey, he did Omen, Hellraiser, he did the new Apes, which is again very respectable. The problem is, Apes is good. But it's not. We've seen this point.
But here's the thing: has the here's a question for you guys. Has the it's like you're 100% right, Rob. First Omen, I mean, it's probably the best Omen movie since the original.
I agree,
and I like 2 and 3.
I do too.
I love that trilogy, but it's still probably better. Prey. And I like Predator 2 a lot, and so it fits right in there. Our audience, is it audience expectations that are getting out of whack, or
no?
Are the companies promising more than can possibly be delivered?
So let me jump in and answer this before Rob does, because I know, Rob, you have a grander answer. But the bottom line is this. Planet of the Apes, to me, is the perfect example. The latest one. I saw the trailer in front of every movie. We have the Regal Pass, so we go and see every fucking movie. So we've seen this trailer 100 times, and not once was I at all invested or cared even a little. This is the pinnacle of great visual effects. It probably can't get much better until we get humans. It can't get much better than this, and it doesn't do a fucking thing for me because we've seen a million cool visual effects. We've seen it all. Like, show me a stunt lady on the death pool, death pool, whatever it was fucking called, where she's on Zoe was on the top of the car driving around in real life, and you feel, oh, this is great, way more than you go, wow, look at those really great apes. Look how good that CG is. I don't care. I don't care about the series. The other ones were all good, and by all accounts that I've read, this new one is good. But I just don't care. In the same way that, like, I do care about Alien, and I do care about Beetlejuice, and I did care about Ghostbusters, and was hopeful for Furiosa, but I don't really care about apes. And I feel like that's what Hollywood keeps giving us. More shit that they expect us to care about, whether we do or don't. So let's say us, this group of people here, and probably a lot of our watchers, we all give a shit about Marvel, and we give a shit about Star Wars and Star Trek, and, we do want Deadpool to be awesome. But you can't force us to say, oh, The Immortals is going to be great. You're going to love it. Trust us. It's going to be fucking great. And then we go see it. We go, yeah, that kind of sucked. And there was a couple good moments, but the visual effects aren't doing it enough anymore. And the story, we don't care about these characters, but you're forcing us to care about these characters in a weird way. And we just don't. And again, this kind of goes, the same argument kind of works with Avatar. But then you get something like 1,000 Beavers, and you go, whoa, what the fuck is this thing? I'm excited to see it. Here, take my $20, and I'm watching it, and it's a joyous ride for an hour and a half, way more so than what I would have got out of Planet of the Apes if I had seen it. Like, and I can say that just because I know I don't care about that one, and this new one was new and fresh and fun in the way that I hope Alien is.
I'll tell you something. All of these IPs that they keep the ultimate problem with them is there's no way to get really excited about them because you already know what you're getting.
Yeah.
When you don't get it, like, look, I've been watching Planet of the Apes movies since I was a little kid. And it's
old.
But no, I mean, but the Planet of the Apes franchise began in 1968, just like James Bond, and it's gotten to the point where Hollywood expects us to, like, we have to get all excited. The thing about Marvel was the 23 movies of the Infinity Saga that ended with Spider-Man Far From Home. That's 23 movies that, for the most part, sure, there were things that people can complain about, Iron Man 2, Thor the Dark World, whatever, but they're still pretty damn good. And collectively, those 23 movies went somewhere and gave us Infinity War and Endgame, and then the end of the story with Far From Home, which was awesome. Done. We're done. And that narrative thrust is no longer there. Like, look, do I still like Marvel characters? Sure. Will I watch Sam Raimi directing Doctor Strange? Of course. But there's no longer a reason for me to watch these movies other than, I like these characters. I have no investment in it because the story's been told.
But with James Bond and with Batman, we keep coming back and going, okay, give us more of the same shit. We love it. And within 5 minutes, we go, oh, we do love this.
But the thing about Bond and Batman is what's interesting. With Batman, you have Christopher Nolan's Batman, which is different than Matt Reeves' Batman, which is different than Joel Schumacher's Batman, which is different than Tim Burton's Batman. So we love Batman, and the reinvention of these characters keep us coming back.
The reinterpretation. Because I got to say, with Matt Reeves' Batman, when I saw it in the theater, I was like, well, this is kind of a 3-hour slog of like dark and depressingness. And my biggest problem was like, well, isn't Batman supposed to appeal to like young people, like kids and stuff like that? And it's like, what kid is going to want to watch this fucking movie for 3 hours and like be excited about it? And it's like, but then like, so initially I couldn't appreciate, I didn't appreciate it. I watched it again later at home. I was like, I like what they're doing. I like it. I appreciate
different interpretation.
But again, I'm like going, as a mainstream movie, and obviously it did really well. But I'm like, but what about the kid? Aren't kids supposed to like Batman too?
Are you excited for Penguin?
I am personally, but again, that's not marketed toward. That's not like you have to.
Yeah.
That's Max. You got to seek that out. That's not for kids. And to me, it's like, am I crazy to think that Batman should at least have a little something for kids? I mean, it's like. Fucking Riddler's he's Zodiac. He's a serial killer. It's like, how is this fun for kids?
I don't know, man. Like, look,
I mean, again,
Pirates movies are for kids and they're bloody
we say the same thing with Batman Returns because Dane DeVito's Penguin is fucking disturbing as shit. He's a mutant. He's a fucking freak.
But the real question is, we have to ask ourselves, the reason that people were so excited for Marvel is because they kept building. There was a momentum there, and every movie they were building something that added to the collective whole. And by the time you get to Infinity War and Endgame, that 1-2 punch, they'd had 15 years to develop these characters and have us invested, and they took us on this ultimate apocalyptic in a way, it was like Return of the King. Even though it was only 3 movies, you're following Sam and Frodo and Merry and Pippin through this whole adventure, and they lead you up to this amazing experience, which is about the end of the fucking world.
And it earned it, and it paid it off.
It paid it off. And Infinity War and Endgame were about the same thing. You literally had a villain, an antagonist, that ended the universe, killed half the people in the universe. And once you've done that, and then you bring half the universe back after 5 years, where do you go? All you can do is repeat it. You're never going, and so we like the characters because we enjoy spending time with them, but the story isn't very interesting anymore. So we've already seen it. There's nothing you're going to tell us. There's nothing you're going to show us that is ever going to equal the heights of Infinity War and Endgame. In a way, there are problems. And now my whole thing going back to Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm like, there's been nothing in what we've seen that is different from what we've already seen. It's like, okay, the TVA, and we've got the multiverse, and you've got this and that and the other. Right. And I'm like, there's been nothing and I want, by the way, no one wants to love this movie more than I do.
And the thing is, we have to be fair. in total, they've shown us how much of a movie.
Right,
3
of
minutes?
course. Of
3
course,
minutes?
but that's also problematic too, because
Sure,
they haven't
sure.
shown me anything where I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Where's the intellectual idea that I already can tell you probably, like, even the marketing, the jokes that they're leaning into are familiar, obvious jokes that I expect to be getting. They're telling me nothing. I mean, I don't need to see Wolverine say fuck again. Wolverine in this movie has already said fuck too many times. It's no longer funny. When he's up there, like when he says,
it was funny when he said, "Go fuck off, go fuck yourself."
go fuck, but it was awesome when he said, "Let's fucking go" in the trailer. But now when he's like, "Turn your fucking phone off," I'm like, I'm already over Wolverine saying fuck. I don't need to see it again.
I just hope they don't fall into that.
And that's what I worry about. And I think all of these movies, everything they're going to make, and I know Ryan Reynolds can do no wrong, or can he? And the real question is, you could have made a really, and people are going to be like, what do you care, Rob? We can it'll be funny and we'll like it. And I'm like, you know what though? If you think about, you go back to a movie like Aliens. I've been watching Aliens for 38 years. And you know what?
You can turn it on right now and watch it again.
Never gets old. Never gets old. Because in that movie, those characters, I believe them. And every time I can hear it in my mind, the extended version of Aliens, when Paul Reiser comes in and she says, "What do you know about my daughter?" And he's like, "Okay." And they're sitting down. And when Sigourney Weaver says, "I was going to be back for her birthday, her 11th birthday," it affects me right now, even when I say it out loud, as much as it did. Well, it wasn't in the movie when I saw it in 86, but when I got the extended version on Laserdisc back in the day, loved it. Those movies work because you believe in them.
But let me ask you this, guys. Is it a faction of the filmmakers and the studios failing us, or is it the expectation of the audience and the fans expecting too much, or is it a combo of both?
I think we have the perfect storm right now. We have,
I mean that's the thing. Like, we used to, and maybe it's antiquated, maybe I'm too old, where it was like we used to go to movies not expecting or knowing anything and being surprised. Maybe that's me. Maybe that's a very glamorous sort of way of looking at it. But I remember used to going to movies just going like, cool, like let's see what this is, and not having these out of whack expectations. And now and who's the thing? I guess what I'm asking is, whose fault is it? Is it our fault, or is it their fault, or is it a combo of both of the audience and the studios both at fault for expecting either too much or expecting, and just like what they're selling us to try to selling us to expect something instead.
Let me jump in. So I feel like with The Fall Guy, which was a delightful film, and it was well made, and you wouldn't walk out of that angry at all. It's maybe not the best film in the world, but it delivered exactly what it promised you it was going to be.
Yeah.
And you could tell us the basic plot points just from the trailer alone. You knew what you were in for.
Right.
So you knew, I'm here for a popcorn summer movie, and as long as I'm delighted a few times and it was fun, you're happy. And it was
great
better
cast, really well made, a lot of fun.
But when we turn on a documentary on the latest I don't know, serial killer or whatever that we're watching on Netflix, and we don't know the end of it.
Baby
There are these
Reindeer,
twists
perfect
and
example.
turns. Which one?
Baby Reindeer, perfect
Okay,
example.
so Baby Reindeer has all these twists and turns where you're uncomfortable, or you're digging it, or you're not digging it, or I thought I liked this person, now I hate them. You're back and forth. You're genuinely surprised, and I don't feel like lately there's anything on the horizon, with a few exceptions, that are promising us anything other than here's a hero's journey movie that you've seen 1,000 times with some new characters and some new backgrounds, and we hope you like it. And we've seen this often, and I hope this isn't just an old man talking thing, because if it is, then, well, fuck, man, then we've seen everything now. But, like, I do think there's still more. I feel like we're at that moment in time where, and I've said this before, and I'm not getting into AI, but, like, the reality is we're at this moment in time where we have seen everything, and some 13-year-old is going to come out of the woodworks and do something that none of us can imagine. Or maybe 18-year-old, or maybe 50-year-old, who fucking
Whatever.
knows?
It's exciting.
But it's going to be somewhere out of the blue, the way that grunge changed music when metal got old and stale. You know, remember that moment where we were all like,
Sure.
okay, great.
I was just watching that moment today again.
How so?
I was rewatching a documentary about how the music industry changed at that particular time.
Yeah.
From glam metal and metal to grunge, from when Guns N' Roses hit to then when grunge hit, and how the entire music industry changed seemingly overnight.
But there was a 2-year gap between when Guns N' Roses started and when Nirvana blew up.
Exactly.
There was a big gap in between, and that's where we are today in movies. And we can talk about it in 100 different ways and why, between pandemic and strikes and all the other stuff. But the reality is, everything needs to be shaken up. This is where I'll agree with Damon Packard on his talk the other day. Is it let the studios eat themselves and start over? Like, maybe we're at that moment where we start over. I want to work for the studios.
I think that I agree, and I don't mean to interrupt, Rob. I think the thing is, we need a shakeup. We need. I mean, because, you know, the three of us are all like facing kind of in weird times of like where we never thought like it would be, from putting in all this work as hard as it is to be able to make something. And that's our reality right now. You know, it's like, it's where it's harder to go after our dreams than it's ever been before, which is a very strange thing. I mean, and yet, is it our dreams that are out of whack because we all have phones and we could make things, or is the fact that streaming and everything else has made it really challenging in a weird where we thought it was supposed to be easy. Sorry.
But here's the thing: there's still a lot of great stuff being made.
Yes,
like I love Shogun. I loved like the first season of House of the Dragon. Turned out so there's a lot of really passionate creators that are making things that are satisfying. I think the problem that we're facing where we're at now is, one, entertainment. There's so much of it. It's all fractured. I mean, there's a million different people that want to see a million different things. And the things that are being made now, I think what's really problematic is it used to be that the studios that made movies had to have filmmakers come in and say, I want to make this. And the studios would decide, well, we'll go with this guy because maybe this person's going to make something interesting. Now the studios are like, well, we have all these IPs. We've got to find somebody that we think can go out and make them. And there's the reverse of it. If you don't have people that want to make something, that want to make great entertainment, and the reverse is true, you have corporations that own these IPs, like, we're going to find people to go make these IPs, you've already lost. Because it's not the IPs became IPs because they were stories that people wanted to see. The filmmakers, the creative people, turned an idea into something that became an IP. Now that the studios have all these IPs, they're not hiring people who are passionate about these. They're just a product. It's like, well, we own the Alien franchise, who luckily with Fede Alvarez, he's a guy that brought something new. He brought his idea, and the underlying idea to Alien Romulus, I think, is an interesting one. You know, these young people that have only ever known living in space. They've never been on Earth. They've never been on a planet. You know, they're people that are lacking experience, that are thrust into a situation that they're ill-equipped to navigate, and they have to navigate it anyway, which is the xenomorph. So that's interesting to me. I find that interesting. But I think that the real question, the real problem, is that the audiences have now placed themselves above our entertainment. Like when we would go into the movies, we would give ourselves over to what the filmmakers showed us. But we are smarter than the people making the movies. So when we go in there, like Spooky Dan said, all we're doing is seeing stories that we already know the end of. We already know what's going to happen. So unless you're going to show me something, and the reason that horror still works is because when you see a trailer for something like Smile, well, I don't know what's going to happen. What do those smiling people mean? If I go see Midsummer or Hereditary or take your pick, The Invitation or the what is it, not the Relic, the Ritual, the reason horror still works is because the audience doesn't know what's going to happen.
But I think also horror works because the individual seeks it out more so than the mass audience until.
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about
until they're told, "Oh, this is cool."
Well, yeah, but the reason they make money is because you look at the premise of the horror movie, you don't know what's going to happen, and whereas
I will argue, most of them are modestly budgeted because, like, how excited are you for The Quiet Place day one? Because
but that became an IP,
right?
And the funny thing about The Quiet Place, I mean, they can change the premise, like what happened, but at the end of the day, I already know what's going to happen. I already know everything. I mean, I might not know the actual details, but if you told me, okay, it's called The Quiet Place Day One, what are we going to see? You know, Lupita Nyong'o, who is a beautiful woman, and I love her as an actress. She plays, you know, a street person in New York. I can assume what's going to happen in that movie. And I'm sure it'll do fine because people like that IP. But you know what? That IP is done. I don't need to see, and people will go because they like A Quiet Place. But the IP is done. There's nothing they're going to do with that franchise that is ever any more interesting than what they're going to do. They've got their third movie out. They're done. Whereas,
bringing back to what we were talking about earlier, how we all saw Alien and knew what it was, and then Alien 2 came out and kicked all of our asses because
it was different.
Cameron, we did not expect it to be that different and that exciting in such a monumentally different way. So if something like A Quiet Place or Ghostbusters could pull that off, it would be really amazing, but it's very unlikely.
And I think that's the real problem with all of these movies. You need to give an audience that's seen it all and done it all a reason to want to go experience your story in a theater. And I'll tell you.
Let me ask you this, though. Like Abigail, which was, they basically gave you the whole movie in the trailer.
I know.
Was another joyful movie. People are, you know, divided whether they love it or not, but I had a good time and I loved watching the journey inside the movie, even though I knew exactly what it was based on the trailer, not because I knew it. But like, you're still like, okay, this was a fun ride, and I was in for it. Very much.
Did Abigail really do well?
It did okay. It didn't do as well as I don't know why it didn't do as well as what's one that did make money that wasn't nearly as good, but Strangers made way more money and arguably people hate it. I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
And yet still, like, I looked at seats to go to Strangers this week, and they were pretty full.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because, well, I would say, you know, again, The Strangers is an IP, and The Strangers hasn't played out that idea because there's still right now our civilization is such that we live in a world where people will come into your house and kill you and your family.
But there's still mystery.
Yeah, I mean, but and that's still terrifying. That's always going to be terrifying. I mean, we're seeing a war play out in the Middle East that was started by a bunch of people that invaded homes and slaughtered whole families. We don't believe that we live in a world where that's now true. I mean, that will happen, so it still works. But these IPs like Ghostbusters, I mean, fucking Ghostbusters is 40 years old this year. 40. Beetlejuice is not quite 40, but it might as well be. And I hope Beetlejuice is good. But the studios are like, at the end of the day, where are all the new IPs? I mean, John Wick's a relatively new IP, 4 movies.
But it's already run its course. It's like after 4, it's run its course.
It is, but you're getting Ballerina, the spin-off movie. You got the Continental TV show, and you've got all this stuff happening. And the problem is, where are all the new ideas? We used to have a mix.
Well, the thing is, the studios don't want them.
I know. But
bringing it back to kind of a music thing, I remember growing up, and you guys will have the exact same version, just different. The Beach Boys was for my dad. That was not for me. He listened to it all the fucking time, but I liked The Cure. You know what I mean? Like, we had different things. And right now, we're expecting all of the audiences, regardless of age, to listen to their dads. And that's okay, kinda, because the Beach Boys are still a relevant band, even when they weren't for us. But it really is. We're in a different moment in time. Kids don't want the same things as we did, and they're not going in the same way. We put such importance. I know for a fact, us three put such importance on getting to the movies that weekend. It almost didn't matter what we saw. We had to be there and see what was coming.
Yes.
And then when we got the great one, like you said, we would give ourselves over and go, give us something awesome. And sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't, but we're going to be there next Friday and maybe Saturday.
But Sunday, you know what? We also just loved it all. Like, we never went into the movies. I mean, when I was growing up, I saw everything. You know, I would go see like a low budget alien ripoff like Creature, or I'd see Galaxy of Terror, Forbidden World. And I didn't ever come out of those and go, that sucked.
Or I would go to a Dudley Moore comedy like Unfaithfully Yours, just because it's like, hey, it's there.
Yeah, and it was a look. And you'd see things, and for the most part, but there was an integrity to the, like, Galaxy of Terror. It might have been a low budget alien riff, but the people that made it, when you watch Galaxy of Terror, they believed, man. And when you were watching Galaxy of Terror, you could tell Cameron doing the effects. That movie's fucking wild.
I love that movie.
It is, and you watch it, but even though it's a low-budget movie, you felt like, I love Battle Beyond the Stars. When I saw Battle Beyond the Stars, you know, Jimmy T. Murakami, who was a production designer, directed this film. All the actors that were in it, John Sayles wrote it, James Horner wrote the score. Sure, was it a Magnificent Seven Star Wars ripoff? Yes, but it was good. It might have cost what it cost, and you go see it, and you're like, we got stuff, and it was all... There was nothing that sucked, because the people that were making this stuff were trying.
But who made the audience more judgmental? Was it the studios that made audiences judgmental, or did the audiences just become more judgmental?
You know what I think happened?
Informed, not judgmental.
Yeah, it's all been demystified, but the problem is we now can recognize movies have always been commercial. They've always been the clash between commerce and art. But now there's no more art. Everything is done by analytics, and they're like, we have to look, great stories have to capture people's minds and hearts, not just their pocketbooks.
But again, as far as budgetarily and everything, you know, a lot of the smaller films, there's always exceptions. Some are given a chance. I mean, you know, one of the most exciting movies I think of the summer is going to be Maxine, Ty West's culmination.
Yeah, trilogy. I mean, it looks pretty bananas. I can't wait to see it.
You know, and I hope. But I mean, that's the thing. It's like, is it the audience's fault for not supporting and going out to the theater for these things, or is it You know,
You can't blame. You can never blame the audience.
right? I just
It's
don't
not
know.
the audience's fault.
And the thing is, you know, the three of us in our own ways. I mean, Rob, you and I have worked together. It would be great if we got to work together again in some capacity, you know, on a film.
Yeah. I'd
But
like to
we're
do that
all
again too.
we're all aspiring movie makers.
I might be soon working with somebody you and I work with in the past.
Which is great, which is fantastic, and that's I love hearing that.
A certain actor.
But how do you know? But again, we're not even in the position now where we can get a door open most of the time. It's
Right.
it's very difficult. So
It's always been difficult. That's not new.
but again, it's a
The world.
a little trickier. So what I'm asking is, what keeps us excited? What keeps us? You know, is like you know, from everything we've been talking about for the last hour.
I have an answer.
Is that it's very doom and gloom. It's a business of IPs and stuff that we financially can't own. We can't grab an IP that, if we could afford it, is even valuable to most companies that would finance something. How do we keep going? You know, and Rob.
Well, that's you're now dipping into an existential question.
No, well, yeah, I am, because I'm just curious, and Dan's got his hand up. So
I got an answer. The one you guys don't want me to bring up, but I got the answer.
Cool, go for it.
Fucking AI. It's going to level everything, and everybody's going to be able to do whatever the fuck they want, and then we'll go, wow, that was really awesome. Now, it's not there yet, and it's not going to be there for a while, and I don't think it's the doom and gloom that is predicted, but there is... I've always been optimistic in life in general, and so I'm optimistic that we can come out of this with the new fucking grunge movement of film, or whatever we're going to call it when it happens. I'm hopeful that it will happen, and I think stuff like the Godzilla -1 and 1,000 Beavers prove exactly that.
Well,
those are like two good examples of weird, out of left field things that made us all pay attention.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, my whole thing with AI is that the underlying abilities are going to be supplanted, and people, it's, you know what, it's going to be a lot of people who are driving cars that don't know how to change their own tires.
Sure,
but that's kind of exciting.
But at the end,
because I think
at the end of the day, if you don't know how to change your tire and your car is stuck on the side of the road, what do you do? And I think
why merit will rise to the top, as opposed to studios telling us, "Here, watch this movie worthy of merit, whether you wanted it or not."
Right,
now
and look, what's going to happen is you're going to get, and this is going to happen, you're going to be able to insert yourself in your favorite movie overnight. You'll render it, and you'll have a feature film with you in it and all that.
As Han Solo.
But the problem with that is you're not going to have people that understand how to tell a story. The story will be told by all the AI, and it'll be people that are wandering around looking at all these things, calling themselves creators when they haven't done the real work. They haven't done the heavy lifting.
Why I'm optimistic, because we are all storytellers that want to tell stories and aren't going to lean onto, here, push a button and let it barf something out and call it a day. We can push a button, let it barf something out, and then we'll rework it 100 times, whether it started here or started there.
And
like if I gave you a script tomorrow, whether either of you, and said, here's a script for a slasher, what do you think? Neither of you could not tell me your opinions of how to make it better, because you give a shit and you give a shit about me. So you're going to want it to be better. So both of you, without whether you wanted to or not, would be like, all right, hold on, let me write you some notes. Here's how I think it could be better. We can't, we're wired that way.
But I would tell you, like, in terms of AI, and I keep thinking about, you bring up Damon Packard, like we talked about this on Chris Gore's show.
Yeah.
Damon Packard made this video. For those of you who don't know, Damon Packard's been making movies for years. He's a fixture in LA. If you know him, he made a movie called Reflections of Evil, and he would leave DVDs on street corners so people would randomly find it.
I think the original version of it is probably on Tubi right now.
Yeah, it probably is. But
it is a wild ride.
It's a wild. But so he made using AI. He made a behind-the-scenes documentary of the shooting of David Lynch's Dune in 1984. Now, here's the thing. He didn't really go and cover.
No, of course not.
So the thing that he made using AI is pretty genius because he actually made a commentary on what it's like to make movies. He made a wacky, something that could never have existed. In a way, he made Spinal Tap using AI. And there's a lot of reality in it. And it's something new that could only have been created through AI. And like Spooky, you were saying, with a storytelling sensibility. He did something that to me is the first time I've looked at AI and said, okay, here's a one-man band, a one-man creator, and it's fucking brilliant. There's so much about it that's actually brilliant. And I'm looking at it going, this couldn't have existed without AI. I mean, it could have, but it would have taken a lot of money. But what he did was, and to me, when I watched it, I'm like, this is something new. But it required a lot of creativity. Now, I don't know where it's going to go, but I looked at that and I said, this is something that could only have been created in our new AI era. It was created by somebody that's been making movies for 30 years, all whatever crazy stuff he's doing. And it's something that I think only he could have done. And other people are going to follow in his footsteps, but he's done it the best. You know,
he did it great when he did the Star Wars one, 20 years ago?
Yeah.
And we all watched it going, he's either a genius or a madman, and I'm still not sure to this day, but it's
probably both.
But the problem is, Damon Packard is a legitimate storyteller, and the problem that we now live in a world where art has been entirely supplanted by commerce. It's either people want to bring out their activist tendencies, and they don't. No one's looking out away from themselves. Like I always say on my show, everyone's become me. Look at me.
Yeah.
And they are more important than the work that they're doing. And that's ultimately, and for studios, the money is more important than the stories they're telling. And it's the reverse. You tell great stories, you make a lot of money. No one made a lot of money in Hollywood following trends. You only make a lot of money in Hollywood setting trends. And all the studios are doing now are following trends. All they know from their analytics and their marketing or whatever is what they think people want. And they don't know what it means to make something and give people something they didn't know they wanted. That's what James Cameron, when he made Aliens, he's like, I'm going to take this thing that you think it's one thing, but I'm going to turn it into a whole different genre, but I'm still going to give you the aliens. It's going to go from being a haunted house in space to being a Vietnam allegory. You'll see. You know, and the studio would have said nowadays, they were like, well, this doesn't fit with our analytics. You can't make aliens. You can't do it like this because nobody at the studio knows anything anymore. Before the executives of the studio are like, that's really cool, James. You should go do that. We're going to let you go do that. We're going to give you $20 million. I mean, he only had 6 alien suits when he made that movie.
But I think therein right there is the one most important thing is, and you asked Dave, is it the audience? Is it the studios? Is it the streamer? Like the expectation right now is you got to spend a lot to make a lot. Period. So we have to spend $100 million on a Haunted Mansion movie that should have cost 40, that everybody would have been glowing about how successful it was if it cost 40. But instead we spent 100 and went, failure. Nobody cares about the Haunted Mansion. Like, no. People care about it, but not $1 billion.
And by the way, if you can't make a Haunted Mansion movie for $40 million, you shouldn't be making movies.
Well, I still think that the problem is, I mean, specifically with the Haunted Mansion, I think that they still haven't found the right blend yet of playing it to a younger audience and an older audience.
And they will find it, but they need to do these things at a more reasonable budget. With a lot more chances, which is exactly what you're saying. So someone comes in like, look, I feel like take big IPs out of it, but take any ones that we love and go, all right, if you handed any of the three of us a IP and said, go make James Bond a slasher movie, we would have fun with that.
Sure.
Now, maybe not what the James Bond fan want, but how fun would it be for us to see that movie or to make that movie? Like, that would be fucking awesome.
But again,
right?
I mean, that's the problem. I think the inherent problem is that we can't find it's like, again, I get they're out there because how many companies are making Winnie the Pooh, or now the public domain like IPs that are in the zeitgeist right now.
Sign me up, I'll do it right now.
The Steamboat Willies and the Bambis and everything, and the Piglets and things like that. They're all making these, and the funny thing is, personally, we're not jumping on it because we're like going. Even back in the day when we were struggling, and we're still struggling, but even back in the day when we were really struggling, we're going, man, I don't want to make a fucking Winnie the Pooh fucking thing, and we missed the boat, and we missed the boat.
No, because look, we wouldn't have wanted to make those movies.
We didn't want to make those movies, and yet today Blumhouse just announced like, oh, we got the My Bloody Valentine IP. It's like, well, what's that going to be now?
Well, and who cares? I mean, that's another thing.
Who cares? It's like it was one okay slasher movie back in 1981.
Dude, what they've done to the Exorcist franchise, they destroyed any credibility they had.
And look, I don't even think it's Blumhouse's fault ultimately, because it's the only fault I will say with the Exorcist IP and everything. And I would have said this with the exception of the TV show, the first season, and I hear the second season is great. But the thing is like The Exorcist only worked as one movie. And if you ever looked at the fact that Blumhouse spent $400 million to get this IP, it's like, why don't you look and go, oh, the first one was the only one that ever made any money. The other ones were all bombs. Why would you spend that much money on this IP when everyone also has ripped that original movie off?
I know. I know.
And they're just buying it for a title, and you just go,
look, as much as I like it, why would anybody spend $175 million making a sequel to Blade Runner? Blade Runner didn't make any money.
It doesn't make any sense. And the thing is, to me, it's like it still didn't work out. And it didn't work out.
And the movie that Blade Runner 2049 is about as good a movie as it could possibly have been.
And yet it still didn't work. It didn't make money.
No, it didn't make money. And
why? If you're going for money and sure things, then why would you take the risk on this?
Well, because I'll tell you why. You had Denis Villeneuve, who's a great filmmaker, wanting to do this sequel. And the people that work today, Blade Runner has a reputation. The people that are making decisions, they haven't even seen Blade Runner.
Right.
The people at the studios, they don't fucking know. They're like, Blade Runner came out 42 fucking years ago. And so you've got these people making these decisions going, oh yeah, Blade Runner. I'll tell you a story. I won't say what company I was meeting with. I've told this story before. But I was having a meeting to talk about a project, and in the middle of the meeting, there was a table with books on it, genre material, and at the top of the pile was Dan Simmons' first novel, Song of Kali.
Yep.
And the executives were sitting across from them. They make horror films and stuff, and I was like, when the meeting was over, I said, "Hey, are you guys gonna make Song of Kali?" I have all of Dan Simmons' books on these shelves back here, except Song of Kali, which I need a hardcover for. I have the paperback. But the guy looks at me, the executive looks at me and goes, oh yeah, Dan Simmons, what a great writer. I've never read anything he's written, but he's a great writer.
How would you know?
And we'd love to. Exactly. And I'm looking at this guy, I'm looking at this executive, and I'm thinking to myself, I can rattle off all of Dan Simmons' biography. I can tell you the first Dan Simmons story I wrote or read, which is The River Styx Runs Upstream, that was in Twilight Zone magazine. I can tell you that. If you want me to talk about all the different genres, Dan Simmons, but I'm sitting across from an executive that I'm the one pitching to, who does not know fuck all about Dan Simmons, and I'm like, why am I even talking to you? Why do you have this job? Why am I wasting my time? You can't greenlight my project. You don't know fuck all about anything. And I'm not saying I know everything there is to know, but it's like these people don't know how to make movies because they've never made one. And they're making these decisions, and it's gotten to the point that the people that are running that side of the business know less about the making of the product that they're in charge of making than ever before.
Right.
Ever before. They don't know. They don't know. It used to be that somebody used to have gut instincts, could shoot from the hip and be like, yeah, we're going to make this. Not anymore.
Did you guys watch?
Look, at least you could have a bullshit artist like Robert Evans or Peter Bart who like knew something.
But Peter Bart and Robert
the-
Evans, they knew their shit.
Did you watch the Jenny Nicholson critique of the Star?
Brilliant. I watched all 4 hours of it.
And fantastic. And I feel like this is just an opinion, of course. Like, studios aren't stupid. They're not. They know their side of it, right? They know the business side of it better than we do, and we know the art side of it better than they do.
Do they
arguably.
though?
But I feel like we need somebody like what she did to that thing to peel it apart piece by piece without saying this was terrible and I hate Disney. It wasn't that at all. It was I really wanted to like this, and here are the dozen reasons why it didn't work for me.
No, it was a brilliant analysis of what didn't
Genius.
work.
I'm glad it went viral, and I'm glad that every executive should be forced to watch that, having nothing to do with movies, right? Adjacent to movies, but they should all be forced to watch that and go, we really need to sort of step back and look at the big picture. And instead of just relying on algorithms and things, which is where things have been going wrong, arguably, and go, wait, what's the heart of this? Again, this is what I was saying about you earlier, Rob. Like you've been one of the few people that have been honest about it and saying like Hollywood is eating itself and it's not stopping, and because it's not being honest. Like that's
100%.
It just needs to be honest. Honest with the audience, honest with itself, honest with a few chances can equal those big wins versus six $300 million movies that might work, and if they don't, at least people will watch them.
Right,
So
gentlemen. I have to call this show. We have been on the air now for 5 hours. I just want to get through a few.
Marathon.
This has been great. Norwegian Kryptonian says, can Deadpool 3 be the next Batman v Superman? Enormous hype followed by a tremendous drop. Yes. Jared Snyder brings up Heathers. Did anyone mention K. Sarah Sarah and Heathers?
Oh no,
with Sid Straw. That's a great one.
Great choice. Great choice.
And Sly Stone's drugged out version at the end, which is awesome. That's a great needle drop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mark Spector's avatar says, Rob, you know what you haven't seen? Nothing. Fight me, bro. When I hear the word nothing, I'm thinking, are you talking about Vincent Natali's movie that came out through Lionsgate? I don't know what that means.
Vincenzo Natali.
Yes, it's funny because I have I talked about this DVD when I told him that I had your movie Cypher. This is a DVD that I bought at a gas station halfway between Davos and Zurich in Switzerland when Yelena and I, my ex-wife and I went skiing there. Yeah, look at this. Isn't this wild? And I'd never even heard
wrapping paper I used to use.
I know, I'd never even heard of this movie, but I told
you haven't heard of Vincenzo Natali's Cypher?
I hadn't heard of this in 2003 when I bought it. But I told him, I said, I bought this, and he goes, well, it got better distribution than it ever got in North America. I took a picture and sent it to him today. But I like that movie. But so let me just Aurora Uplinks. I don't know why I brought that up. Says Star Wars sequels avoid talking about politics and actual depth to the relationship. Show us training, learning, 15 minutes of behind the scenes of the politics, who the New Republic was. Give us a reason to see why they fell, why Luke, Han, and Leia, it was not theirs or their fault. I agree. Aurora Uplinks has been a hero. Member of the channel says 13 months of membership. And know it would be fun? A Marvel romance film, like an actual low-budget at first film about someone in love and just moving somewhere. Bright-eyed. Well, I don't know about that. It'd have to be good, but okay.
But
Like The Notebook.
Who would be in love?
Yeah.
Who's the romance with?
Efren Guzman says, when you drink shots, what is your go-to shot? Whiskey.
Tequila.
Whiskey. Tequila's
Red
good
Bull.
too. There you go.
Red Bull.
Mario Lopez, our friend Mario Lopez in Portugal, says the heroes should not have been resurrected in Endgame, and the future of the MCU should have been with stories about a world with a 50% less population. I agree with that. I'd love to see. I mean, the first hour of Endgame was about that.
I'm happy with what I got.
Yeah, that was good. So we're caught up there. Let me just make sure that because I have work. I've got to do another show in the morning, and I've got to go do my audio drama. I've got to go record
Tonight?
tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow in the afternoon.
After his show of
Let's get physical media. Yeah.
Thank you guys. Thanks everyone. Except for baby Billy Club, whatever, who like I can't stand this guy. Is like, well, I'm sorry. I feel bad now.
He doesn't like you?
He doesn't like me.
Oh. Why not?
I don't know. I asked him, and he must have signed off because he never said anything. And I'll just stay up for nights now, just stressing about it.
Well, thanks guys for having me. This has been fun.
Dan, thank you so much.
Finally, actually being honored as well. This is cool.
This is
Dan,
awesome.
where can people find you?
I'm at Spooky Dan at most places, whether Twitter or Facebook, whatever. Spooky Dan or Spooky Dan Walker. You can find me.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on the show, Spooky, and hanging out. Dave, where can people find you, and tell us about your movie on Tubi?
My movie on Tubi is called You Shouldn't Have Let Me In. It's on Tubi now. You can find it. It's a fun if you like bachelor parties and vampires, you're in for a good time. Good time, baby.
Sounds
Hell
good to
yeah.
me.
So metal. It's not Andrew
Bachelorette
Blake.
parties
It's
and vampires.
It's no Andrew Blake, but you know, it's Tubi. So
Well, gentlemen, I want to thank you for
guys.
being here. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson, our great moderator, who's still with us, even though it's 5:00 in the morning where he is.
Goddamn, guys, thank you. Thanks, Tomb of Dracula, shout out because you shouted out Fulci Lives, so love it.
There you go. Mario Bava's Planet of the Vampires on Blu-ray. I have the German
Hell
4K.
yeah, hell,
It's amazing.
so
By the way,
good.
that
So
Radiance Planet of the Vampires, even though it's only a Blu-ray, I do have the
soundtrack.
I have the
Planet of the Vampires
yeah.
on vinyl.
I do have the German 4K disc of Planet of the Vampires, but that new Radiance fucking Planet of the Vampires is a banger. I love that movie. I love Mario Bava. And anyway, thank you all. I will be back on Let's Get Physical Media with Dieter at 11:00 tomorrow or today. And yeah, maybe I'll do observations tomorrow night after I come back from my recording session in Los Angeles.
You're going to be in town.
I'm going to be at Private Island Audio.
You should hit me up. We haven't seen each other in a couple.
I know. Maybe I will. I have stuff for you. I think I have Ragman. Oh, you already have Ragman.
Ragman.
Yeah, text us tomorrow afterwards if you want to go grab a drink.
Yeah,
man.
I might very well will do that. It depends how.
However, we won't have anything to talk about. We're just going to be silent. and look at each
We're
other.
just gonna be silent.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Silence.
Oh yeah.
Well, gentlemen,
We'll be back on Midnight Metal sometime soon.
sometime later. I want to thank all of you. Thank you for generously supporting this channel via super chats and tips and memberships and all of that. We will be getting back to membership calls. This weekend was a holiday weekend, and Roberto Suarez was gone. I just figured like people would be gone. Like, why would they be bothering to?
Yeah, have a great Memorial Day weekend, everyone.
Have a great Memorial Day weekend. Here's to our. Well, I don't have any liquor anymore. Here's to our fallen soldiers and everybody that gave their lives in the service of protecting this great country of ours.
Yeah, and thank you.
We can't
guys
play it,
all
but
for
listen to the
around.
end as you leave.
And I really want everybody. You put your own. Don't listen to what we have to say. Put your own Needle drops. What are some of your favorites?
Yeah.
You guys have been giving us good
What
ones.
did we miss?
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. All right.
All right, everyone. I will say
Later.
goodbye, and I will send my compatriots on their way. Gentlemen, sleep tight. And that was fun. And so everybody, I guess I have nothing more to say. I got to go do some work. Not tonight. I'm going to go to sleep. But thank you all for being here. Thanks, Dave Parker, for being here and making this thumbnail. I want to thank Josh for sending us his song, American Ninja Warrior. And remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I say to everyone, have a better day, have a better night, and make something. Make something. Whatever it is, just go out there and make something. Tell us about it. Show us what it is. Go forth, my friends.